Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know companies using SAP S for HANA Cloud Public Edition have seen up to a 30% faster sales cycle and 20% better order accuracy? That's a game changer in today's fast market. Today we'll explore SAP S for HANA Cloud Public Edition sales, an important module that helps businesses handle the full sales process from order to cash in a smarter and faster way. Over 70% of companies using SAP Cloud solutions say they've improved customer satisfaction. More than 60% report better sales visibility and control. That shows how powerful this system can be. Sales are the heart of every business. With S/4HANA Cloud Sales, companies can close deals faster, reduce errors, track performance in real time, and serve customers better. Learning this can open doors to high-demand roles across industries. In this training, we'll cover everything you need to know: key features, core processes, real-time reporting, and how to get hands-on with the system. Let's dive in.
Let me explain you the introduction of the public cloud overview here. Yes, SAP Public Cloud is a software as a service solution. The first one, introduction to SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud sales. So as I said, SAP S/4HANA is a software as a service solution. It offers more of a pre-configured industry best practice-based enterprise management system. It allows the businesses to run core processes and adapt to changing the market conditions with agility. So this is the basic overview of the SAP S/4HANA. Okay, so you might be wondered what it is, like SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud, as I said, it is a complete cloud-based service, meaning customers can access the software and the data through the web or internet rather than managing their own infra. Okay, because the term itself called public cloud, which means this is a kind of complete online solution. So you might be asking, like, what can be, like the pre-configured best practice? What is the agility, scalability? What is the cost effectiveness? What are the key benefits and features? All these things will be there. Yeah, we will be discussing all that one-to-one. But yes, this is what about the public cloud, guys. Now, if you can see, as I said, SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud overview, as it's a pre-configured cloud-based ERP solution, right? So I have already told that. So pre-configured cloud-based ERP means it always have pre-configured best practices also, because it's built with industry standards and pre-configured processes. So that what happens, it will simplify your daily tasks and enable the rapid deployment easily. Okay. And then if you can see, there is a second one, which is provides the latest industry best practices to streamline your business processes, right? So which I just have told you, right? Which, because of that pre-configured processes, it is very easy because the best practices are inlined in it. And then so it will easily, like make your deployments and enablement of this rapid deployment, more smoother. And if you can see, that's like third one, this is the important one on this. It delivers continuous enhancements to support innovation and adaptability, which is what, because the public cloud model allows for quicker adaptation to changing market conditions and supports business growth through scalability kind of thing. Because of that, there will be a continuous enhancement. That means someone might, for the standard one, someone might have some X requirement, they will do some enhancement. Some XY requirement, they will do some enhancements. So these enhancements of the objects will continuously go as per their requirements and things on top of that. Okay, this is one of the important things. And the next one is it helps business stay competitive in dynamic market, because as you know that it's on a cloud environment. So it always, because it's having a lot of facilities, lot of key features on top of that. So all in together, it is more competitive in the dynamic markets and in the current trend. And very importantly, the last one, which is this particular public cloud edition. So when I'm saying all these, the definitions or the features of it, it applies to all the modules of S/4HANA public cloud, not for a single module. Now, of course, we are now learning about S/4HANA sales, but this does not like lock for only one certain module. It will be applying for every module that is there in the S/4HANA public cloud. Okay, the last one is it empowers organizations to align operations with their future strategic goals. So that this is very important, because many organizations want that empowerment, right? Because any organization, they have some pain points, in aligning their operations or to, like understand their future scope. So they might be confused or they might not get the right visibility with the improper data and all these things. So that will be better managed and better, in perfectly, not better, perfectly managed and perfectly in line with the organization empowerment by using S/4HANA public cloud. So these are the very, very important things, as part of the public cloud edition, guys. So if you go to the next one, on the overview level, these are the very key features. The one is new user experience, okay, lowest SaaS-based TCO, market-leading localization, pre-configured best practices to realize the results right away, that which we discussed now, continuous feature delivery, and unmatched time to value to deliver your business priorities. These are all the, on the overview level, these are the highest advantages or key features we can say as part of the public cloud. So when you say a solution scope and business process story here, the finance-led administrative ERP, yes, we will be dealing with procure to pay, order to cash, and record to report. These are the three important key highlighting items for SAP S/4HANA sales. So in the procure to pay, we discuss more on the demands, goods, procurement, and payment for that, and confirmation of receipts, all these things. In the order to cash, we will be dealing more with the cash orders correct for the customers, delivers, payment collections, returns, and and their claims and their handling management. All this comes as part of this here. And coming to record to report, it performs more of end of monthly end closures will be there, or periodic end closures will be there. Financial accounting task will be there, and financial planning, budgeting, forecasting. So these are the things that you generally see in the record to report process. This is the solution scope and business process story for all finance-led administrative ERP in the SAP S/4HANA public cloud. So coming to the service-centric industries, generally when you go for a public cloud, you have to go for this hierarchy. First of all, sell and plan, set up and staff, deliver, recognize, bill and manage. These are the four important professional service or business process services that we generally go through in the public cloud. So in the sell and plan, as the name itself indicates, you will generate the lead and you will start selling the services and closing the contract. Okay. In setting up the staff, you need the project to do that, right? So someone has to make a project, and then the project is initiated, project is done, then you will start looking for the qualified staff for that. And once the staff augmentation and everything is also done, and then you can go for the delivery of the project, wherein which you will procure whatever is needed for the project resources. That means the softwares, the licenses, the materials, whatever is required, and then you recognize them and you start making that, and you go for the realization phase where you development all these things. Finally, once you are done with this, you generally deliver that, and then the bill management will come where the final payment will be received once your project is successfully closed, and you will start running the analytics or analysis on top of this projects. So now we have seen the service-centric industries metrics, how this generally goes in the public cloud. The same, when you go with the product-centric industries, this will go like this. The first one is your idea to market, and then you go for procure to pay, and then you plan to fulfill, and then you go for order to cash. Okay. So idea to market is nothing but, you have to design, or you will estimate some product or some materials, you will just make some planning kind of things in the idea to market. And then you start procure to pay, whatever, once you're finalized with your market ideas. Okay, fine. Yeah, these items I am planning. So these I have to buy. So once you buy, that will comes under your procure to pay, where you will receive an invoice and you make some payment on top of that. Okay, so after that, you have to make a plan to fulfill. Plan to fulfill means here, whatever that you have procured, it has to go with certain goods, a finished good kind of thing, right? If you have, taken 2 or 3 ingredients to make a soup, just you purchase the ingredients, that doesn't make any soup will be prepared. You have to keep the things on the vessel, you have to put some water, and then you have to burn, you have to give a flame for it. And then for certain time after heating, it will go into a soup condition. That's a finished good, right? So the similar manner, you have to plan to fulfill that. Fulfilling is nothing but making it as a finished good. So you will schedule here the productions, pick the materials, run the processes, whatever is needed for that, and finally produce the finished good. And you have to, as a finished good, we will check the quality checks, finishing strategy, how the product looks like when you're storing the warehouse, what are the conditions, and all these things comes under as part of your plan to fulfillment. Once that is done, everything is good, then you will go for the order to cash, where you will deliver and will get some money on that. So at that point, you will be having all the claims, warranties, delivery, services, orders, all these things comes under as part of that. So this all been covered as part of your order to cash strategy. Okay. So, but before that, so this is about your total introduction about the S4HANA Cloud and S4HANA Cloud on sales. So very importantly, guys, you might be understanding, you have to understand one important thing. So on a public cloud, what are the basic key features and benefits? We have already covered few. I want to list out them for you one more time. So one of the very important feature for your SAP S4HANA public cloud is your in-memory database. You already know HANA is an in-memory thing, right? So wherein which here SAP HANA as a core component, it stores and processes your data entirely in the in-memory. Means putting the data, getting the data from the same space. That is called in-memory operations, wherein which you will, because of this getting data from one single space, the rapid data access for retrieval of your analytics or development or etc. will be very easy and very fast also. Okay, that is one such thing. And public cloud usually go for the data management enhancements, where we go because SAP HANA generally provides the robust data management capabilities, right? So including data integration, data quality, and data governance, a lot of things that are inlined in it. Okay. And not only that, in SAP S4 public cloud, you have advanced analytics and business intelligence capabilities are there, wherein which organizations allow to gain higher insights from their data's point of view. Okay. And not only this one, whenever you want a hybrid cloud kind of environment, like you want to put this public cloud with another on-premise environment, also hybrid cloud that is called hybrid cloud. Hybrid means putting one on-premise and one public or private cloud, which is called two systems. That is called hybrid, where you can enable them and you can use them. And finally, the industry best practices, because the public cloud system is built with industry standards to simplify all your daily tasks. So which is this, a kind of way that's providing the greater insights to the market for all the pain points, the current trending customers, in the industries right now. So this is about the public cloud edition overview, guys. Now we are going for the second module, which is building the implementation team. So here, initially they will be less practical until I go with the system configurations and all these things, guys. So once I'm done with that, you can see a lot of things on top of that. Okay. Now we're going to the module 2 in the same concepts, which is called building the implementation team. So now let me put it here. All right. So whenever you are building the implementation team and managing the change during the SAP S4HANA Cloud Public Edition projects and all these things, right? So this is an important thing, because you have to understand with this, you have to understand what can be built in the implementation team. Because once I complete this unit, you maybe understand how to describe the key stakeholders and what will be the roles and responsibilities of each member of the SAP S4HANA public cloud in the implementation of this one. Okay. So you might be seeing this one. This is a very important thing which you have to understand the terminology. Okay. Here you can see customer, SAP, partner. So this is the terminology in lining with the key stakeholders. So here the customer refers to someone who has purchased SAP software for the particular organization. Who is called, we call it as a customer. Or you can say he's a kind of guy who can be there within a company, like he's working as a part of a larger project teams to support the implementation of that solution as well. So these all will be there as part of your customer. Okay. So when it is SAP, it is purely from SAP's, I can say SAP employee or SAP consultant kind of thing. We can say like that, or directly an SAP from the business point of view. Here, when it comes to the partner, here the partner refers to someone working for an organization with which SAP has established a partner program to build or sell or service or run SAP solutions. He is called partner. So as an employee of a partner organization preparing to implement an SAP solution, you are a service partner in such cases. So SAP implements our solutions for customers but we rely on a particular partner ecosystem to meet the global demand, and we can bring the specialized industry expertise to the customers within the unique requirements. Okay, so now you might be understanding who will be the key stakeholders. Okay, I'll come to this methodology phases here and the team structures and all these things. So before that, you have to understand. So usually where we generally adhere to these key stakeholders is in the discovery phase of SAP's Activate methodology. If we go here, this is the discovery phase. This is the SAP Activate methodology phase, wherein which you have your discover phase, your preparation phase, your exploration, and then realization, and then deploy, finally run. So earlier, whatever the ASAP roadmap is there, that was being completely ramped up and it has been prepared a new thing called SAP Activate methodology. Okay, so now here, this is what I'm saying. The discovery phase here in the SAP Activate methodology, the customer executive sponsors, which we call CES, okay, they have built a business case for their organization to purchase SAP S/4HANA Cloud. So they can work with SAP salesperson from a partner to SAP to complete that particular discovery assessment. Discovery means what need can be there for an SAP implementer. So partner will help on that. Okay, for the assessment or based on the decisions. This is called digital discovery assessment. So they are often in your CTO, CIO, or other similar roles within their organization who will take care of that. The chief executive sponsors will have a counterpart from SAP's partner or SAP, depending on whom the implementation can be the solution. So communication from the customer executive sponsors or their organizations or etc., they can be defined as per your project scope on that. Okay. Now the customer here, you can see the executive sponsors I said, right? So here you can see the system admin and extended project team customer, implementation project team partner or SAP. So here you have a customer. So now the customer system admin, he should be identified and communicated to SAP as early as possible. So what happens is we should be assigned the permission role of the IT contact accordingly. So here the role grants administrator access to the support applications and then the ability to provision the systems purchase for the customer. Okay. The implementation of any SAP S/4HANA Cloud begins with the preparation phase here. Whatever I said, the discovery will be here, and this is your preparation phase, and this will be into your more of your exploration realization phase. So implementation project team will comes from the under exploration team to realization phase. Because in the preparation phase, when a partner or SAP implementation project team starts work on the project, at that phase, the priority is, the systems to get that ready and, make the project provisioned. Okay. Wherein which SAP implementation team should be staffed with minimum one expert representing each line of business also, because that will be implemented for customers or different things as well. Okay. So this is very important. So this is where your central business configuration tool is one such tool is there, where ideally that will be two partner or SAP export LOBs with the number of different business processes according with the users. It will be implemented in each LOB. Okay. For example, sales is one of the biggest LOB and the services is one of the smallest one. So there should be always certain experts in your sales or cross-park your materials or PP or finance than in professional services on projects where these two LOBs are in scope. Okay. So additional members who are there in the custom project team, like project managers, change management team, cutover managers, okay, leads, they should be established if the customer did not already purchase change management service from the partner organization. So regardless of who handle the change management, it needs to be responsible for the communication and training and adoption tasks during the implementation projects. So that needs to be properly executed. So one important thing is the most important task is the exploration phase. Okay, because exploration phase is very important for the fit to standard analysis workshops conducted for each line of business in the general anomaly. So experts generally represent various business roles in each LOB. So from the customer organizations generally will be extended to project teams. They will be having some fit to standard workshop will be there. So they have to handle it. So during the workshops, partner or experts can demonstrate their business process. Based on that, the digital discovery assistant will help us from this methodology from start to finish in the S4HANA Cloud Starter systems. Okay, so this is what generally it happens in your complete activate methodology. Next, for customizations, guys, there are two important points you have to understand. One is for integrations and another is for customizations. When you see this one, there is a customer project team, there is a partner project team is there, right? So these are the two important teams who will be responsible on this structure. Okay, here you can see some project managers and the executive sponsors and project managers. Two important people are there in these roles, where in which you have your change management team, your LOB experts, your tech experts, all are there here, right? So the executive sponsors here, let me speak about them first of all. These are sponsors on the customer and partner SAP project teams who will collectively make up the steering committees. So they are responsible for your overall project coordinations, your critical decisions, your budgets, your resources, your cash flows, staff augmentation, all this will be there. And the decisions, whatever they took, that will affect the entire organization because these are at the higher cap now. Okay. So you can see here the steering committee. See the steering committee, who are the steering committee? Okay. So in the steering committee, you're seeing some critical decisions, escalations, budget approval of overall projects. So all these things will be done by the steering committee. So what I'm saying is here, so your decisions, whatever the steering committee has to lead, that will be at the last level of escalation. Okay. For example, if a custom development is required to resolve a requirement, then steering committee will involve in it. In those kind of things, steering committee will include. Now, the next one is the project manager. So project manager does what? Okay. So these particular entity project managers are responsible for setting up of your S4HANA cloud implementation project in cloud ALM, as you're seeing here. So once set up, SAP Cloud ALM makes the tasks and deliverables from the SAP Activate methodology or roadmap actionables, or they can be assigned to different project team members who can complete, can be tracked, or a lot of things can be done on top of that. Okay. And there here in the left side, it comes a system admin in the IT contact or lead configuration expert in the partner project team. So you already know that IT contact is this kind of configuration experts who will work together for all the authentications, authorizations, or permissions that need to be granted for each system that we have to work on. Right? So all in all, guys, so you have to understand one thing here. The partner or SAP line of business configuration experts here, whatever you are seeing here, this lead configuration experts, they lead fit to standard workshops with the corresponding LOB experts from the customer extended project team. So the partner or LOB configuration experts you're seeing, these guys are responsible for documenting the important information related to business process in their particular or respective LOB area. Okay. So they have that all requirements have cloud ALM, whatever they want to, so they can do that. Okay. So finally, in the realization phase, when I go to the back here, so in the realization phase, the documented requirements will be implemented by your partner configuration experts only. So where you will enter some configuration values, or either you define the business role customizations, or you build key user apps, migrate data, set up best practices, set up run tests for automations, different things you can do as part of this project management. Okay. So additional technical experts will likely need to brought this into customer or partner teams to support the integration or side-by-side extensibility in the BTP platform and the data migration aspect. Okay. So these are the major roles and responsibilities of the SAP HANA public cloud teams for that. Okay. Now let's go to the next module, which is the third module, which we call system landscapes. Okay. What is the main thing defined behind this particular system landscape definitions is you should be well acquainted with the system landscape that are used to implement in the S4HANA public cloud. And you should be able to identify some additional system landscape that are relevant to S4HANA public cloud once you are gone through with this lesson. That is the main objective for this lesson. Okay. So let me go into it. So in this, we will be seeing about two things: exploring system landscapes The first one. And the second one is navigating release upgrades. Okay. So here you have two things out there. Exploring system landscapes. So what are we going to explore here? Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. So the next one is, so this is the landscape in which you have your, let me show you the landscape. This is your landscape, your cloud identity, your CBC, your cloud ALM and BTP. So this is your landscape. HANA Cloud, SAP S/4HANA Cloud is a starter system. S/4HANA Cloud development system, your test and production. So 4 systems will be there as a whole on it. So these ones will be again, connected to multiply with your starter system, with your CBC and your development. So from there, your cloud entity will take it through your cloud ALM or BTP, and you can actually put it to your test and productions as well. Okay. So the cloud identity consists here two different things. One is identity authentication service and identity provisioning. So two things will be there in that. So together, that identity authentication service and identity provisioning, they provide secure access to the customer's SAP cloud applications. This is the first system. It is provisioned and it is typical to have 2 tenants, test and production, like this. Okay. And then you have the cloud ALM. It is included at no cost in the enterprise support generally for cloud editions package. So this is automatically included for cloud editions. So it runs on BTP and provides all the support management systems and etc. for that. And coming to CBC, it runs on BTP, which is used to activate all your business process content in SAP cloud systems, similar like ACC. And BTP is a platform as a service where you can develop and host the integrations, extensions, applications, along with a wide range of other functionalities also. Okay. So this is your current landscape overview. Okay. So you might be asking few more questions on top of this. You might have some questions on top of this. So how this will be there and what will be the cloud entity services? What is the cloud ALM? What is CBC? SAP BTP? What it will be done? The cloud, different cloud systems, edition cycle, release cycle, software upgrades, content upgrades. A lot of things are there, in this particular theme. So we'll be covering one by one now, slowly. So the next one important thing is SAP for me. So SAP for me means what? SAP for me means it is a self kind of solution in SAP, not solution, self kind of portal, wherein it's a kind of a one-stop digital platform, I can say, for the customers and partners whom want to utilize them as a variety of self-service tools for managing their system, solution, support cases, etc. Okay. So SAP for me is an essential resource at the beginning of an implementation, because the customer system admin will be having some IT contact permissions. They have to grant it for the systems and provisioning dashboard, so that they can provision all the systems, what I want to say, the required for the implementation. So you can customize the home page by choosing some of the pre-delivered SAP cards and calendar shows, related events, all these things one by one on top of that. So SAP for me mobile app is also there for Android, iPhone separately. So with that also, people or customers can be enabled, and they can easily partner to easily interact with SAP and have full transparency into their product portfolio at a single place. This is the SAP for me portal, what you're seeing right now. So these are the links for which people who want to use for iOS, Android, and Tencent App Store, both. The next important point is SAP for me has a different cloud identity services. Not for me, there's a separate thing which is called, we call it SAP Cloud Identity Services. So this basically run on the business technology platform and include both the identity authentication services and identity provisioning services. Collectively, these services provide a single sign-on experience across the customer's SAP system and ensure that system and data access are secure. If a customer doesn't already have SAP Cloud Identity, so those systems are automatically provisioned when a customer system admin triggers the provisioning of any cloud solution they are purchasing through SAP for me. So this generates a kind of email notification sent to the system admin, so where they can activate their cloud entity account and proceed with provisioning the other cloud systems required for the implementing SAP S/4HANA Cloud. So all in all, the customer system admin uses this IAS in the beginning of the implementation to create user accounts and assign permissions for other members of the implementation team who needs to access the SAP business configuration. So SAP Cloud AL, SAP Cloud Systems, SAP BTP. So these are all important as part of that. So the IPS, okay, identity provisioning system. Okay, this is used during this time to run jobs that trigger the creation of user accounts and assignment and permissions of different new systems on top of that. Okay, and then the next one, cloud. You can see the screen of cloud ALM for implementation. Application Lifecycle Management, Cloud ALM. ALM stands for. So SAP Cloud ALM for implementation, this provide applications to manage the entire implementation following some of the SAP Activate methodology. So Cloud ALM generally turns the tasks and deliverables that are documenting in the methodology generally into actionable items. So they can be assigned to different team members to completing the each task or something. Okay, so here the team members can document the additional information about the task and they can mark it complete whenever it is finished. So which basically here the project manager can see through the visual dashboard tiles in the overview app also. Here you can see this is the overview app. Right, so this is how this generally been working in with this. The partner project manager is responsible for setting up all the implementation projects with the SAP Activate roadmap of SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud Edition. Okay, with all the 3 system landscapes, implementation, defining the project time boxes for delivery activities, setting up the team, roles and assigning the tasks to relevant roles. All these things will be there as part of that implementation. After go live, the customer project manager can use the Cloud ALM for implementation here to manage the tasks that are needed to be completed during and after each of the each release upgrades by creating certain projects within the Activate roadmap. Okay, so this is about your Cloud ALM. So basically, Cloud ALM will have certain operations also. So just want to highlight. So Cloud ALM operations generally provide certain you can see here the Cloud ALM for operations and service both. I'm speaking about these operations now. So these operations provide the applications targeted to the customers, IT support team for maintaining and monitoring their landscapes. Coming to service, this provides the applications designed to make the end-to-end service delivery processes between your SAP and customers as a transparent methodology for the service-oriented customers. Because, for example, if a customer is requesting a specific service from SAP outside the scope of a standard implementation, they can track all the action items along the service delivery process and when they will be delivered also. So this is what that we will have do in the Cloud ALM service. And the next one is SAP Central Business Configuration. So you can see the screen of Central Business Configuration here. So this is the tool which is used to activate your business process content in the different local versions. I can say whether you want to make different countries or regions, you want to define your core finance settings that affect the entire system like group currency, fiscal year variant. Whenever you want to build a customer's org structure, entire configuration value specific to the active business processes. So all these things comes under as part of that. So SAP Central Business Configuration, which we call CBC, runs on the BTP platform stack, and it is connected to the customer's SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter and Development System tenants, as I have already shown you a figure. So in the future, the goal is for SAP CBC to be used to configure and deploy content across multiple SAP cloud solutions. But at this point of time, it actually supports the SAP HANA Public Cloud Edition only. Okay. So SAP's Central Business Configuration generally, this provides the guidance throughout the sequence of different activities completed to activate business process in your public cloud. So there are certain activities where can be completed and need to be completed things also in there. You can see this here clearly. So we will demonstrate that soon to you. So when a release upgrade occurs, new business process becomes available and customer might want to turn on one or more new process that time. So whenever this occur in the middle of an implementation or after go live, customers and partners can use the CBC to move the workspace to the phase where the business process can be selected. Okay, we will show you that the CBC in the practical part, wherein which you can understand that what actually the CBC is for. Okay, so altogether, for example, if a new process may require an additional organization entity to be added in your org structure and will likely include one or more config activities where your data needs to be entered, business content in the CBC is automatically released to the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Deployment Systems or Development Systems. So where this can be further transported to test and production systems, which can be productively used. Okay. So one thing you have to important as part of here, SAP CBC was launched in Jan 2021, guys. It's just 4 years back from now. So which means customers who implemented SAP S/4HANA Cloud prior to this date use a different method of activating the business processes and maintain the configuration values for those processes. So these customers will be contacted by SAP individually to have a SAP central business configuration system deployed onto them. Just a note which SAP was actually suggesting. I want to put it across the board. Now, the next important part of the exploring system landscape is BTP, which is SAP Business Technology Platform. So BTP, you can see in the context of S/4HANA Public Cloud, BTP is the engine powering many applications, including your ALM, your identity services, and CBC. It's also where the SAP standard integrations have been deployed and run, and where the customers can access the additional low-code, no-code tools, including the Grow with SAP enablement package to build extensions or automate process and create the business sites, whatever. So you have a lot of things like build apps, build process automation, build work zone. So beyond this, SAP BTP has around of more than 90 services to support any type of customization or extension a customer may need. So all in all, you can explore all services in the SAP Discovery Center also. So we will demonstrate you slowly one by one on that. So it is an introduction session. So we'll be having certain descriptive content for now. Next, going to here, the exploring system landscape, SAP S/4HANA Cloud Systems. So these are the different things. Just so if you can see here, the trial system, the starter, development, test, and production. There are 4 things are there, right? So I'm sorry. So here, the trial system here, it is a shared landscape. It is a 14-day free trial. It will not have all features. System is SAP is not giving to you. So this is a trial system, which is a shared landscape with all the guided tools, which will help you to experience the cloud applications as a different business roles, because it's a flavor kind of thing, which will help us in that space. So each tool guides you through different business processes, flows, and apps the user would work with to complete their job task generally. Okay. So I will show you where you can actually start with free trial tools and all these things in the next sessions. For now, just understand there is a free trial tool is there. Okay. For SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System, this one specifically, the starter system is a pre-configured system, guys. So within the enterprise scope and business data, this will align with some test scripts found in the SAP Signavio Process Navigator for each business process. So partners can use the starter system generally to deliver the fit to standard workshops to customer line of business experts during the explore phase of activate methodology. Here, the main purpose is to teach the customer experts how to navigate the new system and to gather configuration data and customization requirements. Okay. So the next one is your cloud trial landscape systems or your development systems. Okay, sorry. So here within a system, there can be one or more client tenants with different purposes. A client is an organizational unit generally. You can see here customizing tenant, development tenant, right? So the client is an organizational unit here in the system, guys, with the specific user master records and authorizations generally. So SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter and Development Systems have 2 different tenants in it. One is your 80 and one is your 100. So 80 is for developer extensibility for your cloud ABAP environment, where developers have full development ABAP development tool access to release SAP S/4HANA Cloud Business Objects and extension points. Whereas 100 is a main workspace used for business process configuration and key user extensibility with Fiori extensibility apps. Okay, coming to the HANA Cloud Test System. So here, by the case of administrator who can import the development request, the customization request, or any software collections within the import collection Fiori app, in the test system, they can easily validate business configurations and extensions. So extensions can be forwarded to your production systems from within the import collection Fiori app as well, guys. Please make a note of it. And coming to the production system client 100, you can see that this is again from imports of your test to production will happen. So in the Fiori app, same like what I have just told you, but it will be happening in your production system to make the business configurations. Okay. So one important note point here is When the production system is provisioned, the starter system is automatically decommissioned 30 days later. Please keep it in the mind. In some implementations, this might cause issues because the starter system may still be needed for your fit to stand workshops in the other line of business areas or other countries as well. So that is the reason an optional sandbox can be subscribed with an additional fee to be used for your alternative fit to standard workshops that will be conducted after your starter system decommission. So please keep it in your mind. Okay. Now, as I said, let me show you the free trial, how this will be there. So this is your free trial system, guys. Let me show you this. So if you can see here, we have these ones, your free trial of SAP S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition. When you go for try now, it will ask you to access the SAP trial. You can simply give your business email address here. Let's say I'm giving my email ID. I want to give a dummy email ID here. India123@gmail.com. Say next. So you have to provide your name, address, country, everything here. And then once you say submit, you can see some environment details will be there. Okay. I'm just giving here. So you have to provide all these details, guys, because on the security reasons, I can't provide all the details from my side. So you have to just verify your email, accept the terms and conditions, access all resources. You will be logged into the system. Okay. So when you have time on this, just please go through it and then see the free trial, how it is organizing for you. Okay. All right. So now we are here. So we completed this part. And then S/4HANA Public Cloud release cycle, which is the next one. So on the release cycle, you might be seeing some releases here, which are semi-annuals on full releases or current release examples. We have the release version numbers and all these things to understand, what it is generally. So when you see this release cycles and everything, so there will be a little navigation on top of that, which you have to understand. The last two digits, when you say, for example, anytime whenever you see the 24 will be your year and then your month and .x is the version number. That means always your first four digits in any release, you can see your month and your year, and the version will change the number from the initial start, how many changes has been occurred on top of that. Okay. So SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud Edition has two major releases per year generally, one in Feb and another is in August. So new business processes, enhancements to existing business processes, and other technical features will be delivered during the major release. So SAP automatically pushes the release enhancements and features to customer systems on the dates defined in the upgrade and maintenance schedule. There is a special schedule that will be released by SAP, so we have to follow that. So enhancing to the existing process, it will only be applied to customer systems where we can process and make some activations on top of that. So this is relevant to some other technical features as well. So there might be activating of different processes, or you might have some small non-disruptive features also become available in the 6 months between releases. So those are all covered, in your full release or in between the 6 months release as well. Okay. So by releasing the new features as they are developed, our early customers who are already adopting these features, have the opportunity to turn on, try out the features, all these things are there. So ahead of, whatever what I'm saying right now, the major releases. Okay. So customers who want as little disruption as possible between the major release can simply ignore the small feature upgrades, because sometimes bigger clients don't want to concentrate more on that. So they will do all these updates as a whole in one single bunch updates. So in that they can do, because it will be turned on the major release without the customer needing to take any action on top of it. So this is what, you can be understand what is version number, what I just told you. Based on that, you can take the next steps accordingly on top of that. Okay. And not only that, in the release upgrade process flow also, you can see some of the content upgrades will be there. You can see a kind of SAP CBC system upgrades are there. A lot of things will be there, as you see in this year. Usually in the release upgrade process flow, guys, that means the software upgrade, customers are notified by email 6 weeks before an upgrade occurs. This is the standard methodology SAP follows. I repeat, customers are notified by email 6 weeks before any upgrade occurs. So on the defined release schedule, customers of SAP S/4HANA Cloud can test system, they can upgrade to the latest software release by SAP. So during an implementation project, partners will be generally responsible for regression testing, which means, the testing the existing business process with a specific focus and all these things. So there is a test automation tool which was providing by SAP can be used to speed up this process. During this time, all the customizing development transports can be released and imported into the test system. Okay, you can't import the software collection that includes the key user extensions from the development system to the test system during this time. Okay, so that is how we know the upgrade in development in the test system and development production systems will simultaneously happen on top of that. So you can see the upgrade here, the methodology for upgrade also here. So generally, guys, so here you will be having some content upgrades will be also there. As you are seeing here, some notifications are there for the new features of SAP HANA Cloud, wherein which what I'm saying, the content upgrade might be happening in your CBC and development system or test system or production system. So the content upgrade follows the software upgrade, which can changes to a business process content that are released first in the center system business configuration, which is CBC. So where they will be recorded in a transparent request mode and automatically export to customer's development system. Okay. So the same happens to your test and productions also. And this comes to your notification, guys. So the notification features within the SAP S/4HANA Cloud, all users logging into their cloud system will see a notification banner along the top of the screen generally here, as you're seeing here. This is a new system information bar where you will see the notifications. So after you click here to find out more in the banner open sites here, so you will see a lot of on the right side of this panel, you can see some new update features. To access the sidebar directly, you can use these ones and you can take the help of it. Okay. And SAP Help Portal, as everyone knows you, as every one of you knows that, it will be help you for assessing the release and all these things. And the release assessment scope and all this will be provided as a free tool for SAP Cloud Public Edition customers to give a clear understanding of how exactly a release will affect the content deployed in your unique system and all these things. So that's about the guys about this particular session about the exploring system landscapes and navigating release upgrades. So this is of most, with this we covered some of the basic descriptive sessions. Now from no small, slowly we can start the practical point where we can understand the next kind of things like setting up of systems and authorizations, gathering the data in fit to stand workshops, configuring the BC, and the CBC. All these things will be started one by one in the next modules. Thank you.
Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So in this, I will be covering some of the modules, as part of the S4C01, which is implementing of SAP S/4HANA fundamentals. So module 4, so let me show you. So this is the module 4, setting up systems and configurations. So I will be briefly discussing about this one with you now. Okay. So in this module, we will be majorly discussing on the setting up of the systems and configurations, provisioning systems in the initial setup, setting up the implementation project in SAP Cloud ALM, deploying content in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System, creating users and granting access to the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System. So these are the important ones. Now, onboarding community communication journey. So that is what I'm going to show you right now. Just give me a moment. I'll let it. So now, yes, so we will be, I'm sorry, I'm just, putting this screen in a more proper manner. So the slideshow is not coming. Yeah, so I'm here. So onboarding communication journey is one of the important part, from here we will be showing you starting some of the little bit practicals will be there, because before we go to the complete sales, right, this is an important sales or any module in SAP is S/4HANA Public Cloud. This is one of the important part S/401 is, because it covers all the fundamentals that we need to cover and gather on that. Okay. After signing the SAP S/4HANA Cloud contract, generally, any signer, either your CTO or your CIO or a similar kind of a leader, will be receiving a purchase order confirmation email within the purchase details on the next step. So on the contract start date, the signer will receive a separate welcome email with all the detailed information about the beginning of the implementation project. So if an IT contact was not specified at the time of the contract was signed, so only the signer will receive the welcome email is what SAP generally suggests. However, the person who will be the system admin can also be aware of the information in the email. Okay. So this is one of the thing. So customer onboarding process is one of the important thing, guys. You can't see everything on that. So you'll be having a detailed access onboarding webcast will be there. So let me show you that also to you. So this will be your S/4HANA thing. So this is your access onboarding webcast, and you can access your Grow with SAP also. This is all getting started with SAP, where you can see all these things. You can get started with SAP. So you can see the key outcomes: join the onboard webcast, leveraging your S user, access your system. So you can see different things here, which are embedded launch activities, which call EMLA, where we go with some sort of grow-based journey here. And then access SAP for me, as I said earlier, all the SAP for me access will be done through here. And solution access from here, support and drive change management and trust center, all these kinds of things will be there as part of the here. Okay, so these are not required for you now. So this is what, basically we will see as part of the module here. You can see the purchase confirmation, the contract start date, the contract has been for that. So all these things will be showcased in that. So after that, the provisioning of systems and initial setup will be there. Okay, provisioning and will be actually showcased in the SAP for me. So let me show you that also, because let me talk to you about on that first of all. The moment IT contract provision system, it generally happens via an SAP for me. So I have already discussed this on this last class. So systems and provisioning dashboard, basically, it goes with your IT contact, strategies, because all the customer IT contact triggering different provisioning for the SAP S/4HANA cloud landscape. So systems generally access from SAP for me only. So wherein which you can see some of the provisioning dashboards here also. Like once you go to the SAP for me portal, there you can see your systems and provisioning. In provisioning, under which you can see all your different systems that are provisioned here, like cloud. What is the system role? Even though these are all clouds, you can see there are different roles are there. One for customizing, one for development, one for showcasing, like this. You can see a different kind of role sets here. And you can see the data center preference, okay, which was system data determined. Or else if you want to determine your own data center for that, you can also add a customized data center if in case if it is available. But in 99%, it is a system determined. And contract started, you can see when you have started your contract, okay, based on that, your ending dates will be estimated here. If you want to extend, you can extend that. So is there any materials that you want to add for this? Materials means not that one, the bill of materials. You can add, all these things. So whenever you go to here, you can start provisioning and, these systems. These are all already started. The ones which are in light mode or faded mode. The ones which are in active mode are still not provisioned. So once you click on start provisioning, it will get provisioned. Okay, so one thing you have to understand, if customers have already an existing SAP Cloud Identity service, they can still connect their new systems to this account. Otherwise, the brand new customers can automatically have a new Cloud Identity service provision with the option to choose the region of the data center. Okay, so more we can learn on how to set up and what we can do on all the Cloud Identity service administration, on the implementation of S/4HANA Cloud Publication for that. So at the future, as a future point of time, you can see all these things in a different manners as well. Okay. That means because in future, you might see both custom and development tenants in a cloud development system, and the tests will be different and production will be different. Okay. So one thing you have to remember, so provisioning the production system, it will be beginning with your countdown, where the starter system will be automatically decommissioned for after 30 days. You should be in a make a note of it. So, okay, do not provision the production system unless all fit to standard workshops have been completed, guys. So the customer, he can subscribe the options sandbox also whenever there is a need for it. Okay. So finally, it's all the IT contact who will receive your several email notifications within the login information for each of your systems. So regardless of your orders in which the email notifications are received, a cloud entity service like authentication, like IIS, they have to be activated first. Okay. So within the IIS, so users can be created and assigned permission to the access each of the provisioning systems on that. Okay. So let me try to show you if I can show you something, which is interesting for that. So let me show you a small demonstration, guys, about the small thing here that, how we can actually, like I will make you show, like how we can administer some project manager requests for the community of, central business configuration, S/4HANA Cloud, SAP ALM systems. If you have something like a cloud three system landscape contract, with certain things, whether will be there. So let me try to show you that. So before that, you have to always verify your contact with the SAP account team, which is very important. Okay, ma'am. And then the IT contact is a person who will be always sending you communications from SAP, so including the system credentials or whatever it might be. So your IT contact should be properly put on that. Okay. So let me try to log in with SE user here. All right. So now you're seeing here SAP for me. Once you logged in, you can see the systems will be there. I said, right, systems and provisioning. This is what I'm saying, a small exercise for you. If you go to the SAP for me portal with your SE user ID and password, which your company is providing for you, so then you can go for the systems and provisioning here, and then you can see the overview of the systems here, whatever they here, and you can go to the systems and what are the systems are there here. You can see that. And then on the provisioning part, also you can see, because this is a demo system, what I'm talking, it's more of here. So there is no provisioning on this here. So like this, you can see your provisioning for systems here. So whenever you want to see any provisioning, right, on this, you can request the authorization. And then as I have shown to you, you will get the provisioning and you can start the provisioning. So system will start working into your mode or, environment, whatever you want to make it out. So you can go to the systems. This is all authorization. I don't have authorization, so I have limited. So you can see the connectivities, your system measurements, your get notified things, a lot of things that can be here. You can see that. And this is what you can see as part of the systems and provisioning. All right. So this is what about your systems and provisioning. And then there are a lot of things that we can see on top of this. I'll come back one by one. And the next one is user creation. So as you see, the user creation and permission will be there for the cloud and who needs access to which system at the beginning of the project. So this is all, a kind of, we have to lead some configuration expert access. Okay. These are all generally people who are on the admin level, they will be getting this ones. Who are on the development, they have a very less work on this because they don't have access also. These are all admin related basically, but still, yes, we have to learn a lot on this. So as I said, for SAP CBC, we need the lead configuration expert access. So wherein which basically we have to say that after receiving your access, right, the partner lead configuration expert will be helpful for you to use to your CBC here. So basically what he will does is, he will deploy the business content in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System tenants, whatever that will be configured for you. So wherein which the partner line of business, like LOB, line of business, configuration experts will eventually need access to SAP Central Business Configuration. But this can be assigned at a later point of time, not very importantly. So that is about the lead configuration things what I'm speaking about. Coming to the next one, this is the project manager. The project manager access to SAP Cloud ALM. So here also after receiving access, the partner project manager will use the SAP Cloud ALM to set up the implementation project. So then the tasks, whatever the assigned tasks will be there as mentioned here, that will be assigned to team members. Okay. And the relevant project team members, and the project progress will be documented and tracked on this. Okay. So the customer project manager should be included in this task so that they can become familiar with what they are using and how to use this ALM for project management will be done on top of that. Coming to the LOB configuration expert, line of business configuration experts, this is also after your business content has been deployed in the cloud systems, the starter system by the lead configuration expert. The partner LOB experts will be then provided some access, so that they can immediately begin preparing to deliver the fit to standard analysis in the workshops. Okay. So the partner lead configuration expert should be always given this access so that, their role will be to run fit to standards workshops, either in LOB to address the non-LOB topics, whatever like org structures, Tutari ERP, human resources. So all these things can be handled with them. So this is what overall a provision systems initial setup, guys. So when you go with the next one, the overview of providing access to CBC, these are the three important things. Your customer will be there. There is the three important things. One is cloud entity services authentication, again provisioning. So here you will activate systems and define settings. Here we will go for creation of users and grant permissions. Here we'll make the run job things here. So activate IAS with a link from your provisioning email. The email will be sent to you. You have to activate that IAS link. And then you have to create the users and groups, and finally you have to replicate them from IAS to CPC. So generally you'll get a link for your email wherein which you have to do that. Okay. So after that, you have to create users and grant permission. So you can see that the status here, the login names, the mail IDs, the first name, the last name, the groups where they will be relieved. So in this way, you have to make, so the IT contact, who is the first initial IT contact will be there. He should ask for the list of partner project team members who need to access to SAP Central Business Configuration. So they have to provide their first name, their last name, and email addresses, a lot of, etc. further. So in the identity authentication service, you have to create the users one at a time in the user panel like this. There's a bulk user creation basically. Okay. And then, so here at a time in the user management tile, you can mass import a CSV file of users with import user styles as well. So one thing, because mass importing file is more efficient for creating many users and assigning permission at once, this is the very useful method that we will cover. So we need to create our own CSV file template in Excel, and we have to create, these things as part of the CDC. Okay. So this is the one of the important thing, and the role assignments and all these things are there as part of that. Okay. And then once we are done with the role assignment and everything, the next important thing is importing the users to CBC. So in cloud identity services, basically, if you go to the cloud identity services, CIS, so here the only very few people will have access on top of that. So here you will be seeing in this panel, the import users panel will be there. There you will start clicking here. So you'll give the, once you log into this, you will select this one and you will, import your file and the CSV file, and you will click to send it with the comma separated value, whatever it might be. And all the users will be automatically checked. Even source systems also, whenever you want to replicate users and their assign permissions to CBC configuration like this, you can do. So your IT contact has to run certain jobs for this IPS to replicate your users and their assigned permissions for this ABC system. So this should be happen immediately because the activation emails have already been sent for them. So from there, they have to activate it. Okay. The simple thing is log into the provision system like this IPS. So select your source systems. Once you are done, go to your IAS from the list, select the job task. Here, the jobs will be there. Once you're done with, you go to the run now. And then once you run now, the email, the things will be automatically run. So this is one such thing. And the next one is provision systems and initial setup. So you know that, right? Each project team member will receive an activation email for their account and link to the central business configuration system like this from SAP. Okay. So the partner lead configuration expert can now begin activating this content, whatever in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter system. So this will be covered one by one by us in detail after in the later point of the modules. But yes, for now, just keep it in the mind as this is the one where you link it, and then you go for your name creation, password, everything, everything will be done. Okay. So this is what it is for. When it is for trial level, so who have access for SAP Service Center and all these configurations, they can try that. The detailed things will be there in the lab also, so they can also try it whenever they have it. Okay. And then they can also put it there itself only. Okay. So this is about the provisioning, guys. The next one is setting up the implementation project. Okay. So this is very important. So why we have to set up the implementation project? What is the need? Let's discuss on that. So whenever once a project team basically is done, that means the creation of it is done, the project team member has to be created in SAP Cloud Identity Services, which is CIS. Okay, so they can be added to Cloud ALM in the later part. So here, the IT contact needs to eventually provide all your project team members access to your cloud. But remember, it's much important the partner and customer project managers are given full access first, because they're responsible for setting up the implementation project and assign tasks to the other project team members as well. So that is very important. Okay. And after that, you have to define your project roles also. So if you can see here, user management, you have logged in, from where you can see this, there are different entries and which can see this one. Okay. And after that, you can see how to assign roles and all these things. So defining project roles. Now, whenever you logged into the Cloud ALM implementation, you will see a tab called project and setup. So here you will go for the create option. So here you will create, then you will get this administrator, like these are all the projects you created. You go for creation here. So you will get here new title, new description. just provide the states there. So this is one which we will see the SAP Cloud ALM implementation here, projects, and then create. You will see the title and the description. So after that, you will be seeing the manage projects, wherein which you will create that, because here you have to create a project with SAP Activate Roadmap and time boxes. So that whenever you want to do that, right? So your SAP S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition system will have some implementation on that. So just create that, wherein which you will have some time boxes. You can save all the phases of your project and sprints and milestones here, and just simply save this here. That's it. You will be done with this. Because one important thing what I want to highlight is, after entering a project name, it will move to the time boxes tab. Okay, that is where you are seeing the time boxes tab there, and then enter the general dates for each phase there. Starting with the customer's plan, go live date, and work backwards from there. You can fill in the time boxes one by one like this. You can see here the prepare phase, explore phase, realize phase, deploy phase, run phase, like this. We can keep the sprints, your milestones, everything one by one in a clear-cut manner. Okay. And then typically, one of the important part is, like you can start with the customer's plan, go live date, and work backwards from there. That's what I'm telling you. That is very important. You go live, once you plan, you can plan backward for that. So typically, guys, the fit to standard workshops in the explore phase can take the longest. So they should be given the most time of any phase. The time boxes are usually visually show how many days are remaining in the phase and how many tasks have been completed and all these things. So you just be careful about what you're going to do that. Okay. Next, then you will assign the scope. There will be assigning of some roles and responsibilities also on this tab. You can do that later on. But yes, this is one of the important part, guys, wherein which you will assign the scope. Now, if you see, once you go to the SAP assigning of scope, you can navigate to the scope tab. So we have seen general information, we have seen time boxes, we have seen teams. Now we are on the scopes. So this scope tab, you will manage the scope link. So this manage scope app will set some scope to match with what the customer has already selected on the digital discovery assessment, which we call DDA. The customer executive sponsors, they complete this DDA in the discover phase. So if you do not have the DDA, you can ask the customer project manager to follow up with the customer executive sponsors also, because it is very important activity here. So once the partner project manager has DDA, they can select the same business process and they can do it from the DDA assessment onwards. Okay, this is one of the other important things which you have to make it out. And then you can process the scoping manually also. You can see this is a new scope, wherein which you can give the scope name. The solution is SAP best practice. You can just check it out and simply go for process scoping. You will see this and you will just set this. Okay, this is manually scoping selections and business process as well. Now, as I said, you can manually select the business process after scoping, guys. So filtering for your local versions, the customer generally, you can see here, the scope, the project, the country, region, whatever you want, that you can see this. These are your specific industries wherein which your processes are lined here. You can just, this slide bar is there. If you just, activate the slide bar, it goes to the tick mark and you are just activating your solution process scope as well. So one thing, you can start working through this digital discovery assessment results in the scope column in the cloud ALM only. So, and you can, once you are done with this thing, you can just simply say and scoping. Okay. When you want any faster alternative approaches for the importing of the scope, also you have this. If you go to your supply chain selling here, you can see some opportunities. You can just simply go to the more import and export here. From there, you can go to your export to Excel. So wherein which you can see the scope, you can export that. Or if you have already an important option, you can import that as well. Because why I'm telling that is, this is a faster alternative to manually selecting the scope to export an Excel file from the customer's original DDA. Because, and if you want to import that file to Cloud ALM also, this is one of the faster approach, because members of the partner implementation team likely wouldn't have the access to this DDA generally. So if customer executive sponsor who complete the DDA has not already exported and saved these files, the partner project manager can instruct them to navigate to this supply chain of selling app to open their DDA like this. Okay, within their personal DDA, guys, like, we can select the more drop down. As I said here, if you go to the more drop down here, you have export, import, quick redirects, copy scope from DDA to DDA, like this, a lot of things will be there. Okay, so while you're here, you can select the export to JSON also. When you're exporting this complete scope also, you can export to JSON for CBC also, for your CBC settings. So like this, you can set up the implementation project in the cloud. And finally, one of the important thing is assigning deployment plans and assigning creating the system groups here. So this system group, what I'm saying is here, it is used basically like as a group together with SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter Development or Test Production Systems. So wherein which you can see this here. Once you go to the projects and setup, you can go for the manage project system groups. You can create your own system group here like this, which are in startup, which are in development, which can be in test, which can be in the production. The same way, you can manage the system groups for your deployment plan as well. When is your release? What is the date range? You can actually plan for it, because this is a kind of deployment plan, because the deployment plan usually help us to keep track of all the upcoming releases for your systems. So wherein which from the SAP's S/4HANA Public Cloud Edition, it takes approximately 1 month to finish all the upgrade activities and have all systems to the latest release also. It's a very quite big process. So this means the implementation projects needs to pass for this period of time to learn about the new features, and they will affect your current scope and customizations also. If newly released business process is activated, so now we can go to the, like put some deployment plans like this here and then start creating that, and then you make something on top of this. This is how generally we make as part of your deployment plan assignments. This is the assignment think of deployment plan project. Once you are in the projects tab here and set up app here, you can go here. So, and then you will see this deployment plan and the landscape here. You can see this, we'll edit this, put the scope, and then finally simply save, and it will be gone here. So this is what about the complete setting up of your implementation project. Now, coming to the deploying of the content in SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System. So content deployment in SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System, you can see here, you have already seen some creation of project scope, org structure in finance settings, configuring the configurations. This is very important for basically for CBC as a starter system tenants. Okay, we have to first, the lead configuration expert creates two workspaces in your CBC. One is for your activating the scope, one is the org structure in the finance settings. Okay, and then the product specification configuration should be done in the each workspace as well. Why? Because one workspace will be connected to your S/4HANA Cloud Starter System customizing tenant, and one is for your development tenant. For the starter system tenants, you are mostly confirming things that have already been predefined in your CBC. I will be anyways showing you CBC, all these things, once the CBC practical will be going on, I'll show you that time. Now you have to understand these individual basics now. So because the starter system is meant to match these test scripts, each business process will be found in your Signavio process navigator for the best practices for your public cloud edition. Okay, so this is the one of the important thing. And then you have to deploy the content, okay, as a lead configuration expert into the CBC like this. The partner lead will get some access. He'll put some ID and password in the login, and then he'll get into this. Then you will see this one, which is a new project, which is called your project type and everything here. Once you create, you'll get this create new, okay? And then you will see some of these features for this. You will add the users if you want to add. I will show you in the CBC these things. And then you will open the scope here. And then you will make the country, regions, everything here one by one. And then you can see some of the scope items. And then we can see some of the deployment targets which are assigned. If you're not assigned, you can assign it. And then you will make a complete view of it and confirm it. And finally, do the primary finance settings for the activity, which was done already. And you will make all the org structures on top of this. So like this, we will be doing all these things. So this is a kind of things that we will generally make on top of that. So one important point, guys, once you are done with everything here, once you're done with the things here and everything is ready, so you're almost all done with the configuration activities here. So I can show you that one by one now in a small execution scenario. Before that, let me complete the user creation and granting access also. Then I'll show you the CBC training exercise for you. Okay. So this is a role-based authorization in SAP S/4HANA Cloud. So business users generally, the role-based authorizations in SAP S/4HANA Public Cloud, basically, they just simply looks like, there are a lot of things will be there as a business user. Basically, if you can see, there is a role, the space and pages, the business catalogs, the applications, data applications, a lot of things will be there in a hierarchy when you go from a business user to the restrictions, that you are making on top of this. Yes. So for that, basically, a user is nothing but an employee, a contractor or admin, what I said. So who will be needing the access to your HANA cloud system? So business user can be assigned one or more business roles. So business role includes again on your one or more business catalogs like this. And again, a catalog will be restricted to an application or a data or something, right? So here, the user interacts, within the SAP S/4HANA Cloud is the most importantly for your Launchpad. The way in which the apps are organized on the Launchpad will be defined by Launchpad spaces, guys, wherein which it will be assigned to a business role like this. On the Launchpad page, once it is assigned to a space or a page, every business role will have at least one space, at least one page to define how these apps that you are going to develop will be displayed for the user. Okay. So once after that, when you make an overview of creating users, this is how this generally looks like. The graph, whatever is here, this will depict how to create users and assign permission in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System. Like you start with SAP S/4HANA Cloud, you log on with credentials from provisioning email, then you will activate the business roles, then you go for the maintaining of business users where you will provide the roles to the user creation for the particular X user, Y user, and then you will create a workforce for that. You'll create some project team members, what and everything, and then you will assign the again admin roles for them, and then maintain the users, give an identity provider for them, and finally provide the authentication through CSV or something file. So this is how you generally do this. Now, one question comes to your mind that after content, that means the activating of business roles, after content is deployed in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System, customizing tenant, the customer IT contact can log into your starter system using the credentials that was given by your admin, like this. If you go to the identity management here, and then you can go here, we can see the business role, from which you can see you can create your new business roles also. So the roles will be created from here, basically. Okay. And then you will assign the standard business role authorizations, which are there, the system using system administrator. So this all access generally will be tied with your system admin, basically. So keep it in the mind. Okay. So from there, you will create your manage workforce. From here, you can create the workers like users or whatever it might be. You can either import profile or you can create one by one if your team is a smaller team. Okay. And again, there is a template for that. This is a basic working template. You can see worker ID, username, worker type, first name, last name, email, language, start date, end date. This is the way you have to put a work importer template. This has to be exactly filled. If you are making here and there, this will not be happened on top of that. Okay. Now we will be seeing some of the important things now. This is the administrative business project to team members. Just observe the screen for a while. So if you observe, there is a detail thing was happened on top of that. If you can clearly observe that, you can see that clearly as well. Sorry, this was being missed here. Yeah, this the identity access management will be there, wherein which once you select the maintain business roles, this role you can edit. You can see here, see what users you can actually be assigned to this role. You can edit it, you can save it. So that means every time the customization can be there on top of, like this one. Sorry. So this is once a system, guys. And after that, if you can see the admin access, you can assign the launcher spaces also. You can see these ones also in the launcher spaces. And finally, you can see the identity access management, wherein which you can see some of the IDPs, users, and all the creations, where you can see that these all I can run a small practical part for you in short in a while. So we'll see that clearly. So you can see security wise, including providers and users and all these things will be there. So where you can provide the security also on top of this. So because on the security part, basically, guys, what I want to say, because it's always important to like stay secure when you are launching these spaces or something, downloading using the permission assignments. All this is very important. This is all up to your IT contact, who's a preferable IT contact, who can import the files into IIS, where he will validate the users with their existing documents, accounts, and email notifications. As long as your home URL is maintained in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Starter System in the IIS, the notification will also include your link for each project team member for who can directly access the starter system, after they have validated their account through the email notification. So you can navigate to the IIS directly, or can use the identity provider app within the SAP S/4HANA Cloud as well. So this is how, generally you will be getting into complete count of this IIS. Okay, so now I covered few practical and few things. Let me cover completely the CPC and some of these cloud identification service in the admin part in the practical mode in the next session. Thank you.
Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So now we will be learning about a new concept. So till now we have discussed a range of different kinds of things in the different modules of S4CP01. So now we are going to learn about the configuring of business process with SAP Central Business Configuration. So if you see, so this is what, it's the wrong module. It's chosen, right? So this is the one which we're discussing last class, okay? So now this is of, like a practical from now, like a very less descriptive will be there and more of practical will be covered. So in this module, we will be discussing more on the configuring of business process with SAP Central Business Configuration. Okay, so as you know, I have already explained you the CBC setup, like wherein which I said we have to create some projects, we have to define the scope, we have to define the org structures, and we have to make the configurations on top of that, right? So which is very important as part of the lead configuration expert partner, like that we have to do as part of these things. But yes, as I said, this can be again on admin side who are lead or a manager kind of an architect. These will have the direct access to this. Not every single developer can go and can create whatever they want, because these are all one-time settings, as you have to understand that. Okay. So coming to CBC here, which we'll call Central Business Configuration. So once you are entitled to get, this is a Central Business Configuration, guys. Okay. So as I have explained you, the CBC is one of the important part here. So with this, we can learn about the setup of implementation workspace for the dev system tenants basically. So the partner lead configuration expert creates two workspaces in the Central Business Configuration. So if you go to here in the settings, so this is your CPC. So first, if you go to the settings, you will see the workspace details here. Okay. The name, it was been created, the description of it, the type. There will be two things will be there. One is your evaluation project, and another is your implementation project, right? So now it has been created as an evaluation. So implementation we can create and we can work both as the same, no problem. And then here the product phase specific configuration is the product specific configuration. You can edit this whenever you want to change the names or something and still edit that. I'm not editing anything right now because these are already been created now. And if you want to, whenever these workspaces will be there, this is, for example, now evaluation. If you want to create an implementation also, you can switch it and you can create a new one. For example, if you want to create a new one, ZaranTech implementation project, there will be two projects will be there always, an implementation and evaluation. So you might be asking, what is this difference between this implementation and evaluation projects? In the context of CBC, guys, an evaluation project generally allows you to explore business process and configurations before a full implementation project. Okay, which is used for the actual deployment and ongoing operation. This is for actual deployment and ongoing operation. Okay, so the purpose of evaluation is to explore and test business process and configurations, whereas implementation projects can manage the actual implementation and ongoing operations. Okay, for the evaluation, the scope will be limited, often with pre-configured content and demo data will be there. Here we have free scope selections and available options will be there in the implementation. Okay, like the starter system, whatever I told you, right, all the time, this is the evaluation project. It is called starter system. The implementation is a quality, production, all these things comes under this implementation system. So first of all, you have to go with evaluation and then with the implementation. Okay, this is what the thing. Now I'm just showing you how to create the implementation project, but still we use the evaluation only here. This is getting loading. Just wait for a minute. Right. So this is now done. If you go to the scope, so we are in implementation, but yes, as I said, never directly work on that. So now go to the evaluation workspace only, guys. So only on this one you have to go with always. This is the starter system, as I said. Okay. So your CBC generally contains, main things are, your scope, your primary finance settings, your org structure, your configuration, settings, deployment target, and change logs. I'll come one by one. This is the overview panel wherein which you will see this is the starter page for us. Okay. So here we generally make some, this is a step-by-step process, like now now in public cloud, you guys will never see a kind of flavor that you're looking in ECC, like, all T codes, everything is over. Okay. Everything is now clearly depicted in the web tiles or web apps, wherein which you will select, you will search the app, you will do the activity. And even the IMG is still available in the development and customization. I will show you that the same IMG, but you don't need to go for any T codes as it is. It was all been completely moved to a systematic and automatical way of getting the things into it. Instead of apps, you will just directly click the process and then you will start doing the configuration or whatever the setup will be there that we have done in the sales, that in ECC, the same kind of thing with the more greater and enhanced features, we can do it in the public cloud. But this CBC is a one such basic configurations where it will enhance us. So to go with that, this is all the basic steps you have to do. Okay. You means who's an architect or who's a senior manager who can do in your system or organization. Not everyone can go and touch it because it's a sensitive environment. If everyone start touching it, right, the system might get collapsed and then you need at least a month time to get it over. That is the reason this environment is sensitive. Only few people will have access into it. Okay. The first important point is this is the scope and org structure. Okay. So first of all, scope. First is what is scope? Let the page load. Initially, as I said, right, if you go to the overview page, you will first of all go to the settings. The first time when you go, you will just go to this creation of workspace. Okay. Once your workspace is done, for example, this is your workspace. Okay. Now you have to, when you go to the workspace, you can add the users also. So this is your user panel where I have used two users. This is my master user and this is the admin who can actually add all the process. Like this, you can still add users. See, there are many users are there who are admins and cloud admins are there. Okay. If you have to, because in this environment, if you want to add few more users and you want to make them, you can just simply add the users. They're already available here. Okay. If not, you can create them new as a fresh on this. Okay. Because this environment is limited for me. I'm not creating any users, but if you want to create a user on this environment, we'll just simply click on the add user and do it. Whenever you want to remove any user here or team here, you can just simply remove them from this here. Okay. Clear? So this is how you can add the teams and users to the workspace. Then once you are done with this basic things, okay, you have to go to the scope. That is the step-by-step on the scope. So the lead configuration expert or the admin, he can open and complete the activities in the scope phase in SAP with CBC. Not everyone, as I said earlier. Okay. So now what you have to do is, guys, you have to assign the target system. Before you go for the scope, you can see here, you can assign this is the scope. Okay. What is scope itself? Nothing but, the business process that you want to set. Actually, this is already set in the system. But still, if you have found something you want to add, for example, if you can see, my selected scope has 80 scenarios. Okay. Scope is nothing but all the business processes and scenarios on which your particular system will be dependent. That means your process will be dependent. For example, in my scope, scope in the sense means take it as a project. So you need all these ones in your scope. Okay. Now, if you want any additional items or scenarios on the scope also, you will add it. For now, these are the 80 scenarios that are there. What are those? If you can expand that, you can see this. Database level, ABAP core days, custom data return, data migration, employee integration, okay, finance, reconciliation, and all these things. If you go to the IT management, few things, human resources, few things. So if there are few things are there. If you still want to add more things on this particular thing, you can just simply go to the scope and you can just, add them. For example, now you see 80 are there, right? If you want to add more scope items or more scenarios here, you can just go here and simply add them. Okay. The ones which are, if you want to add them, initially it will be in fade mode. You can't add them anything. You have to go to the edit. The ones you go for edit, it will give you pop-up where it will say that, hey, this is something a sensitive environment. Do you want to still edit this code? Says go for edit. Okay, so once edit is there, see, you are seeing all these individual things has been in the add mode, right? So for example, if you want to add from finance, accounting enhancements, confirm and add selection, I'm just adding for these also. Okay. So once I added, see here, you can see this 82, right? That has been increased. So once you are done with the scope, you can see that the scope is done. Okay. So like in ECC, how we activated that, right? You can just simply say complete activity. But before that, you are seeing these two things also. Select countries and regions. Okay. You will be having two things, guys. One is private, another is public. Okay. So on private, you can have multiple countries. You can add whatever the countries you want, but in public, it is a single country where in which when CBC is getting configured on the system itself, only the lead expert will configure it with one country. If you can see here, I'm not doing anything here. Okay, it's actually not been allowing me here. Yeah, but in public, we show that. Let me complete this activity first of all. Confirm this. So when the partner lead configuration expert opens the scope activity, generally, we will be prompted to select the customer sector also, private or public, whatever I just showed to you. Then you will choose your country region in which the developer system content should be activated. So you can select any language beside the default association also. Okay, and these things will be common here. The activation times will be little lengthier. Just have a wait on this. All right. So once it is done, you can see here, all these are reopened. This is a step-by-step process. We have created a workspace. We created the project. We assigned some users. The users are already there, so I'm not assigned that. And then we created a scope on which on the process side, what are the different scenarios we can have it. Even though we have pre-loaded scenarios there, if you can go again in the view scope, you can see 82, wherein which you can't edit anything now. Okay. I want to show you this countries also. Let this be edited again. Okay. So now here in this scope, you will see this one, right? I don't know why this is getting, okay, one second. See, now, because it is coming until I select the USA only, because see, we have private and public, both are there, right? So public is nothing but wherein which it is defined for only one single region, wherein which your localization and region was being configured during the CBC configured time. So public is limited for one single country and region where your development is going to happen or where your deployment is going to happen. Okay. Private is a sector wherein which you can, when you want to implement for multiple countries and multiple regions, then you can take it. For example, I'm taking here Germany also. Okay. See, this is already activated one. So if ever, so I cannot touch this, but because today the server, I want to show you this in the practical mode. I'm just showing you here. So we can add India also here as a part of that. And then simply save this, because the generally regions, once the scope and everything is activated, right? So this is all one-time settings I'm telling that you can't change here again and again, because this is all related to your entire public cloud operations. Okay, should be very careful while you're using the private public sectors. Public is anyways limited. Private, you should be able to understand, you should be able to clear that. If you go to the languages also, if you want to add languages, you can add languages, whatever are needed. So in this, English is the common one, which is already there. If any local languages are there, they can do it and simply complete the activity. Okay, in the scope activity, this CBC, you just seen the countries, regions, and all these things, right? This all will be handled through configuration, localization kit, toolkit, which we call it as CLT. Okay, so you have to, when you're doing this, right, you have to select that and you have to make that happen. You say close. Okay. Let me try to do that for you. Okay, this is still in the process. Once it is in the process, it won't, because it's like an activation. It will not allow us immediately. Let's wait for a minute. Okay, generally it will be done through that, and any other countries you want to add, you can add as I have just shown to you. Okay, so this configuration localization toolkit, right? It's a unique reporting and compliance requirement things where it will help us in the lines of business, right? And you can just add that, whenever you want to make that. Okay. And any lines of business you want, or any change in existing reports that you want to create for custom alignment requirements for the localized countries regions, you have to refer to your configuration localization toolkit. Okay, that is the one of the important thing. And in the scope also, you have observed bundles. I told you scenarios what, but what is this bundles about? Okay. So after selecting the sector here, after selecting some languages, on the partner lead configuration, the partner lead configuration expert, he will go to the scope bundles. So scenarios are also done. So these are the baseline accelerators and enterprise management. What is baseline activator? The customer sometimes he needs some business process across a few lines of business. So this baseline activator bundle, this pre-select set of approximately 60 business processes, which are absolutely necessary for the core admin ERP processes between your finance, sales, sourcing, procurement to function correctly. So from which you can add all your additional process in the LOBs ad hoc to align with the finalized scope of demand in the cloud ALM as well. Coming to enterprise management, there is nothing is there. You can add it, like this, you can have a lot of things are there wherein which you can see, and then you can add them also. This bundle in which the customer needs many business process across most LOBs. So keeping in the mind, business process are the part of bundle. They cannot be removed because these are technical interdependencies between many of the processes. So that is why you can see them, but you cannot directly make impact on them immediately. Okay. So this is what the total about your scope. So once your scope is done, go to the overview page. In the overview page, you can see this, the scope is completed. Now, deployment target. This is very important. So before scope, generally we do this, but as I'm just showing you now, the deployment targets are nothing but where SAP CBC will activate the business processes and country or regions. So each workspace should be connected to one of these two cloud development system tenants. If you can see here, this is a standard tenant, this was given by the admin only. So you will not have anything to change. If you edit, you can edit the name of this, but you cannot change your URLs or something on this. Okay. If you go to the deployment target also, you will see the link for it, but you cannot change anything on top of that. See, these are the ones. See, there is no such edit option here. These are all standard ones. Whatever I'm seeing here are seeing in this URL panel as well. That's okay. So these are your deployment actions created by admin, and then these will be utilized further. And you can see this, the demo data. That means whatever the pre-configured data that you want to get into your system, this should be always yes. If it is no, you cannot see any demo data or watch the configurations, of the scope bundles or scope scenarios have, they won't get the demo data into the system. Because to do any application, we need the demo data 100%. So, right. So you have to make it out without any further questions on that. So this should be always yes. Now go back to overview. Now you will see the specify primary finance settings. If you go to this is always completed. Why this is always completed means usually this will be done. I told you right at the time of initial configuration. This is not again changeable. This is a very important one. This is a one-time activity which no one can do once it is done. You don't have any edit options also here if you can see that. Okay. So generally what happens is the partner lead configuration expert, he generally selects the physical year variant and group currency like this while he's doing that. This is applied. This is a global setting, guys. This is applied to the entire system and cannot be changed after saving. This is already done means done. You cannot change it. You cannot make it. That is the reason these settings are under control with your group experts or your architects or your senior experts who will be finally handling your system. Okay. The fiscal year variant, 4 special periods for K4 calendar, which is for US, right from starting from Jan to December. So here also the fiscal year variant, it defines the relationship between your calendar year and the fiscal year. So this selection basically defines how the system determines the posting period or to assign when posting a journal entry. So in accounting, we can have a fiscal year with a maximum of 16 posting periods, including a special periods also. The same physical financial year variant will apply to your entire system with all its ledgers and company codes. So the group currency here, it is a global currency, guys, which is applied to the entire system. So group currency here allows you to compare amounts from different company codes in their respective currencies against one. So you can define the currency for each company code and ledger in the product specific configuration phase with the configuration activity. So define your currency settings for ledgers and company codes, etc., in this manner. Okay. So this is how your thing is. Now, once after this is done, then you have to go to the next important step, which is called setting up of the org structure. So if you see here, the org structure is nothing but a kind of app here. Okay. This will tell you exactly what organizational entities are really required in the units to create, area means units means what? These are not something like measurable units like kgs or something. Okay, this units means called organizational units. Okay, so SAP Central Business Configuration bases this number of entities which are required on the activated scope and country regions. So this makes sure all our required relationships are defined between all these necessary entities. Okay, so here it is almost all, everything is automatic. It will tell you what to create, what to do, and everything. So you have to just make it out. There should be, this is like it's like a dedicated fit to stand workshop, guys, just to focus on the customers required org structures and all these things. So we generally, like as part of SAP, recommend the partner lead configuration expert who generally conduct this workshop, because they complete the majority of the system setup task in the CBC. So including all your with building org structures as well. Okay. So if you want to create an org structure, first of all, you have to go to here and say, you have to create an org structure, right? So org structure contains what? First of all, let's see that. See, this is your org unit. Unit means this is what? The structure type. You can create a standard. These are all master data, right? Company code, purchasing organization, distribution channel, division, sales office, shipping point. And these are the ones which are important. Okay. For these countries, whatever we are selecting now. So if you want to create an org structure, these are two things are there. One is through graphical mode or through your tabular mode. If you go to the graphical mode, this looks like this. More like this is a graphical mode selection. If at all, if this is not a graphical mode, if you want to make this through tabular form, this looks like this. Okay. So, but anyways, whenever you want to create, let me show in the graphical mode, which will be more in time for your eyes. If you go here, just you can expand, you can unexpand this, you can make it short till 125% here. I'm making this for 75% here, and then we can go just go here. So you can see this is a company code which was created under which a plant is there, under plant, storage location, and sales org is there. And coming to here, under sales or sales area, under sales area, division, distribution channels are there. So these are all your common master data you start creating for your data creation. For finance, we need chart of accounts and all these things. But yes, for this one, we are just okay with the go with the company code and all these things. But yes, here the org structure, you don't have any different chart of accounts. We have a standard chart of account which is called YCOA, which was already been pre-configured and pre-created by SAP itself. If you want any operational chart of account, you can create it from your chart of account copy from that. Okay. But for the finance people, we will more explore the concepts in the finance topics. But this is a common topic for all SAP public cloud in the initial module. So we're covering that for you. Okay. So now, so let me create one such thing to you. First of all, create. So what are we going to create? Company code is the first one to start, right? So let's say create company code. Now I'm creating company code with a name, demo, city, fit for India, and you can give it a company which is already there. If you want to create a new company, also can create. So you can create that, but right now not required. I'm just going with the standard one here and simply say create. See, this is created. Demo training is created. So here you can see that under demo training, I have two things created, which is a automatic hierarchy which was being created, but the data is not got added into it. You have to add the data. Add data means the creation of the new things into this. And you can also see a thing called this is relevant for Indian country, not for US. Okay. So this is already by default for India. So you have to select it for whether it is India for US while it is creating only. But anyways, it is default company code I select for India. It's going for India right now. Okay. And then it is not confirmed. Not confirmed means not activated. You have to activate, like in ECC, whatever you do, we activate, right? So here also, you have to confirm that. So saying that this particular thing is activated or this is finally approved or agreed by us. Okay. So under company code, first of all, create the plant and sales organization. So plant and create. Okay, it all goes something create PLPL something you created something. See, this is created, but this is also not confirmed. Okay, under plant, see what is done. Again, now it is asking for my storage location. This is all automatic. Okay, the hierarchy is automatic where you have to just simply click and create. So this is your storage location is like a Kanban kind of thing, or it's a semi-finished goods where you generally store that particular thing, or it's a raw material location or a return location or a finished good location. Whatever it might be, you can mention. So I'm mentioning as a raw material. I'm mentioning it as some place here in India and then simply creating that. See? So after that, there is nothing is there. You can create one more storage location, but which is not required for us now. Okay, all these are done. Now we have to go to the sales area, sales organization. So create sales organization, say SOOR. Okay, simply create. Oh, so if you can see here, just reduce this one. You will see here the sales arc which we created. No, not this one. One second. This is the one. The sales arc is not created. Let me create. Oh, okay. This is getting, when I'm hitting enter, it's actually refreshing. So don't do that. So you just go and simply manipulate on the tabs. Create. Okay. This is created. See, it is in India, not confirmed. Create a sales area for this. The ID will be automatically given. So give the standard distribution channels and division. Don't create new ones here. So once, if you want to, in case relations, I'll explain you. I'll come to you. Let me activate this. I'll explain the relationships also. These are all, first of all, not confirmed. You can see here, these are all confirmed unit. Means whatever standard are there, you have to activate. Confirm means. So confirm these things. Go down, go down, go down. These are all what we created, right? Simply say confirm, say yes, and just simply close this, not required. Let this be activated. So while the process is going on, right, guys, the org structure cannot be edited. See, it will be locked. Like in ECC, the moment whenever you save, activate something, how the dialog screen will be completely locked. The same way, this will be also locked. So once this is activated, you cannot see this and it will be given to you. Okay. If still that is still not confirmed, then we can see what needs to confirm. We can take action. Let me show you that. And then we can, I can explain you on this relationships and status as well. See here, guys. The 2-3 moments back, you have seen units to confirm is 3, now completely gone. That means all our organization units, whatever we created, are got confirmed. If you can go here, close this, you see this, see here, your demo training company code, the plant under storage location, the sales org under sales area, under division, under distribution channel. So the total hierarchy is ready. Now you are good to go with your, this is the common hierarchy which you have to build for any important strategies. Okay, on the CDC. Once this is done, you have to complete this activity. Okay, so you can see all are completed. Now deploy the scope and org structure. So this is nothing but whatever that we have confirmed now, we will be deploying to the system. So system will take them so that you can leverage them for all your further deployments or developments, the same org structure. This will generally take some time, just to 5 to 15 minutes. Okay. So till that time, I will pause this session and I'll recontinue once this is done.
Page 1. All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary deployment model for SAP S for HANA Cloud Public Edition? Option A, on-premises. Option B, software as a service, SaaS. Option C, platform as a service, PaaS. Option D, infrastructure as a service, IaaS. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we have seen this, right? So I told you that we can see this CBC process will be completed for 100%, right? So say, okay, once this is done, that means your deployment of structure is completed. You can see this configuration of your business process. This is where all your traditional ECC based content will be, like showcased here. Okay. Generally, if you can see, let me do this, hiding the floating my controls. All right. So you can see here, for the sales, because this training is majorly for sales, or procurement, service, whatever is there. for finance, projects, accounting, treasury, tax, billing, invoicing, projects, asset management, all these things, general settings, everything will be there as part of like in ECC we have. So these are all the processes, whatever you want to configure, you can see this, if you are not doing these steps, whatever I mentioned right now, these steps are not done, the final step of product specific configuration can never be opened like this. That means you will see still, but this will not be in this activate mode. You will be see them in a unactivated mode for which you can't use it. Okay, only when you complete this complete scope, this overview of all these steps one by one, right from creation of workspace, creation of project, assigning users, making a deployment target, defining the scope, specifying finance settings, do the org structure, deploying the structure. All this comes under as part of your continuous lifecycle process, a one-time lifecycle process. In this, few can be changed, but cannot be changed rigorously like this. Okay, so then this setup will be completed, guys. So this is your total setup. I told you, right? I told you that I can explain you on the relationships that between the organizational entities, right? If you can understand in the org structure, I told you, I'll tell you that. Whenever you go to the org structure, if you see this, you can see these ones: plant, sales area, their relationships. You can create the assignments for that. If they are in a normal mode, if I edit that again, that will go. So it will be a waste of time to you. You can just understand this. So here, remember guys, this is a relationship between the organizational entities exists between the, but means here the relationships will be again two types. One is a tree relation, another is an additional relation. Tree relation means which is a country specific parent child relationship. For example, plant, okay, plant to a legal entity like this. We can go for plant to some legal entity, any legal entity. Okay, additional relationship, which is the relation of your org unit from your country specific tree to the another unit of the same tree or a global org unit. So like this, the relationships will be maintained. Okay, here two things will be there, guys. One is local entities, global entities. All your sales org, plant, sales, and distribution, that all comes under your local entities. And global entities like your distribution channel, division, sales point, shipping point, sales office, all this comes under your global entities. Okay, so this is your complete CBC of which you can learn and you can make your configured values accordingly on top of this. Okay, and after this main configuration, if you go to the main configuration here, I just shown to you now, this is the configuration values, configure business process. So you can enter, you can make anything on this configuration things, guys. Like if the configuration page in this space, actually all partner line of business, what is the LOBs that I'm saying, right? And the configuration experts, they can log into this SAP CPC and enter the configuration values gathered during their respective Fit to Standard workshops. So all the available configuration activities here are based on what I want to say, the active scope and country region selections. Though your configuration activities may vary by country because not all business processes are available in all countries. So for specific countries, specific process will be there. Based on that, you have to do your selections and values on top of that. And not only that, when viewing this particular list, whatever you viewing the list, right? The configuration activity list, the status column is always set to open. You can see here the status column, it is always set to open for many things by default. Okay, as an LOB configuration expert, if you're an expert or if you are just consultant, you don't need to touch it, but you have an architect or an expert who will be there in this training who will do that. They can manually select this drop-down menus and they can just make the process on this. Okay. And in the manual selection drop-down menu, if it is set completed, once you have finished entering all the configuration values for this particular activity, you can mention it as completed. Okay, that is a method of communicating of the rest of your team members that these values for the specific activity has been entered or finalized. For example, once you are done with your maintaining divisions, for example, if you go to the maintain divisions, if you add, there are two divisions are there. Okay, if you want to add one more division here, the moment if you add the division here, okay, so you can just save this and come back. If you go to the configuration panel like this, you can maintain the divisions and you can say it as completed, which means the moment you complete this, That means all the team members will see that as the completed one will be go to your team members generally. So then they will get that these divisions will be go to your team members as well. That is why in the scope, we initially divided into workspace into scope, right? Sorry, workspace with different team members. So whatever open are there, they can't touch it. Whatever completed are, they can see it, they can touch it. So that's the status of here. Okay. So like this, you can make all the other settings here one by one in a more detailed manner. So I'm just putting this here for your knowledge. Whenever if you want to again go back to in progress or open, you can still open it again. So this all depends upon, these are all not logged like in earlier I have shown to you. This is all ad hoc. You can make it completed once you complete it. If you want to make changes, go to the open, do changes again, make it. If it is in progress, we can keep it in progress like this. This is all you can maintain. So for example, sales order also, usually we configure some sales document types. Just showing you here. I'm not going to the sales theme yet. We'll be going that into it. So you can see, right, there are some things on top of this. Okay, if we can say, okay, continue with this. We can give the block. Okay, if you want to make this a block or not, you can mention that, right? These are all pre-configured sales document types. So like this, you can actually create and you can make some things on top of this. Okay. If you want to edit, you can try to edit, you can edit, if these are somehow edit access restricted, somehow not restricted. So you can make this out, and all these things can be transported. You'll have a transport request also. Okay. Like this, you can generate a transport request and this will be collected, and you can actually make like same what you did in the ECC landscape, like development, quality, production. You will do the same thing here as well. You'll be having this is a development URL. So if it is a starter system URL like that, you can send the transports to development and quality and production one by one. The same changes will be captured, same like in ECC transport mechanism. So this is about your total CBC. And not only this, in the CBC, basically guys, one more important thing is, in the settings I have explained you, right? There is a deployment target will be there. The change logs will be there. If there's someone is changing something and all, if anyone has touched anything, and if you want to know, because this is completely monitored with timestamp, who changed, what area changed, what task they changed, with workspace details, everything, it will be captured automatically. If someone is changing the standard ones, the changes will be captured and showcased. So please be very careful that what you are doing on the system is very, very important. Okay. So now these things we can export whenever you have this, export as Excel or spreadsheets or something, whatever you want. Okay. And then you can filter whatever you need also. For example, you want only sales, you can just make an applying of the sales here. Okay. And then just say, you can complete this one as you can mark this as a progress and as a bulk as well. You can sort them out. Okay. You can select, unselect them. Okay. These are all things will be there where you can actually use them for the further operations as well. Okay. So like this, you can finally use your CBC. This is your CBC evaluation and implementation things, guys. Okay. So in the next session, so we completed the module 6 of CBC. So which is a very important module. Now we'll go to the module 7, which is working with Fiori Launchpad with Google Slides. All right. So the next module, we will be covering the navigation of the SAP Fiori Launchpad basically here. So if you can see here, this is one of the important thing. I'll just show you practically. Let me explain you first of all. So in the older mindset means, in the older Fiori kind of things, it was, you have to go, you'd still have that ECC flavor, but still you have to go to the goods receipt. Might be, there not be no T codes there, but if you have to go to the goods receipt, you have to, like make these things one by one, or you have to make it out. In the new mindset, this app teaches how to use it. Means we can go one by one task like this. You will have a complete, as just now in CBC, what I showed you, automated process, right? The same way you will be having something on that where you can go one by one, step by step on that. So this like post goods receipt, for inbound delivery, and then for process order, then for production order, then without reference, then going for PO document, then material overview, then stock, then transfer stock, then transfer stock in plant. So a complete one task in easy to use app designed for that specific purpose. Means for each purpose, you'll have the app, you have to go to the app and you have to simply do the process, set up the process, configure it, or make the data or put the data for it. You're done with that. So one by one, you can simply and easily do that. This is the Fiori Launchpad. Either you can do it from mobile or from your web as well. So both options are available. I'll show you that now. So in this, you will go to your manage pages in the home settings. So in this, you'll go to the manage tiles for all your pages and tile settings. And then here on the spaces and pages layout, you can see the administrations are there, where in which you can see some roles and things will be there, where you will finally make this out. This is the apps library, which is help library, which is given by SAP, where in which you can see that. I'll show you that in a while now. So Fiori Launchpad Embedded Help Support, which will takes you to here with help topics. Wherever you want, we can do the help and get the help as well. This is the generative AI digital assistant where it will help you. It's not completely, it's like Joule for now. This is not completely been built or have some things right now. So it will do it slowly. So for few helps are there for feedbacks, certain things we can do from the Joule. And then responsibility matrix will be there, wherein which you can see the team, the structure, categories, functions, and everything's on top of that. And responsibilities of management for SAP S/4HANA Cloud, you can see that, like once you logged into here, you can see some self-services for situations where you have some issues will be there. The relevant solutions can be helpful idea committees will be there where they can post you some solutions. We can get that from there. Okay. And then there are two frameworks, guys, situation handling frameworks. One is standard and is extended. In both the cases, your responsibility management, your notifications, your lifestyle handling situations are common. Only in the extended framework, you'll have these custom situations and extended app management will be little more rather than the standard framework. And flexible workflows are there. As I said earlier, if you go to the self-services, you have a lot of workflows are there. Each workflow, you can actually go and explore. I show you a few workflows here in the practical mode now. So whenever you want to set up an approval workflow for sales prices and manage prices sales app, you can still do that. If you see, this is the embedded analytical applications and capabilities structure, wherein which you have the cloud identity services I explained you in the earlier modules, wherein which you have your SAP S/4HANA Cloud for analytical apps and your virtual data model, your database will be there underlying in it. So all your bidirectional data access will be happened through cloud and your data sphere in the HANA DB from Analyticals Cloud. So you can see your browser, you can see custom CDS URI apps and all these things here. So I'll show you that one by one now in the practical mode.
Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
All right, guys. So I'll be showing some practical part also on this because some of the practical things will be there where you have to learn on this. So in this session, we will be seeing navigating the SAP Fiori Launchpad, using the embedded support capabilities, managing the teams and responsibilities, reviewing the situation handling framework, exploring flexible business workflows, and describing the embedded analytics. So let me explain you. So SAP Fiori is a design language, guys. So as you know, when we navigate between the applications in SAP S/4HANA Cloud, and then we'll move to the SAP Cloud ALM, SAP Central Business Configuration, and other systems. So we want to have a consistent user experience and see a common look and feel. So there are some principles basically when you go to the Launchpad, and the Fiori design based things. The things, like the 5 core principles of SAP Fiori design concept will be, they are able to like a role-based, adaptive, simple, coherent, and delightful user experience should be there, when we go for Fiori design. So those are the very 5 core important principles for us. Though, like you see, so SAP Fiori, we might provide role-based business processes and task-forced apps, which can enable users to have the best possible experience, across their software solutions at work. So to provide more context, think of how in the past, it was common for an employee generally to stay at one company for their entire career, right? This means you would learn the tools to complete your job task initially, and then you continue to using most of the same tools for 20 to 30 years. So in these days, it's much more common for an employee to switch between the companies and even job roles within a company several times over the course of their careers as well. So this means that software tools at any organization, they need to be intuitive and they have to easy to learn so that the employees can ramp up quickly on their new job markets. Right. So as a very good example, this is an app called Goods Movement Transaction, where if you're seeing here, this is a goods receipt is there. Right. So if you can see this, earlier, in this one app, you can make many different types of good movements, like to move the physical products and raw materials between the plants or warehouses within an organization, or to and from third-party suppliers and customers. All these things will be there. So this app is quite challenging because of just how many different things you can do within it. It's a question, right? So while this app still exists in all deployments of S/4HANA, we have taken all those individual functions. So we could do within the original app and separate them into several task-based, focus-based apps, which can Fiori design guidelines can be maintained on that. So this is how we know like SAP want to make sure that established experts who can learn to use this original app in the previous versions of Enterprise ECC or R3, they can still continue using the app which they are comfortable with in the updated web version to their user interfaces. Okay. At the same time, we can also change the experience of the future users. For example, employees, you can see here, this is the app which we can do. This is the old one. This is the new one you're seeing right now, right? So employees changing the roles within an organization or new hires would not use the goods moment app. They would use the individual Fairy apps depending on the specific task they need to accomplish. For example, if I want to post a receipt for a delivery for materials, we need just receipt for certain app supplier. So it might be a postcode receipt for inbound delivery app or something else. If I need to return a delivery to a supplier because the order was incorrect, so I would use the return delivery app. There is a app for this. For every single thing, there is an app for that. Okay, so these individual apps basically are significantly easier for us to learn how to use because they only have single primary function. You shouldn't have to learn how to use a complicated app. If it's designed well, the apps will teach you how to use it also in the theory. That's the beauty of the front end. Okay, so coming to the SAP Launchpad overview, the SAP Fiori Launchpad, it is a single point of single entry point for all apps permission to any user or a device. So end users will see what has been permission for them to access and the layout structured. As you see here, this is how the screen looks like in the web, and this is for mobile. Right. So there will be structures designed for web and mobile both, like, the structured by the spaces, pages for the business roles, because this is called the landing page. The landing page first shows this my home page, wherein which some employee based specifics will be there. I'll just show you in a while. But SAP Mobile Starts does not need to be set up and configured in build work zone, because for end users, they can use it the relevant apps for their business role based on the roles perspective. Okay. Since SAP Mobile Start is the mobile companion to the desktop Fiori Launchpad, someone from the partner project also team needs to be also to work with someone from the customer project team also to set up the app. So generally, SAP recommend a partner working with the customer project team member to set up the app together, so that the customers need to know where to go to maintain the settings for the app in the future and how to access it also. So this is what, and if you can see, this is the total home page. In the My Home page, you are seeing this. There will be to-dos, what we can do. So aggregate tasks and situations that require certain employees' attention here. And you can see some next one, the pages. The pages includes two parts, new tiles and rather than the pages also. So in the news tiles, you can see some of the news will be also there. News in the sense means the news style can be configured by administrator. He can be turned off by default because it displays the information relevant to the user based on their chosen lines of business. So it will be enabling by release assessment and scope and those kind of news regarding to your developments or publications, and this will be proc in the news. And then the dependency tool between the customer news feeds will be there and the pages will be there. Okay, you can see there are many pages are there. The pages are nothing but you will be seeing some first 8 pages will be there like this. So these pages are nothing but, they display by default, they will be selected based on your business roles and assigned to business users in the spaces. They're completely business roles. Though the idea is here to make it easier for us to jump to any page within the apps and employee frequently users, so that they can access these from specific tiles displayed toward the top of the screen. So that's the idea for making the pages for a quick retrieval. And the next one is you can see the apps and activities. So these are aggregated manually favorite apps, whatever you want, you can keep it here. So, and then next one is insights, wherein which you can see some tiles and cards are there. So insights are in the insights, these are called tiles, these are called cards. So in the tiles, on the subsections, it's automatically populated based on the monitoring apps a user can have access to, which is based on their business user role. So end users can add, remove tiles and change and visually display of the tiles. For the cards, the end users can manually add analytical cards like list cards, table cards, what they have to access to their business roles, to the subsection, all these things they can do it. So this is what generally we can see as part of the overview of the Launchpad. So after overview, you can see the spaces and pages layout. So this is nothing but internally, if you can see the identity access management, you can see this is the specific business role, business catalog, spaces, pages, sections, and tiles will be there. So small information is about, on this is a business role contains the business catalogs, which grant permission for user to access different apps or data. But there needs to be a launchpad space assigned to the business role to define the structure of how to this permissioned app display on the launchpad. Okay. If there is no space assigned to a business role, no apps will display on the launchpad for the end user. So this is how this generally works. So we always need to make sure a business role has assigned a launchpad space. Okay. And let me show you how to navigate this small exercise with you, and then I'll come back to the exercise. So if we go to this, okay, so now SAP Fiori Launchpad, as I said, it is a shell that hosts all the SAP Fiori apps and provides the apps with services such as navigation, personalization, what you can say, embedded support, the application configuration. These are all that one only. What you are seeing is that particular part only. Okay, so SAP Fiori Launchpad here, it is the entry point to all your Fiori apps on mobile as well as desktop or web also. So this is the first landing page. As I said, you can see here, the My Home page is there, the tasks are there, the news is there, the apps are there. If you go down, you will see the insights are also there. Okay. So first of all, as a trial, I'm just showing you, I'm just making you a small, travel map on this now, because if you can see My Home, this is the standard entry page. It is divided into different sections. See here, this is a My Home page. These are all sections, right? To-dos, news, apps, pages, etc., etc. Okay. And then once My Home page, you can see there are different tiles are there. These are different menu options you can see here. Okay. And then you can notice that in the inside cards, whatever I have just told you, this is nothing insights added, and you can add the insights later on. Okay. So now in addition to My Home, whatever you're seeing, you can see one or more spaces depending on your user roles also in the apps page. So these are the first landing page, 8 apps I told you, right? So these are the 8 pages. And then you can see different favorite apps are here. Okay. So generally, depending on the SAP Fiori Launchpad's roles and etc., it's a part of, there is a shell bar kind of thing is there, which is a part of Fiori Launchpad. The shell bar contains different buttons like Joule, Copilot, Help, etc. on this shell bar. So whenever you want to get this, if you can go top, you can see your user details here. This is built-in support app. This is for your help app, open help app. This is notification. This is search. For search, whatever you want to search for the different apps, you can do this. This is a built-in support app wherein you can see some support will be there, like you are seeing this right now, right? Okay. So like this, the portal, the communities, the help portals, whatever you want, you can just simply see here. And if you want any such support knowledge, also you can do it. So whatever you want, it will help you on. This is a common search help. So it will give some pages and help on that. Like this is nothing but, whenever you want to go to help.com, help.sap.com, the same thing is replicated here for the online immediate help. Okay. So then next one, you can open this in-app help using this help icon. So the help carousel here appears with the help content, or additionally further information will be there to find the help. You can see your quick tour, your help, built-in support notifications, whatever you can see all these things here. Okay. In the help topics, close this for now. And here the notification, as I said, in the notifications window, generally it will help us to generally inform us about the important tasks and requiring your timely actions or knowledge. It basically displays all the alerts, tasks, requests, which are related to our business roles. So it's basic. So you have to, whenever you want to display notifications, you can simply click on this notifications tab. Okay, by date, by type, by priority, we get it. So there's some 3 days ago, some notifications are there. So you can see that. Okay, so then once these notifications are done, you can see the final one, which is this one, as I just shown to you. This is the user action menu, wherein which it offers all the user related options to open the apps, to change the launchpad layout, or to contact the support. This is available from every screen. To open the menu, you can choose the user menu icon as well. Okay, and then in the same thing, you can find one more thing called App Finder. So this is a list. This has all the apps where you can see it is a convenient tool to finding apps and adding them to your home page. If you go to this, you can see that. Okay, so these are many apps are there. Whatever the apps you want, you can see this. Like this come. So like this, you can have a lot of apps. Whatever the app you want, you can just simply click and you can just add it to the home page. You want to the home page or document manager, whatever you can just happen and just simply say okay. So this app will go and add there, like app code, display dynamic code changes. If you want to add this, you can add them into the My Home page. Okay. So like this, all the apps will be available. Whatever you want, you can quickly, because every time, going to the app and getting that might not be easy. So that is a simple form, where you can do it. And also you have one more thing. Let me go back. If you go back, you'll be having my home settings. If you go here, you will see the layout here. So here in the my home settings, you can choose to display or hide the sections based on your needs. You can also reposition the sections to display in order of your choice. So just drag and drop the sections until they match to your order, the what you want to see. Whenever you want to reset also, you can reset this here. There's a reset. You can just reset it. Just in the landing page, we have seen, right, the to-dos, news pages, apps, insights. So whatever you want, you can, if you don't want to see, you can unplug it. So it won't be there. If you want to see, you can plug it like this, on and off button. Okay, for now, choose close. Let me open this session one more time. News and pages. Close this. So in the pages and news, right, you can see these ones, manage page and manage news. Okay, the news section is generally, like it will be showcased to you as I told you, right? Whenever you want to enable default user relevant news or there something, then you can use the news. That is not required for in this now because you just want to see, you can manage the news, you can keep the sections also on top of that. And other than that, when you go to the, sorry guys. So other than that, in the to-do section, if you can see, there are some situations are there. And manage pages also, you can manage the pages and my home settings also. Okay, if you go to the manage pages, you can see what pages you want to see. That means these are all now viewable. If you want to see, these are also into that, you can just add them. Or else if you don't want, you can unadd them. So you can just show only this app or this like center procurement, this app. So each individual major modules, you will see one app. So what that you can just, whatever you need, whatever you don't need, you can plug and plug off there. Okay, that's what you can see in the pages. So in the app section, basically, here you can see the favorites, most used, recently used, and recommended. Okay. So the favorites are, like this tab is automatically populated based on your distinct list of apps that were configured in your homepage within your favorites tab. So whatever you want to rearrange the tiles using the drag and drop, you can select the color of the app tile, or you can delete the app, to add more apps into the tab, you can do it. In the recently used and most used nothing but, this tab displays apps that we search for, opened for use most frequently for last 30 days. And recently is very recently as an interactive state will show you. And recommend is, this particular tab shows you, like as a using the business AI, it will be based on your user specific role assignment. Whatever the recommended apps that you can use, it will be showcased under this. Okay. So this is about your apps tabs here. Coming to insights, as I tell you, this particular tile section action have displays here. So wherein which you can monitor the valuable KPIs at a glance. No need to go to the app. If you want to monitor certain statistics or any data other than graphical or tabular mode that you want to see, how many top 5 sales orders, bottom 5 sales orders, or supplier names, top suppliers, bank accounts, financing services, issues on top of that, and negative revenues. And if you want to do anything, you can do it from here directly, because no need to go to the app and get the data. Directly data will be populated as an insight. You can call it out here. Okay. So basically that is what, you can arrange the tile, you can drag and drop and, have to expand the options for this. And then the insights can be added automatically here. Okay. So within my home page, right, SAP S4HANA Cloud, we have more of analytical list and table cards to enter the page. So these are the cards which you will see in the insights page only, which has analytical and reporting kind of stuff. Okay, will be there on top of that. And then on top of the start page, if you can see here, there's a hamburger menu, wherein which you will see a complete list of a navigation bar of personalized navigation and all the data that you want to see for the apps and all these things. Okay. So you can, this is what about the launchpad, wherein you can see different apps also added here. If you can see this, right? So that's about, guys, as part of the initial launchpad overview. Okay. And then let me go back to our module. Let me continue where we have been stopped. So this is where we will be seeing the navigations here. Okay. And then there is an embedded support also there. As I have just shown to you in the library just right now, there is the embedded help and support is also there further. What is this embedded help and support is, I have just shown you just a while written the question mark, so where the help is coming. In the context of help information, this is embedded in SAP Fiori Launchpad. in which whenever we log into SAP S/4HANA Cloud, we can select the question mark icon in the top right corner just shown to you. We can turn on the screen overlay and you can explain different sections, of how we can navigate also, and it will help you also on top of that. Okay, with the help topics navigation menu, you can go to the learning corner. See, the moment you go, we got all these things. We can go to some of these sections and we can just go through it. And you can just put some whatever you want on that. Okay, that's how we will do in the embedded support. Okay, let me show you one thing in the embedded support, what we can actually make it out. The moment if you go to the home page, so we have to use the help icon. Okay, so there is one app in which I'll show you how you can get app-based help also. If we go with balance sheet, income statement, we go to this app. Okay, if we go to this app, what happened? If you go to the help section, basically here the help panel displays interactive menu with the help topics for the current app also. Because these include your general descriptions of available app functions, information on fields and other icons as well. If you go here, see, there are multiple things. These are all help sections. If you want to know, click on ledger. See what it is telling, it's what's a ledger. Okay. Your blue circles indicates the field icons and functions for which help it is available for. Okay. You can choose any object like this. We can see for which the text will be appearing for you, whatever you want to do on top of that. Okay. So if you want to go to the user assistance, you can just, for more information, it has said the ledger. You can just go to the ledger, it will open the help page and you'll get the details about the ledger also. Like this. Okay. So this is how generally your topics will be displayed, and you can see that different things are there. And also whenever you want to have your recommended things of list of things that you want to add or you want to see, you can just use that one also. Okay. Just simply, you can go here, come down, go to the FAQs. So what is this app also, it will help you on this. Okay. If you go to the learning center, for example, you're selecting currency. Okay. So these are the ones, right? So yeah, if you go back to the app, the main landing page, here also you'll get these ones, right? Here, see, the menu is different here. Okay. So this help section will be changed according to the app that you're going or to the main page. Okay. So like this, you can go and you can, make the content on top of that, and you can take the help accordingly from that. Okay. And not only that, in the same sections, you will get these ones also. This is a learning center where if you go to the learning center, you will get the learning center for that, where you will get the different topics where you want to learn. For example, in the learning center, if you want to learn accounting and financial close, you can learn that like this. You can see the videos and you can, have it. You can just go through it and you can have it if you have access for this. So this is where, we will generally get these things done as part of the space. Okay. And then as you can see, there is one more thing called SAP Joule. The moment when you go here, you are seeing this called SAP Joule, right? So this Joule is nothing but a next generation digital assistant, guys, for generative artificial intelligence purpose. So, and it replaces your all SAP's previous digital assistant. So SAP conversational AI. So with the old conversational AI, users had input information when having conversation via, like they can type or speak, and either they have a digital assistant, they can use the interaction for creating responses. The main difference is here, the generative AI is able to create something new based on the input. The Joule generative AI digital assistant, here it uses inputs from the user and data about the user's past patterns to generate the new content for whatever they are looking for that. So the traditional AI, it can recognize patterns, but generative AI here, it creates new patterns based on the recognized historical patterns and additional data that can be provided for that. Okay. So because being Joule is embedded in backend of all SAP applications, remember that it has a more holistic set of data to use when providing support to an employee. So an employee can simply ask questions, or frame an issue in their plain natural language, and they can receive answers that take into the account data for across different portfolios or products or customer users. Okay. So that is how this generally been used. And the next important thing is we will be going for module again. It is managing the teams and responsibilities. Okay. So if you see responsibility in the sense here, it is a responsibility management which will help us on that. So responsibility management comes here, it generally enables us to define certain responsible people who are automatically notified about events that require their attention. So an appropriate resolution can be implemented or certain action has to be taken. Okay. So we have to define teams and add members which are responsible for one or other business processes. So each what I can say team member is responsible for performing certain tasks, and they are assigned functions so that they describe their work task accordingly. So responsibility management here, it works in combination with situation handling framework. You can see here the team owner, the team members, right? And then we have team type. They're again into purchasing, their member functions, their responsibility definitions, okay, and their team categories. So all in all, this is how this responsibility matrix will be built on top of this. Okay, so you have to make the situation handling based on the responses that we are going to do this. So if you can see here, it is a situation handling framework, which we call self-services. Okay. So situation handling framework in SAP S/4HANA Cloud, basically, it helps customers to run their business smoothly by automatically, like inform the right users about situations that require attention resolution. If you can see here in the self-services, my situations are 0, which means what are situations? Billing documents not posted. That means I am a sales guy. If my billing document is not posted, something should be showed me as a red. Because the billing document, if it's not posting on date, it might put me into risk, because the client might get something, in some other day, which is not useful, right? So this is one such small case of example. So in upcoming deadlines, basically shipping delays like that haven't posted, expiring contract, these are all situations only. So these ones you will basically capture and monitor through self-services situations. Let me show you that if this app is, handling first. So there is two different frameworks, guys, in situation handling. One is your standard and second one is extended framework. So these are the two framework for situation handling, so which can be used in parallel with one another. Okay. So the below, whatever I'm just showing you, the below one here, this one will explain you the differences between both of them. Just have a look on it. Okay. So if you can see here, the standard framework and extended framework both will use the responsibility management business process to define responsible handling situations based on the team structures and responsibility roles that will be there. And both have the notifications, email, situations, apps, everything. Both can monitor the life cycle and handling. The difference comes here only at this level. In standard framework, they can adopt pre-delivered situations and they can navigate from notification to the app and they can collect situation data. Whereas in extended, you can develop the custom situation handling techniques and templates where you can navigate from my situations to extended app also. So these are the two things. Here, you can see this is intelligent situation automation solution, which can run on BTP, which needs an additional license. To do all these acts, you need an additional license for this in the standard framework. Okay. So you can see, I will explain you what is automatic resolution. Automatic resolution means, for situations where only possible with certain intelligent situation services that are required for the automations, those whatever you run, that is called automatic resolutions. This can be only run on SAP BTP platform and it needs a separate license. That's what the meaning for that. Next one. So the flexible workflows. So SAP business workflow, it can be used to define different business process, which are what I can see, which are not supported by the SAP basically on the standard process. So like in a scenario, so this might be a simple release or approval procedure, guys, where a complex business process might also be added here. So SAP business workflow is especially beneficial for situations where work process have to be run through repeatedly, or in situations where the business process requires some involvement of large number of people in the specific sequence. So it can be used to respond to errors and exceptions also, or certain examples like workflow can be triggering for certain predefined events. Like if you can see here in self-services, in the inbox, you can see certain flows are there for workflows, for payments, maintenance, RFQs, etc., etc. So have a look on this. So SAP provides many workflow scenario templates, not only single, because a lot of big business things are there. So these will be used by your LOB configuration experts who can resolve the customer requirements, through your fit to standard workshops. Okay. So, and alternatively, there is one more thing which you have to understand. Yeah, let me show you how we can set up an approval workflow for sales price in the managed prices sales app. Just give me a moment. Right, let me show you this. So first thing, let me show you how to set up a workflow for the situation handling, for the managed price sales app. This is a workflow for sales prices. Okay. So now let me show you how you can set up a approval to that. If you go to here, let me close this one. This we already opened. Hide floating controls. Let me go to the one app here. Manage sales price workflows. We go to this one. So as a business process expert, you might go to this Fiori Launchpad and you have to open the manage sales price workflow app. Okay. So there are currently no apps are there on part of this. So I just opened it. You can see this, right? There is no workflow which was there right now. So you have to create one workflow. If you want to create workflow, go to create. So this create it for sales price workflow. Okay. So for the new workflow, we have to give a name and define a validity period as you're seeing here. Now provide new workflow demo for sales. Okay. This is for sales. New. We can write your organization more or specific franchisee or specific things, where you can actually make this generally. Okay. So those ones we can put it and we can give the validity from period and to period also. Let's say from and to period. Okay. Come down. You can see some start conditions and all these things. We can make the start conditions, whenever there is a need. So here basically this app will allow us to set which precondition should trigger the workflow. That is the concept here. Okay. So for that, whatever the start conditions are there, you have to utilize them as well. So in this case, for example, we want some gross prices and discounts that were created for sales organization. Okay. So that should be in the preconditions for an approval workflow. Okay. So for that, you have to add those start conditions in the workspace. Okay. So to do this, what you have to create two sets of preconditions, one for the gross prices, one for the discounts. Okay. So you have to first enter that. Okay. What is that? The condition type is this one. This is the condition type. Okay. The first condition type is what I have told you, sales organization and all these things, right? So we can go with the condition type. See, I said price, right? First one is for price. So price I have added, add this one, put this sales organization, whatever the sales organization is there, we can keep it. So for now, I'm just keeping 1710. This is the sales organization. Okay. Now create alternative preconditions. I said two, right? This condition or another condition. Now condition type is, it is moving slow, just wait. The condition type is what I have to give now for discounts. Check the discount material. Yeah, this is the material which one I have just told you. And the sales organization will be same. The sales organization is 1710. So now it created two workflow steps for the first and second approval for the first and second things as well. Okay. So now the two approvers also has been set because one is the price, second is the material, right? So for that, I have to create now the approvers also here. If you go down, say create the conditions also here, steps. So now we have to give each step a name and assign a specific user as the recipient for that, for the workflow. Okay. Now the step name will be the first approver. Okay, approve sales price and request, which is correct. Priority is medium, we can keep it. Assignments by, not role, this should be by user. We have to keep it user because user will be there. Who is the user? If there were no users in the system, so we have to put the users here. Let me put this. System has no users. So we can check the user, we can add them to this. Okay, let me create users first of all. And they can add users here. So you can see how to create users also parallelly now. Come down, maintain business users in apps. You can go to this one. You can search for the users here. Okay, username M dash is there. Let me check. Then I think so. I have limited experience roles on this. So hence username is logging for me. SAP basis S4. Yeah, I hope. Let me show you through roles only this one because the user is not working for us now. Okay, you can just simply go with this one. We can assign the role also, like sales price approval level 1. We can keep that one. So those who have that role, they can do that as well. That users can also do. There is no harm for that. Or else you can just give the user. That's it. If you come down, you can see the step conditions, deadlines. If you have any deadline times, you can put it that. And the exception handling also. If you want to add any exception handling, whether you want to do anything on top of that, you can add that one. Okay. And you can simply create and simply save this. This is the first step. So like this, you will create another approver for the second time also. Okay. Now go to the edit. Now create another one. This is for second approver. Okay. And now in the second approver, for what we have created for the second approver, it is for your same sales price request. You have to prove the second approver. Same. It is a level 2, not a level 1. But okay. So you can put this conditions, everything, simply create it. Generally in users, it will get the user's name. Okay. But here I'm just showing you the roles example. So users, we can do whenever you have time. Okay. Very simple. So with that, all your 2 flows has been set up. And then now you can save these 2 flows. Okay. We are finished with the flow setup. We can go with this. Simply go and save this. See the first approver, second approver, which were done. Go back to list. See, your workflow has been set. So now we can activate the workflow so that it will be used when maintaining sales prices. Just simply activate the workflow. Okay. Now you can use the sales flow activity on that. This is active also. You can see this is activated. The approval flow will be now ready to go. Okay. So alternatively, you have to remember one thing, guys. The customer has a license, for example, to make this BPA, the build process automation through their Grow with SAP enablement package. So workflow in cloud uses generally the engine workflow management to run business process, etc., etc. So BPA is an evaluation for us to know of the previous standalone solutions, workflow management or RPA, etc., etc. So you have to bring both workflow and RPA into one product so that it runs on the BTP and provides a low code, no code is a type of experience with all additional capabilities. Okay, beyond all your workflows that can be built with SAP Cloud. Okay, you can be like the efficient to set up. You can make some things on the good part is it's easiest to maintain the customers in the future also when you do such type of workflows and all these things. Okay, so that's about it, guys, on the workflows. Hope everyone is clear. So the next one is we'll go to the embedded analytics with the exercise. Okay. Yeah, embedded analytics is the last part of your Fiori Launchpad fundamentals. I just want to tell you, analytics are generally embedded in SAP S/4HANA Cloud, which means a business data and analytical applications that consume your data live within the same software stack. So SAC, the SAP Analytical Cloud, is the engine which can run behind the scenes to power several analytical applications through your live connections, which means a customer does not need to log into separate SAC system to view analytical reports. Everything is Fiori apps in your SAP HANA Cloud. If you can see, these are all real-time data and based on VDM. This is how your architecture will be also structured. To understand this architecture, basically, on the embedded analytics, you have to visualize your HANA database as the foundation layer. So wherein which the business data lives generally. Okay. And think of this top layer, which is your financial SAP Fiori analytical applications, and where end users generally come and consume the business data. So there are two layers. They cannot speak to each other without something in between that capable of transforming data from the database to different analytical structures for the relevant Fiori apps. This is the middle layer, wherein which you can see this is a virtue data model, wherein which you can see by representing by core data services for all your like different op spends, incoming sales order, etc., etc. Okay, so the information relevant to LOB configuration experts, because many standard business process have analysis tasks using your analytical apps in the test scripts. So, or sometimes the entire purpose of the business process is identify and review your CDS views for specific use cases also, like for purchase order visibility, procurement spend, financial spend. So these are different things will be there. So these are all things needs you have to get it through for your LOB experts on that. Okay, so all in all, once you are completely like done with the architecture, you have to create all your CDS views in the data sources. We can pull it, and then you can make them to custom analytical queries and put them for data source for analyze reports, and finally get the reports also. This is all a different kind of story where you generally see at the architecture level. When you go the same at the browser level, in the browser app, you can see this data, which will push from the CDS views. Okay. So custom CDS views can be used here for different purposes, basically to create a cube or a dimension view for analytical scenarios, or you can generate an external API to expose data from certain HANA database with OData services, but integration scenarios. There will be different things, which this will be helpful for you. When you want to manage the KPIs, and when you want to do certain things on top of that also, this will be helpful for you, like to view all your delivered KPI reports and analytical cloud stories, etc. Also, here you can create your own stories and manage KPIs and reports also, and SAG-based stories also, wherever you want to put it. Okay. And after that, you can see some intelligent scenarios also. Okay, which were maintained by your lifecycle management. Okay, this is called ISLM. So in which it is a complete kind of framework. It generally helps customers to manage their machine learning scenarios where they can use their existing embedded scenarios where SAP S/4HANA Cloud is running in the same stack as SAP HANA Machine Learning. Okay, so this use certain analytical libraries and SAP HANA Automated Predictive Libraries also, so that the APL, which automated predictive library, what I has told to you, it exposes the data mining capabilities of automated analytics. So for that engine, it will develop predictive modeling processes which can target to your BAs, other etc. things on top of that. Okay, so this is about on your ISLM. So this is about your complete fundamentals, guys. Okay. Coming to the next important thing, which is a creation of business roles from the template, the next module. So this is a small module. So let me complete this one for you on the customizing authorizations and customizing applications as well. So the customizing authorizations, you'll have the role-based authorizations basically. So as you see here, there is a role, a user under role, again a role under catalog, and a catalog the application. This is what the total hierarchy for template creation. So basically here, the business user is an employee. So he can be a contractor, he can be an administrator, he can be a other person who needs the access for your cloud. Okay. And role is nothing but on which he has to function. Catalog is nothing but an access for data and application. App is nothing but where he can have some restrictions where he can create or he can view or he can edit that. So that's how generally this works. Okay. So you have to understand one thing here. There is a price category for business roles and catalogs also, wherein which SAP has pre-delivered information is there. So in a starter system, like in a general initial development system or starter system, we call it as. So SAP recommend using the standard business roles because it can easily assign the necessary permissions for the user to demonstrate the business processes in the system. So in the development system tenant, generally, the standard business roles can be also helpful if we are testing for new features. Okay. But remember, in the customer's production system, the standard business roles should not be used. This may seem counterintuitive, but there are two important reasons why this is. One is for standard business role can grant too much permissions to apps or data for an employee. The minimum level access rule should be followed there, where an employee is only given access to what they absolutely need to complete their job tasks. And there are some cost implications also there for users to complete the different functions and business process in the system. So wherein which they have to use different self-service, core, advanced developer users, all these things on top of that. Okay. Coming to the next one on the business roles, you can see creating a business role will be there, wherein which you will go to the new role, you will create it here. And then for that, you will assign a business catalog for that. You can see the catalog and you will add the catalog for that. And then you will maintain the generic roles for that as well. Okay, generic role means whether they can no access, unrestricted, restricted. These are the three important things are there. The access categories will be there. Here, the default value will be no access for write, read value, help, no access, which means that, this default value, no access means the business role has no write authorizations. If it is restricted, it is restricted to certain things. If it is unrestricted, to open to all. This applies to all the three things. Okay. In the same way, you can define restrictions for business role also. If you go to the restriction type, you can see different things will be there, where you will define the different things on top of that. Okay. Now, whenever you want to customize this small example, I'll just show you in a while now. Okay, how we can create role, how we can attach the catalog for that. And then whenever you want to create, this part, I'll explain it through practical mode now. This is all, how you can assign identity access management, see access categories based on that, wherein which you will navigate to Launchpad page and assign a space for the business role for that as well. So there will be different tiles will be there where you will see the tile and will add the tile on top of that. And you will finally make the, assign team to work and function on this. This is what this one. So let me show you a small example on this and on the practical example. So let me show you how to create a role here, guys. Now, as part of role creation, you can go to create business users in the query launchpad, create business users, simply go to the business users. So you can see maintain business users, logged. Okay. So go to the maintain business users. This one you can create if you have access to create that. We can see there are a lot of different users out there. Just select this user. Okay, create new user. Okay, you can go to here and you can create a new user, or we can copy this user. Let's see, we can see that because user creation will be generally logged with administrator. So here is where you can just create a new business user. Just let me go into this one. This one. This is the user where we can see the details of the user in the maintain business users panel. If you want to go create new, there is no data. That means this is not giving access to me. If we want to get a new user, here is where you can create the new business user. Just click on new and it will ask you some details and you can do it. But you should have necessary things to do that. And if you come down, see, you can see the business roles. These are the roles that I just told you. These are the different roles in which you can assign one of the role to the business user which you have created also. Okay, so let me show you how to create role. Role we can create. We go to the maintain business roles. These are all different roles, guys. Okay, we can create from template or we can create a new role. So for example, I want to create a new role. Let's say demo underscore click. This is the role description. And I just created this. Okay, so now this role is created. Now you whatever for the role you want to add, you can add. This role group belongs to what? So you can provide that one. Like there is no role group here. So you can, if you want any role group you want, actually you can assign that. This is what I told you, the access category. So you can provide that. No access, unrestricted, unrestricted, just keeping that and then simply saving this. So just this is created. So this demo, this is how you can create your roles also. So I told you for any role, when you can see, take any standard roles, because these roles, users, catalog, this is not anyone's responsibility who was out of admin team, because admin team or the LOP configuration experts will be there. They will take care of all these things. Okay, so this is how, but I'm just showing you as part of the training I have to show you. I'm just showing you. This is where the business cut will be there. Generally, let me show you another role, which is standard role. If we go back, let's say we take one role, like BR administrator role. If we go into this, so this role has no catalogs. See, this is the 61 catalogs are there. Total 61 business catalogs are there. Catalogs is nothing but I told you, right? What is a catalog? So these are all the different catalogs where it has been assigned. And IAM apps, identity access management apps, on which this role or particular user who have been assigned or using this, these are the apps like application jobs, maintain queues. So you can see if you go to one role, you can see on that role what catalogs are assigned, how many apps are assigned, how many launch pads are assigned, and who are the users for that role also. See here, these are the 4 roles, users who can use that. So like that, you can assign the users also. You can make some changes also on top of that once you want to do. For example, if I want to add in a user here, so you want to simply edit here, okay, and then simply add the user here, add it, and you can add it. I'm not changing right now. So once you're done, you can just save this. So this is how you can customize your users and launchpad space and all these things. Sorry, customizing your business roles, business users, and catalogs on that. Coming to launchpad spaces, if you want to customize your launchpad spaces, you have an app called, go to the home page. You have an app called Workforce Master Data, or else let's search with Workforce. Go to the home page. Generally, this will comes under administration task only. Manage Launchpad Spaces. So you will see when you want to customize any Launchpad spaces, you will come here. You will create your own Launchpad space. For example, the space ID is demo. Okay, space title is again demo. Space description again demo. Create, if you want to create a space and page also with the same name, you can create the same thing. Okay, the same names we can assign it here just for our purpose and create. Okay. Sorry for this. I just want to, there are no special characters for that, and it should start with the letter Z. These ones, as they still work from the Z tables there. Okay, sorry. On the title we can give, but on the ID we can't give other thing. Z demo 1 and here. Create this. So your space and things are created. The page visibility is visible. So if you want to make any things on top of this, right, we can change these ones also, visible or not. Now the page is visible right now. If you go to the page content, okay, this is a general data. This is the page content, this is spaces. Okay. If you want to edit this and add some sections on this. So section title, for example, section 1, add section 2. 2 sections if you want to keep, you can keep it. Whenever you want to delete, we can just delete it also. Okay. And here you can select the catalogs also, whatever, if you want to add the catalogs. For example, these ones I'm adding for these ones, just for, I'm just showing you these ones. You can just simply add these ones in the section 1 or section 2. For example, these 2 catalogs I want to add in section 1, section 2, both. Like this, I'll add it. Okay. And then simply, once we are done with this, simply save this. Okay. So these 2 sections and these things are added here. This is how, if you want, and once you are done with this, you have to add a role also. So there is no role assignment. So you have to add the role also for this. Okay. So just go, the roles are not there. So keep it, edit. Okay. So we can add the role. The roles are 0 here. You can just add the role here. Once you save this, first of all, edit this. Actually, the space is not assigned to a role. You can assign it in the maintain business roles app. Okay. This space we have to add in the maintain business roles app. So whatever the space details are there, Z demo one, we can add there. So this space we can add there. So this is a demo click. See, this came, the one which we created. And which one, Z demo one, right? We recently created. That is not role, but that is a different thing. Z demo one. Space will be shown to you once this is done. Just save this one. Okay. So you can assign that once this is available, and then we can actually use this one for the further navigations also. So this is what we will do in the launchpad spaces and for the business roles also. Okay. So this is how we add different launchpad spaces and pages, and then we do the launchpad navigation. I have shown to you how to add, remove different roles and spaces. I have just shown to you. So how we can identify the app to the launchpad page, how we can add an app to there, and how we can add role, how we can add space on top of that. So how to add catalogs, these things we detailedly have seen in this part. Okay, thank you so much.
Hey there, want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So in this module, what we will learn basically is analyzing the basic integration scope, because we are dealing with public cloud. Means you have to understand a lot of things about the integration solution advisory methodology, which we call IASM. You will be learning more on the introduction to integration and APIs now, and integration solution advisory methodology will be there, where I'll discuss with you on this. Okay. And then a lot of things which is related to that part as well. Okay. So here, generally, if you can see, this is a very bigger diagram. I'll short and simple, I'll just explain you. Integrations are generally used to connect applications on different platforms. You can see here, user-centric, S4 HANA, different clouds, real objects, cloud on, right? So this is what I'm saying. So integrations will be used to connect. These are all connect. Different applications, right? On different platforms. So for what? For the purpose of what? Here, exchanges of data happen. So sending the data or adapting some process. For example, if a customer may use SuccessFactors HANA Cloud as their financial system of record, okay. So if you want to create employees in Employee Central and have them display as a users in S4 HANA Cloud, what we have to do? We need an integration, right? So that integration is called integration package. Okay. We commonly call it as, as a collection of APIs, application programming interface, is called a integration package. So these APIs are like senders, like a messengers, which will carry different types of data. Like sometimes it might carry work details, some images, some statuses, some workforce information, a lot of things they carry. So when a group of APIs, let's say I'm saying of the integration package, that collectively accomplish a task like integrating the employee data from the HR system of record to SAP S4 HANA Cloud. So we call it as a integration package. If you can see here, this is all comes under as integration package only. Okay. So for that, what we have done is, we have to understand this integration solution advisory methodology. So what is this? You can see here, you can assess, you can design, define, enable. Okay, this is okay. Just have a look on this slide. But while looking, just understand this also. The initial known integrations already described what is in our initial. So in the discover phase, like in the sales phase of SAP Activate methodology, information gathered here will be viewed as a starting point, guys, because this would be difficult for the person completing the DDA to remember every single application, right? He may need to send data, or he may not need to send data, or he may receive data from SAP S/4HANA Cloud. This is the reason I told you, right? Fit to standard workshops are important. So you have to understand whether this will fit to my business standard or not. The partner line of business configuration experts who will uncover at least certain applications or additional applications can be need to be connected on the SAP S/4HANA Cloud while conducting this workshop with certain customer lines of business experts, all these things or not. So you have to understand that, like, though fit to standard workshops have been completed, the integration requirements will be documented in your cloud ALM as usually for all the relevant business processes. So the lead integration experts has to make certain analysis, design, documentation, integration strategies on the ISA board like this. So if you go to this, there are certain principles basically which we have to cover on this. So what are this is out-of-box integration, open integration, holistic integration, and AI-driven integration. So out-of-box integration means SAP provides the pre-packaged business process integration content in your Signavio Process Navigator. So here, SAP provides the free cloud automation integration services, which we call CIAS. So this will be provided to make setting up your business process integrations from your process Signavio Process Navigator, like make the things faster and easier with the guided workflows. That is the thing. So SAP and partner developer ecosystems provides finally the integration packages in this out-of-box integration. They provide the APIs and other resources to connect the applications and data in your business accelerator hub. That is the total thing. Comes to open integration, here you will have the name itself indicates open, which in sense where you have a huge library of pre-delivered public APIs. This will be in your business accelerator hub. Okay, so there you will support the integrations with third-party applications and any type of custom extensions thereon. Clear? Coming to holistic integration, here you will have the integration solution advisory methodology, which will be designed to help your customers who can shape their integration strategy and covers all the flavors of your integration. Comes to AI driven, you will be having the artificial intelligence and machine learning who can be used for simplify your development of integration scenarios. Okay, so like these four principles are important for your analysis or like an intelligent enterprise of the integration. Coming to the next one, we can see the integration suite running on BTP platform. So like this, you can see whenever you log in, you can see that. And then also you can see the suite will be having BTP running on different governments, apps, and third-party B2Bs and things are there. Okay, because I just hold the screen forever, just have a look on it, and then I'll explain you. Because you want to understand the screen, what it is on that. So if you observe here, guys, you will be seeing here some apps, some nations, some apps, and some partners. And these are all your clouds. This is your cloud environments with the BTP, the different tools and different things are there, different features are there, tool sets are there, like. So all in all, you can see here, this is an integration suite is a SAP's comprehensive hybrid platform. It covers all integration styles and landscapes, and they include all the different assessments, clouds, trading partners, APIs, connectors, open connectors, event mesh, and connected service. A lot of things are there in this. Especially to talk on this is the event mesh. This is a sense and respond to business event is what it was written. But yes, event mesh is nothing but an event is when a specific action has occurred or state has changed in the application. That is called event. If you require an event in one system to trigger an action in different system asynchronously, then this event mesh, this is a service which will be used by developers to set up an event broker so that it facilitates some communication between the applications that is producing messages and applications, for the different systems. So this service can also be helped in the cloud integration for supporting mapping transformations and source data into target data structures and API management to provide different access to APIs, for different transaction process as well. So like this, you have many services under this, which can be helpful for that. Okay. Coming to the important point is SAP has certain best practices. Basically, when you want to set up certain, what do we call, the integration in SAP Signavio Process Navigator. So, but before that, what you have to understand is there's a differences there. There are majorly two different types of integrations are there, guys. You need to set up during an implementation, that is cloud, SAP S/4HANA Cloud, and there is public edition. So integrations will be based on your best practices content located in Signavio Process Navigator or through your customer driver integration. So these are the two important differences. Just have a look on the screen. You can easily understand that. Okay. So we have gone through it. If you can see, there are some best practices are there where I'll explain you what are those best practices now for that. Certain business process might include a setup guide. I can see here the situation handling, which I just told you in the last sessions. There are some setup instructions will be there for SAP for me, wherein which you can see some best practices for filters are also there, where you can see for the best practice in the integration as well. If you type the integration, you can see all the best practice integrations here. So here also you can see in setup guide will be there along with your business process flow and test script. So this typically indicates integration need to be enabled for your business process. So basically this will function correctly. So each line of business configuration expert here, he will be responsible for setting up these integrations. So as the integration is a part of your overall setup and configuration of business process, guys, so this will falls within their LOB area and expertise. So you have to understand one important thing. In addition, if an integration requirement is identified either on digital discovery assessment or fit to standard workspaces or workshops, the LOB consultant is highly responsible for all this potential integration content. Okay, so please make a note of it. And coming to the next important thing, when you see this best practice integration setup, so not all SAP best practice integrations are in Signavio. Let me tell you that. So many additional integration scenarios can be also found in your help portal, what you're seeing right now. So make sure always you do a thorough search across the process navigator and help portal to identify your pre-delivered integration scenario content that was provided by your SAP. Okay. So as I told you, there is one more thing called CRs. This is what the CRs is, guys. I just told you, right? So here you have the cloud integration, your HANA, and then your services and other things will be there. So as I said, CRs, the cloud integration automation service. Before you moving forward in setting up all the best practice integration, guys, you have to ensure to see if the integration will be supported by the pre-CRs. This is this one. The service actually, you might be understanding or you might be overwhelming. So why we need the service? Because this service runs in PTP and this will plan for cloud integration scenario. Okay. This will plan through that app. So with that app, you can launch the service can be accessed from Cloud ALM or maintenance plan. If in case integration scenario is supported by CRs, so you can use your guided workflows to potentially make the automation, which is partially done through the integration setup. So instead of your instructions and all these things. So by you'll be having a manual task, automatic task, semi-automatic task, all these things will be there as part of your thing. But whenever you want to access the CRs, this is the process where you have to go to the Cloud ALM through integration automation suite. And then from SAP for me, you can go through this lifecycle management and maintenance plan, just I told to you. This way you can go and access your integration solutions and scenarios. But remember, after subscribing to the CRs, it can be accessed from two locations, as I said. This is from ALM or from SAP for me. And next, this is the communication arrangement in SAP Cloud, guys. The integration setup level, you have all the systems and maintenance. Okay, you can create the user for a provide authentication, and then you can create the system, and then you can finally maintain the communication. So this is one such thing where you can create your user. If you go to the create communication user app, there you can use this one and you can create the app. Okay. Similarly, you can create your communication system, outbound communication also. When you go to the general data, you can enter all your data like this and you can make the use of it. I'm just holding the screen for a while, just have a look on it. All right. So if you can see this is how we create the outbound, inbound communication agreements. Okay. And this is how finally we go with the business after hub overview. Now, there is not great that you really make something on the Accelerator Hub of you, because yes, this is one of the very important thing. But yes, we will find all the APIs in the Business Accelerator Hub. That is the underlying statement, because it's like a public catalog, guys, for the integration, extension, and many other content resources are produced by SAP. And our any of our SAP partner developer ecosystems are primarily through the SAP BTP. So the APIs on the SAP BTP Business Accelerator Hub will be documented in the open API format. So vendor can neutrally get this format, so that makes it easier for the applications to non-SAP applications. So one thing is customers can trust the stability of these APIs, because SAP requires the content on the Business Accelerator Hub. So you can have to depreciation policy that defines your versioning, compatibility, changes, applicability, etc., etc. So you can do that. But still, yes, if you have thoroughly searched, as I said earlier in the navigator, you can still take the help of SAP portals and make this happen. And coming to here, as I said, right, so Fiori apps have the access to applications or services in BTP like this. And where when your hub, Business Accelerator Hub is an important source pre-built content for integrations. So you can just use some of the following these apps here in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud to make the connections between your applications, and you can enable the users to access all the relevant information. Like here you can see custom arrangements, BTP, all these things as well. Okay, in the extensibility also, but ensure you should have the access for this. And yes, finally, last one for this module is monitoring the integrations. Yes, once you integrate, the things are not done. You have to monitor that. So SAP Cloud ALM is included in the SAP Enterprise Support, guys, for all the cloud editions. So which means all your applications within the cloud are accessible by customer at no cost. No cost, please underline bold point. The apps in the SAP Cloud ALM for operations, for selection of essential customer IT team to monitor the health of the SAP system. Generally, you will monitor the health, right? So for that, you can go with the thing called Landscape Management app, where you will see that one. So you can connect different external systems and external API management apps also to get these things here, to get the monitoring analysis. So one thing you have to understand, the capabilities of Cloud ALM for operations has a lot of things like business process monitoring, integration, user performance, job automation, configuration security analysis, health monitoring, business service management, intelligent event processing. So a lot of things are there. Right? I can't, can't explain that. So yes, this is how we generally goes with. And this is finally the monitoring integration landscape. So for all detailed support, you can go to the Cloud ALM Operations Experience portal, this one, or else directly you can visit the Cloud ALM, or still you can go to the SAP community for all the help. So like this, all in all, you can get the setting of integrations done as a whole on this. Okay. But ensure one thing always, whenever you are doing these integrations in the integration suite or making the leveragement of all these things, you might get into different kinds of migration assessments, different kinds of cloud integrations, different kinds of services. And all these things will be a part of our general things will be there. But you should be able to understand what integration are we doing, whether this integration can work or not, and whether you have to make a check on that. Finally, you have to implement it. So this is what you have to do as part of your integration setups. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following best describes the update cycle for SAP S for HANA Cloud Public Edition? Option A, annual updates only. Option B, quarterly automatic updates. Option C, optional updates as needed. Option D, monthly manual updates. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Migrating data, migrating S4HANA cockpit, sharing my screen. All right, so now we will be discussing on the S4HANA migrating data on the public cloud. So small disclaimer for a half minute. All right, so whenever we are going to do the S4HANA migrating cockpit, I'm giving a small overview on this. So in this, we will be seeing migrating data with S4HANA migration. So as an overview, like we can see a lot of things in this, right? So including the licenses for S4HANA deployments, automated mapping between source and targets, value assurance for data migration, pre-delivered migration content, guidance and simulation, less time to migrate data at lower cost. So these are the major things, wherein which we discuss as part of it. And we'll see some of the small practical on, migration cockpit. So remember that, when setting up to SAP S4HANA Cloud for a customer, an important task is this migration of all required business data from their old database to the new or the target application layer on SAP HANA. So SAP S4HANA Migration Cockpit as a whole, this is a tool. So this majorly provides multiple methods of migrating data from different legacy systems. So legacy in the sense means SAP or non-SAP also as needed, as per the demand requirement based on that. So when we open the migration cockpit from an app, okay, there is an app called Migrate Your Data on the FireOG Launchpad Migration Cockpit app. So from where in which you can migrate your data, as long as we have the permissions assigned to access the application, we can do that. But yes, this is limited. This is not open to all because migration cockpit involves a lot of sensitive process. So people should not migrate, and they don't have the regular authentication unless admin is granting the access to that. So the same app will be available in all deployments of SAP S4. Remember that on like on-premise or private or public cloud. So although the functionality and migration object template availability may be slightly different based on the deployment that we are going to do, but the process remains the same in all the environments. So SAP S4HANA Migration Cockpit as a whole is an embedded tool. There is no additional cost to use it. Please keep it in the mind. The tool has a lot of comprehensive library things, which are of migration object templates with almost necessary fields, which are already defined to help you migrate data to the different things, on the HANA application layer. So better, like it will be automatically maps your source data from the templates to S4HANA target system. And basically this guides you throughout the series of, like a step-by-step activities to confirm your mappings and finalize your migration as well. So all in all, SAP S4HANA Migration Cockpit is primarily designed to be used during a period of time when larger volumes of data need to be moved from other systems to the target system. So ensure that this is always a very basic and important during implementation of SAP S4HANA Cloud. But yes, we could also be relevant if a customer who has already gone with live in SAP S4HANA Cloud, he might acquire a subsidiary organization and needs to move data from subsidiary database also to the parent companies of SAP HANA application layer. So this might also happen. Okay, and then next one, the permission to migrate data. As you see here, there is a permission to migrate data will be there. So on the new migration project, you can validate your data in the system and make the things on top of that. And I'll show you in a small while. But let me explain you on this. In addition to have permission to access the migrating of your data through your app, we need permission to migrate each type of data. Okay, why? Because the migration cockpit tool uses the same APIs and technical checks which would be done if you were to create a new data value through your respective application. For example, if we need to create a new bank record in your system, right? So you would use the application like manage banks, master data, etc., right? So the app would present you with certain fields capturing the information about your new bank to create the record in the system, right? So if you create certain 1,000 banks, this would be feasible to create each through the manage banks master data app one by one, right? So instead of that, you would use the migrate your data app to facilitate creating all these 1,000 bank records at one time. So after migrating all bank records, you can check the managed banks master data to verify the banks that you have migrated are now available. Okay. So therefore, whenever you migrate data, you need certain permissions to access both the migrating of your data app and the app that you'd use to create the data as one of, right? So all migration objects available in SAP S/4HANA Cloud are merely, like they documented in SAP Help Portal or like in the SAP site there. So remember that each migration object, the app required to validate your data in the system, it's in the post-processing section only. So whenever there will be a link in the app in which you have to click it. So when you brought up the app information in the Fiori apps reference library, you can see that, whether the business roles are required to access the apps or not. So if you can see here, that is where, that we can see the post-processing things are happening here, right? And not only that, you have to make different methods of migration. So when you want to migrate your data from cockpit, so you can use to staging tables, or you can use the migrate data from SAP system. So if you're going from staging tables, you have to go for local SAP HANA database scheme or remote SAP HANA database schema. So a migration object generally, like a template, is filled and the data from the template is transferred to a staging table. Staging table means it's a temporary table, which then move to your target of SAP S/4HANA application layer, which is connected to your cloud system. So migration object templates, they can be filled through two different procedures. One is through your local database schema, and another one is through your remote SAP database schema. Okay. So in local SAP S/4HANA database schema, you can download the template in the XML or CSV format and copy paste or manually type your data in each field here. Okay. So this is the most importantly used method. Okay. And then in remote, a separate HANA database is deployed, and here it is used as a middleman, like between the customer's legacy database and the target of cloud system. This will be your middleman kind of thing. So an integration must be set up to connect this remote SAP HANA database to target SAP cloud system. And the customer is primarily responsible for all the designing of the own ETL code or, whatever the services of data to move data from legacy to remote in this layer. So this method requires more time to initially set up, but can more efficient for larger volumes of data. Okay. So both methods are usually the time consuming and they can consume larger volumes of data itself. Okay. Then when you want to migrate data directly from SAP system, in case you can do it from ERP with a compatible release, a remote functional call connection has to be set up and you have to do that. Okay. So then coming to your data migration with the local SAP S/4HANA database schema, how you do that? So as I told, this can be done through your staging tables, right? So if you can see here, you can see this. The moment you go for, you can see the local database schema. You can use here, create, migrate data using staging tables, and you can start doing that. You can monitor this one as well. So the moment you want to migrate data, first of all, what do you have to create? You have to create a migration project like this. Okay. And as in one or more migration objects for this like this. So SAP S/4HANA migration cockpit then generates a staging table within SAP S/4HANA cloud for each migration object. When the table for an object has been filled and you have to finalize the migration project, the data from the staging table will be moved to database of the SAP S/4HANA cloud system. So all in all the migration objects visible in the S/4HANA migration cockpit, these are based on the different business processes you have in your cloud system. This means the additional business processes which are activated in central business configuration can result in your additional migration objects which can become visible in the later point of time. Okay, so remember here, the rule of thumb is to migrate the data of all migration objects you see, because each one supports one or more business process here, which are very important. Okay, so you can see the two options, locally, remote and local. All right, so whenever you want to, there is a guided migration approach. Let me show you that first of all. So, but yes, let me conclude some of these steps here before I go to that. So because These are the steps generally we follow as part of, the migration cockpit thing. So first of all, whenever you want to migrate the data, that you have to understand, you have to first create a migration project, and then select the migration objects, and then you can download the migration object template in XML or CSV format and open it in the Microsoft Excel. So there you have to fill that in the whatever the way that you want there, and you can see you can fill the data in the template and upload the completed template in your migration cockpit, and then prepare the staging tables, and then finally you can process the mapping task, and then you can migrate the data. So once you are done, you can do the close of the project as well. Okay, so let me show you how you can do that. So the SAP S/4HANA migration cockpit basically helps us to easily migrate data from SAP or non-SAP to a cloud system generally, as I said earlier. So let me close this and open this one. So when you go for data migration, you will see these apps called data migration status, migrate your data, migration cockpit, okay, and then define settings for your legacy data transfer, migrate your data, migration cockpit. This is a deprecated, which is not live, because we need these two important apps, okay? And then you can click on the app there on the migration cockpit. So now you can see here on the migration projects, right? The migration projects home is there. You can see there were no migration happen in the system, right? So if you can see in the Go, if you can do that, you can see that some of the migration projects has been done on that, right? So it was not there, and then you can simply create that, okay? So to start a new migration, just go for create. So you have to say which migration you have to do. Migrate data from SAP or from staging tables, okay? So as I said earlier, the differences between that. So we will do that through staging tables. With this approach, we migrate data from SAP or non-SAP systems into SAP S/4HANA Cloud Edition via simple file upload. All right. So if you can see here, we can give the name of the project, okay? The database connection, which I have told you, either local or remote SAP HANA schema. This one we have to select. So first thing you have to importantly keep it in the mind that SAP S/4HANA migration cockpit creates staging tables. You can see here, migration approach, migrate data using staging tables. Who will create staging tables? SAP S/4HANA migration cockpit will create the staging tables for the migration objects that are relevant for your project. And it will migrate what? The data from these staging tables to the target SAP S/4HANA cloud system. Template files are generally provided for every migration object. Let me tell you, I told you that earlier also, I'm reiterating the same statement here. You can leverage these templates files to fill the staging tables with the data. So once you create a project involving certain steps and all these things, in the first step, basically, you have to specify the general data for the project. You have to specify the name of the project, the master and everything connection. Once, if you are using files to fill the staging tables with data, you have to choose the option local here for SAP HANA database schema in the database connection. Okay. System will generate the staging tables in the internal schema of your cloud system. Have to keep it in the mind. Okay. So now let's proceed for this and proceed the name for this. In the name panel, give the name field project _ demo _ Zara. Okay. See, automatically step 2 came the moment you gave the project name here. Okay. I told you 2 steps will be there, right? So we are going in the local step here, the local SAP S/4HANA schema here. So with that, we will do the step 2. Okay. So now you will be surprising what we will do in the step 2. In the second step, when we select the relevant migration objects, we have to be very careful. Okay. We have to see there will be a list of available migration objects based on the scope items. We have to activate. We have to just, see them and we have to make it out. Go to step 2 there. See, these are the available migration objects. There are many objects are there. Okay. So whenever you want information on the migration object, you can see the documentation. For example, the bank one is there. If you see the documentation of bank, you can see what is this about the bank in the standard SAP help portal. You can see what is this bank object. In the similar way, the class is there. Just click on the class. So like this, the documentation of the particular migration object, what we select, it will be displayed in a new window. So once you are done with this, close the window and return to your migration cockpit. If you want to see at the time of moment, when we want to see what migration object are we really taking it, that one, we can do that. So once we are done with this, let's say I'm doing these two objects, bank and CEO profit center. Let's say these two standard objects I'll migrate. Okay. So to simulate and migrate a specific migration object, always we need the respective authorization for the business. Okay. So we find this information in the migration object documentation. Okay. Whenever you select this, for this case, when we selected this bank and profit center, so we will go with the scenario right. Okay. So now, once you are done with the available migration object selection, see on the left-hand side, you will have the available. On the right-hand side, you have the selected migration objects. All right. So just simply say go. You will see these two important bank and profit centers. Okay. So basically, whenever you want to make something, the selection is confirmed or not, you have to make it review. Say review. Okay. And then once this is reviewed, you can simply say create project. That means we gave the name of the project, we selected the database connection, we have finalized the migration objects, and finally we reviewed it, means we are about to submit, and now that submission is nothing but your creation of project. So now create project. So you can see in the migration object project demo, this is the one which we created now, right? The status, you can see it was not started. That means we have not started any migration. This is created by us, the approach, the connection, the number of objects. This will give you, if you go to the right navigation, that will give you more details about what we are going to do. That means the objects that we selected, is there any errors in the mappings or simulations or something, right? So this is a migration project screen. Okay. So in this screen, basically, we can view the migration objects that have previously selected, and sometimes we can trigger the steps that we are required to transfer the data for each migration object, okay, that to the target of your cloud system. So for that, we will leverage this. Okay. All right. Now, to get the detailed information about the migration object, you can just simply go to here. You can choose it. We can go through it also, or you can just simply click on it. Okay. This is detail about, for example, bank, the table structure of the bank master data, the international address versions, the history of it, the migration object, the technical information. Okay. So all these things are there. If this have any updates are there, you can check for updates also. See, the moment if you click on check for updates, okay, you can see there are some updates are the history when it was being finished on, when it is started on. Right this. Okay. So this is the bank and these are your technical table names. Okay. So one thing you have to understand, the system automatically creates one or more database tables for your each migration object in the project. Which are called staging tables. So to populate these staging tables using the files, you have to first download your template file for the migration objects you require. You see here, this is your table structure. This is your history, dependencies, technical information. Okay. So go back. Now for each object, we have to download the templates. We can see here on the bank migration object towards right, you have this download template. There are different options for populating the staging tables, guys. So with the data, you can use pre-delivered XML or CSV template files. Okay. Go to here, download, upload file we will do later on. Okay. So we have to do this. 1 second, let me check this. Okay, go back. Again, go into this. Yeah. In the actions, once you select the objects here, so right now, let me select the bank object only. In the actions, if you go to the download template, you can see the download XML file. Click there. Now system will create. Oh my God, my pop-up is blocked. 1 second, hold on. Let me allow this. Let me redo this. Download XML file. Yeah. So system now creates the template files. If you choose more than one migration object, it will be a zip file. Okay. So now it will be only XML file. To show the XML file, just to show the XML file to you. All right. So once we can see this XML file, in that the field list will be there, in which we will see the fields there. Okay, let me show you the XML file directly. Let me redownload it again. Let's do it for Core Profit Center. I'm not sure why this was not allowing me. Just hold on. check into this, guys. Okay. And let me show you with an Excel itself only the same thing. The first file is a bank master data. You can see the field list here, right? If you go to the main file, these are the field because I'm doing a standard one, which is a bank master data. If you go to the bank master, you can see all these data here, whatever it might be. Okay. This is the bank master. This is the field list. Okay. So whenever you want to specify your source data for the migration, you have to always go with this bank master only. Okay. So here in this spreadsheet, basically, we can enter the source data for the bank migration project. Like the mandatory fields will be there wherever you can see. These are these are mandatory means we know that, right? So we are compulsorily the star marker highlight in the orange or something is important for us. So we have to fill some data in it. So write some data like this: US, China, D, the countries and regions. The bank key will be something around. Okay. I will just extend this to here. This will be 2 and this will be 3. And the bank name will be Bank of Canada, Bank of India, sorry, Bank of China, Bank of Germany, right? So once we are done with that, we can fill the rest of all data also based on the things that we can do. Okay. Like the branch, whatever you want, the address, the control data, whatever you want, and everything we can keep it out. Basically, this is the master data. So same data, we can copy it and we can put in the international address thing as well. Do row by row, actually. Sometimes this might provide some problems to us in the earlier stages. Bank branch, search terms, these are all not required. We can leave it as it is. The field list, these are the ones which has been mandatory. So in case if you want to make anything mandatory, we can keep that as mandatory also. Okay. So like this, these are all these data that we can see in the, this is the total fields. This is the bank master where we will put all the data that whatever we want. Okay. If you go a little bit here, you will have all these things. So if you're down, you can see these ones also. And then you can just do this. Okay. You can see some of the fields are there. You can unhide them and hide them or unhide them. So you can see some of the technical field names also here. Okay. So that, you'll get if there are any technical fields that you're missing. So you can actually put that there and you can make something use of that like this. Okay. So yeah, this is not required for now. I'm just stating this. Just putting the bank master is required further. So we can do this one. And simply once we are done this, we can put this information, we'll see accordingly. So we'll just save the sheet right away and say S. Okay. So once you're done with this, just after you saving the sheet, go back, close this file, go back to this main sheet. In the upload file, there is an upload file there, like wherever your download template is there, you can upload the file there. Just go there and then put the file here. You can say upload. If it is a CSV folder, in case if you want to make this out, you can make a CSV folder. For now, just simply do that one. Your XML file, whatever you have just done that, that's it. You demoed XML. See, the validation is scheduled. That means it gets scheduled for the uploaded file. Okay. If you want to see the messy data successfully transferred to staging tables, this is a message which you have to get it. Now go to the show messages. So you can see the relevant messages for the file. It was being chosen there. Okay. And not only that, if you go back, let me show you one thing. See, the instances are 3 here. 3 means what? These are nothing but the staging tables. Okay. Whenever you want to the instances, we can choose this number of instances in the data column as well. See the 3 here. So this is the data, right? China, Germany, and US. This is what I have given there, right? Now system displays your migration object instances screen. Okay. Where you can view the records of each instance. Each row represents one migration object instance and contains the fields of the instance as well. Okay. So if you want to look at your staging table entry for the Bank of China or Bank of DSG Bank or something, whatever, okay, you can just simply go to the right navigation. If you want to see Bank of China, just go there. You can see the data there, like this. Additional data I have not entered. You can enter whatever you want at the later point of time when you are practicing that. You can still do that. This is the staging table which we have, which system has been created. This is the staging table entry data. Okay. Whenever you want to go back, you can simply go back. Okay. Simply go back, go back, go back. Now, see, now the action has been gone to prepare. It's not download. Earlier, if you observe, these are all not activated. These are So this is what guided approach. System will guide you. What next, what next, what next. This is the beauty of S4HANA public cloud. I told you, right? So now once I uploaded the file, I downloaded template in step 1. Step 2, uploaded the file after editing that. And step 3, prepare it, right? Automatically prepare came. So in this action column itself only, you'll get this prepare. You can trigger an action for this migration object called prepare, which means it will prepare the triggering action for the migration. Okay. So let's say go for prepare. 1 second, system is running. Okay. Now simply prepare it. The moment you click on the prepare, you can see this pop-up. Please have a look on it. What is saying that the staging tables need to be prepared before they can be used to transfer data to S4HANA. Okay, that is what it is saying, right? So now we can run a simple consistency check for the data in the staging tables in this. Okay, now this is preparing staging tables, right? This is preparing staging tables. Now, if you want to make consistent check, you can just do this and do that. But still, it all depends upon the actions that we are making on top of that. Simply now click on the prepare staging tables and it will start the process. Okay. Now preparation started. For more information, choose monitoring. Okay. This is the monitoring. Or else you can see now the running activities from 0 to 1 it came. There is system run. You can click on the running activities parallelly, view all running activities. See, this is still going on. Started, object, everything here. Used free jobs. This is going on. So let's this jobs be completed. So now this is all gone. That means the preparation phase is gone. We can go back. See now where we are in. Now the stage is started to mapping tasks. And you can see there is one error also. One open, right? So what is that one error, one open? You have to see that. Okay. Now we go to the mapping tasks. Okay. These are confirmed, to be confirmed, error. Okay. So whenever you see that some of these open tasks are for the mapping task for the migration object, before you proceed with your simulation for the migration, you need to process the open your mapping task. You have to go with the mapping task like this. Okay. So once you go through the mapping task, you have to ensure. See, if you can see on the mapping task screen, the mapping of bank key, the mapping of country and region key, these got error, right? So what it is saying, we have to view these open tasks to be confirmed. First of all, this is confirmed, right? Okay, we have to correct and confirm the mapping between the source file data values and target fields value. That is called to be confirmed. This is like a warning. You can ignore that. It's not an issue if you ignore also, but error you have to rectify. Okay. So for example, for this confirmed, if you just go here, just wait, system is little running low. Yeah. So once we select this, see, there is a value called confirm. Just simply confirm it. Now say okay. Just confirm that. This will be okay, done. Now confirming is navigate to monitoring status. Just refresh this. Now go to here, uncheck this. Now go to here value, this value, which is the mapping country which got error. The moment you click on that, you will see this one window where you can see these values are confirmed or not confirmed. Just simply confirm, confirm. So if you can see that China, there is no value. Okay. China is given from what? The source system. And it should be adapted to match the target value in your cloud system also. For US and German system already propose the available values because system has it. But China is a new target value which is not there in the list, right? So for that, what you have to do, you have to mention that in the country of the region. If you can go here, see this, what are the values we have. In the country region name, there is nothing, right? So in the country region name field, we have to just enter the China. We have to go for it. Let's say value China. See, the China came and simply say, okay. Now country region key, say go, you'll get this. Add that, confirm. See, all are confirmed, right? That means the data, because this is master data, right? You have to confirm it to the system that this is right with the source to target, the values are being done, right? So now go back as all values are confirmed and go to the mapping task again. These are confirmed. Okay. You have to ensure these are confirmed, no errors, no warnings. Okay. So once you're confirmed, then you can go back and simulate that. Go here and simulate. So now it will ask you, system simulating the migration of all migration object instances in the staging tables for the migration object. Is it right or not? Okay, the simulation will done that particular check to you. Okay, it should be for all instances. Sometimes if you want to do random for 100 10%, 500 custom selections you can do based on, but all instances is a common selection which you have to do. Let's say start simulation. So now you can see the simulation migration is started for this object. We go to the monitoring also, you can see the same thing. You go back, show messages, go back, start simulation again. So this migration has completed, not completed. It was been some with error. So we can migrate without errors and with errors both, not an issue, because we are migrating the object instance in the staging tables for the migration object. So any instance that have already been migrated will not be migrated again. So this is a remigration and it is not allowing us. So simply migrate now, start migration, say okay, migration started. Just simply go for settings here. This is a migration process which you're seeing here. Because that China error might be, it is the one which was actually happening this year. So let's see, we can see the correction file also in this. You can view the failed activities. In case if you have got any errors like this, show messages. Okay, some of these, the source record, this is a problem. Yeah, it's not about China. The source record is a problem. Let me check this. So if you get any errors, you can just go like this and create that. Check that. Go back. Here also, if you can see the message of simulation, the same thing is there. Go back, create correction file. Same XML file we have to create, right? Say, okay, this is the file, create correction file, monitoring screen. We have to download the file, download file. The correction file is here. Okay. So whatever we have done right, we have to reload that file, the download file, go back for the same, upload the file again. So let's delete this and upload another file for this, which I'm doing this, demo2.xml, validation schedule. So you can see the correction files. Okay, show message. Somehow the data cannot insert table, data from file cannot be transferred. There is some problem with this record. So finally, you can migrate data like this, like without any issues. If there is any issue, you can just correct that and you can just load it. Okay. So yeah. So let me try to show you that. This is a migration result. You can delete the instance just for a case. If you have any unnecessary things, if you want to make it out, don't want to make this out, you can just take this out, remove that and see your thing is 100%. If you go to the migration results, because the data is not accepting, so I'm just remove that record. You can correct the record also, you can do that. But this is now migrated. So this particular things are migrated. So this is how you have to complete your migrations. Okay. And it will generate all the results and everything. So one by one or group migration objects also, you can do like, okay. So this is how we do migration, guys. And yes, whenever we want to migrate the remote systems also, the same kind of thing, you can go to the same back panel here. Just in the migration, go to the migration status also. Let me show you the tab also. So you can see all migrations here. The statistics, the objects, what we have done, how it has been done. So like this, we can prepare for that. Okay. So yeah. So for remote also, I have shown you the option for remote, right? So the remote configurations also, you can do that and, you can make this out. A public cloud edition to integration, staging tables will be there, which you have seen, the customer database tables and all these things. So this is a prerequisites, guys. There's a setup for remote HANA database schema as well. Either the customer or a number of the member of the consulting team might take care of this integration between your remote SAP HANA database and target cloud systems, which can be through process navigator, this might happen. Okay. On the S/4HANA migration cockpit, generally generate the staging tables as we have seen practically now. So these objects are in the remote SAP HANA based database through your integration. So whenever you're migrating data directly from SAP system, you have to do it through I have showed you in the practical part, right? The same way you have to do it from SAP. Instead of using for staging tables, we'll go for SAP selection there. Okay. Like here, you can see this. You can see this, go back and you go for data migration and you go for migration cockpit, right? So here, this is the one. This one we have to select whenever you go for SAP, because the migrate data using staging tables method would need for your migration objects, which are not available through this method. So in this scenario, a communication arrangement will be required. You have to give it through which source system. That means generally we pass through different SAP source systems, right? So those source systems you have to give and start migrating for it. Okay. So that is what about your migration things. So there is an extended statistics, which I have just shown to you, right? Where in that migration data SAP, you can have additional detail about your data, which is captured in the statistics part, where you can see your information sources, target values, etc., on top of that. Okay. And extensibility in data migration will be also there, which is one of the other part. Let me explain that. So whenever through the extensibility framework, some migration objects will support custom fields, which are created in the custom fields app, as long as the custom fields has been made available to be used to other applications or APIs in the application applicable business context. So migration cockpit will automatically add it to your source structures and in the relevant migration objects values and all these things. Okay. So that is how generally we make it for that. And then we can migrate object mode using staging tables and all these things will be there where, for example, if you need to add a field to the customer migration object template to capture additional data, so you have to use your migrate object modeler to add this additional field. So depending on what each migration object allows you, you may change some of these structures, target structures, source structures, the structure mapping, field mapping, etc. Okay. So you cannot change this type of information a migration object template directly, guys, when you're working with the template in Excel kind of thing. Why means because changing headers or adding or removing columns might, they would corrupt the file and will not allow you to import the template from migration to cockpit. So please be careful with that. And whenever you are migrating data from SAP system, so you can do it through object modeler only for the SAP also, wherein which in the general business data management, you can see data migration to S/4HANA. So let me try to show you that one also. This is still available for me to show you. This is through object modeler. Whenever you use the implementation activities app to access your migration object modeler, the moment you go for this IMP app, system will display the business configuration structure like this. So here you can go to the general business data, and general business data, you will have the data management. Under data management, you will have the data migration. Under data migration, you will have the model your migration objects. Okay, data migration to from SAP or S/4HANA will be there. So there you will model your migration objects. So if you ask me what are the resources for data migration, yes, SAP has a value assurance program, guys, wherein which we have data migration design support services, migration support services, which are for target to customers and partners who can need to build or review their data migration concepts for different on-premise or cloud softwares, etc. Okay. So this is what about, on total, we can learn about the migration things. Okay. So in the next module, we will see the testing configuration. With this, we can complete the S4C01, which was S4HANA implementation of public cloud. Thank you.
Hey there. Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We're going to discuss on the last module in the S4C01, which is testing configured business processes. So, yeah, so small disclaimer for this. In this session, this is a small disclaimer, just for half a minute, right? So this module, we will be discussing on the testing business processes. So this is the last one, where we will see the testing configured business processes, how to conduct these tests, what can we do as part of these strategies, and, different things will be there as part of this as well. So this is a public cloud again, in which we will be seeing this, as part of all modules, is a common module I told you earlier also. So this is where, we will be more clearly looking into it, about all these systems and all these things. Okay. Yes. So coming back to here. Yeah. So we covering the agenda for this training is explaining the test strategy, preparing test cases for user acceptance testing. So using the test automation tool for automation testing. Okay. So let's go into the first one, which is a test strategy. Okay. So yeah, while we are testing here, So that's a very important point that, like the test strategy will have also the activate methodology phases wherein which we see some of the test strategy at different levels, right? So because different tests are conducted at various stages, not at one single stage. This will be covered at different stages, basically, right? So that is what, majorly we will be looking into it. So when we conduct different tests for different stages, the implementation project with specific purpose and objectives will be in line with it, right? So three common tests are there for the implementation test. Like you can see the implementation testing, the user acceptance UAT testing, and the regression testing. So these are the three tests we do as part of the standard strategy here. Okay. So on the implementation testing, you see generally unit functionalities, strings of units, authorizations, integrations, migrated data, business processes, and these things will be there. And UAT, we will cover all the business processes. And regression, as normal, you'll do the PUT and using test automation tool. So all in all here, like if you can see, the implementation tests occur in the realization phase, basically. Okay. And because of the SAP Activate methodology, during this time, the partner LOB configuration experts are also getting each business process fully configured in the customizing tenant of the development system. Okay. And so the transporting business configurations or customizations to test and production systems, all these things will happen on that. So testing the functionality of a piece of the business process here, we call it as unit testing. So in the unit functionality, we call unit test. So because multiple unit test is called a string of units, we call string testing. Okay. And whenever you are doing the entire business process, to test on that, so then we call it as a business process test because the other agents and all these things as part of that. So here, one point I want to highlight that, because business processes should be tested in the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Test System. After all integrations have been set up and data has been migrated for the relevant process, so we can test the process in the situation as close to reality as possible. So unit and string tests are, informal, and therefore those should happen organically as the configuration and customization is completed on top of that. So as an end-to-end business process, guys, so this test will include one or more individual business processes that will occur one after the other, okay, and which are formal. So coming to UAT, the user acceptance test also here, it's in the realization phase only it will occur, but with a different audience. You may remember from unit covering fit to standard workshop that that's an ideal situation. Customer LOB experts participating in the workshops, they would also participate in UAT of the configured business processes. This is why, because those same customer experts can saw business process demonstrated in the S4 cloud system. So they will provide the feedback about small changes that are needed to be made, to ensure that the system works for their needs. So the partner LOB configuration experts here, they work on the addressing these requirements basically, and they can, after confirming the requirements that have been successfully handled, so that they can report in the major priority. Okay. So for UAT, the manual test cases are set up by your partner LOB configuration experts. Okay. And coming to regression testing, yes, these typically occur in the run phase. So after a customer system is live, so to identify any changes in the latest release upgrade effect of the customer systems, the configurations and the customizations are there. So we can see that. So the regression tests are go live or responsibility for the customer to handle. So that's it. So this is what, all in all for the SAP activity methodology phases, guys. Next, coming to the preparation phase, the next important thing, the preparation phase, SAP Cloud ALM Test Management has these following apps, like, you can test preparation, test plans, test execution, these things we have it. The Cloud ALM Test Management apps are basically designed to provide the area where we can document and keep track of all the testing activities, basically. So for both the manual and automated test case in one single location. So the third-party test providers, like Tricentis, Test Automation, etc., like you can see here, they can be integrated whenever you want to facilitate the automated business process test. So they can be connected to S/4HANA Cloud Private Edition quality system, and they can start doing that. Okay. So you can still understand more information about integration between Cloud ALM and Tricentis, if you want in the SAP portal that is still available, that cannot be covered directly in this. Okay. And then the test case plans, when you come to the test case plans, here the test plans. So there are manual test cases wherein we have to create in the SAP Cloud ALM for any formal test that can be documented. So this test includes a different kind of things will be there. Like UAT, you can see you can create a test plan, test preparation plan, and all these things here. So I'll run through a small thing if possible on this, if you have the access for that. Okay. So basically, the manual test cases, this needs to be created in the Cloud ALM, and any formal test that need to be documented, we can do from there. So the test cases here, what I'm saying, the test cases are created in the test preparation app. So it will be based on your finalized solution scope in the business process first. So then you can assign these test plans to in the test plans app. So because you can understand that the solution scope here, it is based on the best practices. So Cloud will pull in the relevant test procedure titles from your script associated to your business process for the testing. Okay. So after that, like whenever you want to make this, like the test preparation thing will be right, like to create a new test case here, you have to create this one. You have to create this new test case. You can save this here. Once you are done the save, you can see this one, like where in which you will project the project, the scope, solution process, solution flow diagram, all these things you can see, and you can simply save that. Okay. So this is how you generally do this. Coming to the next one, which is your test plan preparation and execution. So here, in the test plan app, the moment when you create the test plan, that will group together with one or more test cases, right? So the test cases here can be executed individually as well as long as they are in the prepared status. But we have to understand one thing: they cannot be assigned to a specific tester. A test plan, you can enable you to either map one test case per test plan or multiple test cases to create one end-to-end LOB test plan. So basically, these test plans, they can be assigned to a specific tester with a small window of some time, like we can define when test needs to be takes place. Okay. So for the sake of clarity, guys, in UAT, you should, what I want to say, you can assign those test cases to test plans and make the assignment of those plans to specific testers. So which makes that is easy for testers to know what they're responsible for testing and what they can document defects or issues, whatever they encounter during the test. So any documented defects, guys, any documented defects or issues or something you need to be resolved by implementation team, you have to do with them. And if you want to retest by the original tester, and you have to confirm the resolution. Okay. So simple like that. You have to navigate to test plan here. And then in the preparation, you can be in the testing. You can assign these test cases, assign the test cases here, whatever the test case are there, and simply assign the person, change the test to testing, and then make this happen. That's it. This is a very simple thing as part of the preparing of the test case in the ALM. And finally, when you're conducting automated business process, okay, because test automation with Tricentis will give you small introduction on that. So Tricentis test automation for SAP, basically it is rated by Gartner and Forrester as a leading test automation company, wherein which we can see that, wherein which we can say that through this partnership between SAP and Tricentis, all the SAP enterprise support customers can be benefit from the greater additional test automation functionality, wherein say all the test automation of all SAP UIs, including SAP Cloud products, or the automation of APIs for SAP products, the content for regression testing, whatnot. So everything can be there as part of that. Okay. So you can, with the Tricentis, you can have a test case authoring, supporting of all UIs and test data services. Whereas for SAP test management, you can have the test planning, preparation, orchestration, reporting, manual testing, defect management, exploratory testing, and integration of test automation. So these are the ones that are available for us. So whenever you want to set up the Tricentis test automation in the SAP Cloud LM, you can just simply go with the SAP's space here, where you can just, just go here and you can just do that. Like this, you can see the setup Tricentis test automation for SAP. You can simply go through it. So that's it. So this is about the testing thing here.
Hey there. Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Hi everyone. So now we are seeing some of the important modules, which is module number 12, which is testing scenarios, for which I can show you now. So in this module, we will see some of the important features of, manage of your test process. Okay. So in the automated testing, generally this will be there. So this is the testing apps. When you can see, if you go to the manage your test process, okay. So you will see this one. This is the manage your test process app, wherein in which you will see the different managed production operations, product cost breakdown in plan, actual workflow, the different test processes that are running into this. You can see this is called change history. What is the view and change history there? You can see this is where we can see this change history for this completely. If you want to see any TDC change history, you can choose this TDC associations app as well. There is no data for us right now. Okay. This is one option. If you go to the close, you can see this one. So this is your export document. We can export all these things. If you don't want to, this document is exported. See, if you can see, all the test cases can also be exported, and you can see as a part of the scenarios here. These are all your test cases scenarios, which can be easily exported. You can see whether which are passed, which are not, what is the status of that, everything you can see this. Okay. This is one such wonderful thing that we have there. And after that, you can see there's a filtering option is there. There's a filter test process. So you can filter the test process by type, release, country, whatever you want. You can see this as part of that. If you go to the standard, for example, the type is standard. See, automatically, if you say okay, you will see all the filters has been standard. So everything was being gone through standard, right? So this is how the filter will works to help you on that. So like this, you can filter for many other criteria also, wherein which you can see that. Okay. That is one such wonderful usage that we can see. Whenever you want to reset to the applied filters, we have this reset button here. Just simply reset here. We can just reset that one. Okay. So this last one is whenever you want to add a new test case, you can simply go for the new test process. You can get test process, update the existing one also. If you go to create of new test process, you can simply create it here. Demo. If you have any scope relevant to it, you can just add that scope. For example, this test case or this test case something. Can just put that and simply save it. So the same can be added here. In the new test process steps, you can keep it here. Okay, any process steps or any TDCs, whatever asset test development cases, we can just add that here. So like this, you can create your test things on top of this. Okay, so this is one such important thing in the testing that we can do. Okay, so after that, we have few more test scenarios also, which I want to show you on this level. So let me show you those test scenarios also, what we can do on that one by one. I'll just show you. So next one is we have to adopt sometime the best practices, in the test automations that we have to adopt and make that out. Okay. So for that, we have to execute a test process sometimes also on top of that. So which is very important for us. So for that, we have to, that is called adopting the best practice automations, which generally been given by SAP. So for that also, you have to go to your manage your test process only, and you have to make that. Okay. So for example, in the test process, if you go back to your test process, go back, manage your test process. See, there is a direct test process is there, J45, just, procurement of direct materials are there. We have selected that, and this came here, just simply select that one. If you can adopt the test process here, there is adapt test process there. You can adapt this. Okay. And you can see there are a lot of step numbers are there. You can select or deselect the steps in the new process that you want to create for this. Okay. So let's say I'm selecting 4, 6, 8, and 12 and simply save custom process. It is saving. Just wait. Okay. Sorry, I have not given the process name. Demo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save custom process. So you'll get this warning. Test data container field binding step is skipped as there are no custom process steps. Simply say, okay, no problem. You can just expand and unexpand these ones. You can just unexpand this. You can see, go to the approve purchase order, this one. You can search for the data binding and you can open the input help also. If you go to the data binding level here at this level, simply go here. You can see this one. So here we can simply make it to test data center. Okay. If you go here, this is a previous step. So you can add the data binding here. You can use the create purchase orders. So click on here. So you can select it, you can see the purchase order is there. Okay, that means you can add the data binding further. That means this is called adapting the test processes, in which we're making customizing from the earlier one. So now demo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, save test plan. So like this, you can say, can execute, can do these things. You can execute your test process. Okay, this is how you adopt your different test process. Like it's a best practice for test automates in this, tutorial just shown to you right now. So you can understand and you can do this, based on your things as well. Now, coming to the test data containers, because right now I have just shown you some things on the adaptations of that. So after adaptations, we have to understand one of the important other test cases, like test data containers. Okay.
Hey there. Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We are doing something regarding testing in the last class. So let me show you what we can do on the remaining things now. So we showed the testing scenarios, creations, and testing, adaptation of testing best practices. So after that, now the data container, which I'm going to show you now. So in the testing data container, so let me show you how to create a test data container and its variants. So for the administrator purpose, like test automation can create a test data container, its variants, guys. So we have to know how this test data container can be created, and we have to make a better usage of it. Okay. So for this, you have to go to an app called test data container. Test data container, this one. You go to this app. Okay, you might see some of these different data containers are there, in which you can see this one. There are various options also there, like create, copy, edit, as part of the test data container here, right? So for creation, you just go to the create, and you have to create your test data container. Okay, this is the kind of wizard for this. Just put the name, area, tags, the scope items for this. So I'm giving, so start with TDC. All the test data container should start with TDC. So TDC underscore, I'm giving demo. Okay, the area will be which area, like, which functional area this comes to. Let's say it's sales. Tag, you can give some tag. Tag means for the tagging for date or something. So date I'll just give. So if you want to give scope item, you can give. If you don't want, you can just simply ignore that. Just give in here the demo EDC. Okay, we can select this checkbox, add custom fields only, so that if you want any custom fields, you can add that here. Simply go for next. Just go to the next. You can see the custom fields will be there. The template, sorry, we have to go to the template. Somehow this is not meant for template. I have to go to the scope item or something. So select this one. Yeah, now you can see this. So just wait, the system is getting the data, I think. So let's move for this. Okay, it should get the data. I don't know why it's not getting. If I go to, it's going for finish directly. Let me try, because it should get all the data for the sales here. I'll do one thing. Let me check with some other sales, retail, and I add few more sectors also here. Okay, and then let's not give anything, and let's go for next. Here it should show the selected fields for you. But anyways, now this is skipping that, so it will take everything. So let's go for the finish. So your test data container will be created here. Let's say demo, right? We created. One second, let me recreate. I don't know, some problem here. The test data containers. Create. Let me go back to homepage. Test data. So when we create, this is how it has to represent the area, the tags, and everything also. Okay, if you can see here, the test data container can show you all this variants, types, companies, country codes, and everything, like whatever that has been created, the fields that we select. Okay, so these are the two sections which were missed, and the last time when I tried to create, let me try to recreate this one more time. And just create, okay, not here. You can create here directly. 111410, I'll give it. I'll give these areas, finance, tax, tag, 1110 for next. This is going to the last. There might be some issue with this one. Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, I have selected this custom fields only, right? So it has not taken that. So I removed that checkbox. So you guys remove that when you're going for this, and then you can just simply give the templates whatever you want in the finance, on whatever that selectors you have done, and just go for the next. You can always have the leverage, or you can just select the fields that you want to manage for each individual things as well. For example, on finance, if I'm going here, I'm just doing these ones. Okay. And simply, if you want to add any custom fields, you can add that. If you don't want, you can just go for finish. That's it. So your test data container is created. Now, if you can just see this. Sorry, I'm searching here. How to search in this one. Interesting. So our test data as a contains are creating. I didn't know. Yeah, now it is here. So it's a custom one because I have customized it. So the filter is standard. So you have to be checking clearly, guys, what is the customer standard. So based on that, your demo. See, this is the last one. This is the new one. So both are there and everything is created. So the test data container is successfully created, right? So whenever you want to create a new variant, right? If you want to create new variant for the existing ones also, you can just choose create for the existing ones, not on the new ones. So you can just go for this ones. You can just create, go here, you can see a create variant. This is the new variant. Okay. So here also in the new variant, you can, it's a kind of thing where you can give the variant 1, variant 2, you can give the country region code for that, and then you can just choose your company codes for that, where you want to create that. And once you are done with this, you can give the field values, you can just go for the next and simply finish that. So the variant will be created for that. Okay. So variants generally, like these are used for your operations for copy, edit, delete, for your different testing variants. Okay. So let me create a simple variant here, like V1. Okay. Put this to USA. The company code, you can select this 1710. Okay. And simply say next. Say next. Don't give me, you can get the values here and simply finish this. If you have any optional field something, so like this, your variant will be created. So like this, the test data container will have different variants also. So those variants, you can copy it, you can use it, the way the values you want, and you can further utilize them, you can edit them also, whatever the way you want. Okay, we have a lot of options to here. You can just do that. So this is about test data containers, guys. And coming to the next one, test users and maintaining of roles. Okay, so in this demo, let me explain you one simple thing here. So let me tell you one of the important factor here. This is a setting up of a testing automation tool. Okay, if you go back to your home page, so on the automated testing itself only, when you go for automated testing main page, we can go for this app, which is called Test Your Processes. This is the manage test plans in the apps. Okay, if you go here, test your processes, which we have already seen, in the before last demos as well. If you go here you can see this one, this icon. This is the test automation tool. Okay. This generally needs at least one user to establish the connection to do something on the cloud platform. So you have to configure the user. To configure the user, whatever you have to do is you have to maintain that particular roles and for the authorization. First of all, go to the maintain roles. Okay. And then once you are done with the role, you can see these roles for this, and then you can get the data for this. So just simply go to the add user here. You go to the role of the choose add user. So just give me a moment, guys. So yeah, this is loading, guys. Now on this role description, let's go to the role now. As I said, the test automation tool, once we want to configure something, right, we have to make this roles to be created also for which role, and what is the things that we have to make it out. Okay, so always remember, this is a mandatory to maintain test user to execute the test process. So to perform a role-based execution, you have to maintain the name of the business roles as per the best practice test script. Okay, so now we will be doing this one now. Demo test role, I'm just giving. Pass the same thing to description also. And this is for business user. You can just provide the username and mail ID, whatever is there. So here the user is maintained in the field. It must be a user which can be in your S4HANA system. Okay, not the outside of the S4HANA. So this is mandatory, guys, that all the required business roles are assigned to the user to be able to perform the test automation. So basic SAP standard roles to be added, including your test automation, administrator, expert, all these things will be there. And please note that username here needs to be active business user who can log into your S4HANA cloud system. So using the same credentials what the user generally use, right? So the same thing that will be there. So now let me add this one. So I'm adding this particular username. Provide the same password here. Okay, you can validate and save this. Or else, yeah, I can give this one instead of that one. I can give my username itself only, so that it will be better for me also. Okay, so you have to understand one thing, right? When you go for this, whenever we create this users and all these things, right? So the user maintenance fields, should be properly maintained. You have to set the email ID and you have to get the preferred credentials for the user maintenance also. So in case your user in the quality system is specifically email ID, so you have to use switch button will be there. The switch button, you have to use it for your specific users to create on that. Okay. So that is very important for you. And then if you go here, This is more information. This is close. So I have given all this data to you now. Whenever the actions are there, you can just go for the change. Whenever, for example, if you want to change anything, you can always visit this change action. So change the things, and you can just simply validate the user, and your test automation will have the user settings for that. Okay, just cancel this now. Go here. Now we can maintain your URLs and authentications, whatever also, whenever you want it. Okay. So go here, maintain URL for authentication. So whatever the URL that you want to make it out, you can just click it here. The custom URL can be maintained here. Okay. So you can simply maintain the URL that you want and simply cancel that. Okay. So this is what, so we can just return to the launchpad. Now go to your test process, test your processes, the app here, go to here. Okay. So you can see, whenever you can see, this is now, so whatever the test that we created, right? So this will come under here, and it will be generally gives a pop-up, that only that particular user can do, because I am the same one here logging in here and there. So it is not popping up. But in case if I do for the second user, it will give you a pop-up that, until or unless that user, this can't be accessed. So that is how generally this test your process will work for you. Okay. So in the live time, you can use another user ID password, some of your friends' user ID and password, because it's a single trainee system. So I cannot show you that one. So this is how this can be shown to you. Okay. So this is what, we can do as part of the test cases here. Okay. This is how we can set up your test automation tool, which will conclude your setting up of your test automation. Thank you. And the next one is go back to the home page. So once we have done this creation of this one, now we can see how to create a test communication user in the system. Okay. So test communication user, means we have to add a communication using your test your process app, wherein which the same thing. This particular automation, when we add a communication user, this will make certain navigations on top of this very small navigation. So you have to go to your test your process app, same like this in the earlier. Just go there. This is the screen is getting loaded. I don't know. Let me go back and come here. Test your process. Okay. Some of this links has been because we have just added that, right? So here you can just simply go here and you can add that your test process. Okay. Whenever you are coming to manage your test process, you can just go to here. In the same way earlier we have tried that. The same thing you have to do here. Manage your test process. Go to the home page. Let's refresh this and search for this. Okay, somehow this is locked for me now. Yeah, but let me show you how we can try this. Okay.
Hey there. Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Okay, hi everyone. So now I'm going to explain you about the other testing scenarios that we discussed the day. So let's see how we create a test communication user, a small scenario now. So in the automatic testing panel, you might see an app called Test Your Processes. Go to Test Your Processes. So in the Test Your Processes, you might see choose your settings. This is your test plans. This is your settings. Okay, just view the settings. So this is a test your process. So I have to go to the manage test your process. This is test your process. Sorry, I haven't gone for. You have to go to the manage test your process. There are two things will be there. Either we have to go to here or there. So go to test your processes. So here in the user settings, you might see maintain roles and maintain things, right? So go to the maintain roles. So in the earlier scenario, we have created a role, right? So there we created with the business user. Now we'll create with the communication user. That's the only difference. So here, let us create that. Let's say I'm creating like this, ZAPI underscore test underscore S4. Give the same here. Instead of business user, for communication user, this is the only difference. We create the communication user here. Now we provide the communication agreement here. Okay, what is the communication agreement on which this communication user can be created? So that agreement you have to put it here. Okay. So here you can enter for, because I'm creating for API based thing. So I'm creating here the API underscore test underscore SO underscore CA. Okay, just simply search for it. Go for any API tests or simply check for APIs, because it's a test system, right? So we might not get the same ones here. Okay, so there is no such agreement. You can create another agreement, not an issue. Take any other agreement, not only that. So you can only limited things are there. So let's say I'll check this one. So put the same password here for which communication you are using. Give the password for that. Okay, so this is what we will be doing with this communication user. Once you provided the ID and password, you just provide there. You can simply save this. The communication user will be created. That's it. Okay. So this is how we create a communication user. This is the communication user video for you. Next, the important one is creation of test plans. Okay. Sometimes, we have to know the features of your test process app in the tutorial, right? So whatever the video that I'm going to explain you, right, in that you have to understand that. And then this is what, in this you'll navigate through UI elements and you will see some of the things as well. In the test your process, basically the same app is on which we will be more concentrating on this. So in this test your process apps only, you will see a lot of tests that are happened here. Okay, this app basically provides predefined test scripts for SAP best practices, custom test practices, which were created in the manage your test practice application basically. So for this, whatever you have to just you can see this, there was some post upgrade test plans also there. Okay, so this test lists all the test plans created by SAP after upgrade test project execution. Okay, so basically this is one of the important part which you have to understand. Okay, and then coming to the left side, this customer tabs. This test tab will list all the business specific test plans created by the customers. This is the basic difference. Okay. And I'm just going with this. And if you go to this post upgrade test tab, so here you will find these individual tests that are covering here for all these individual things. Here you can see all these results. All these test plans execute can be viewed and details are available in these logs also. Okay. So, but important thing is you cannot directly execute or edit the post upgrade test plan. You need to create a new one with the post upgrade test script and you have to execute that. So please keep it in the mind. And the later part, whenever you want to go for any, creation of this, you can see in the underline, there is one consent for post upgrade test. If you go to this consent, so this will give you to provide and withdraw your consent to SAP to perform the post-upgrade test executions for the subsequent releases. Okay, so you have to choose this and you have to check this checkbox and you have to put this. Either you can update the consent or either you can withdraw the consent also. I'm just locking the screen for a minute. Just have a look on the screen, what it is actually giving to you. Okay. And then, as I said, you can withdraw. You can see that I told you, right? So, for example, if you want to update the consent, you can update the consent. You can say, okay. Okay. Whenever you want to, again, you can go and you can withdraw this also. Just simply this, you can say withdraw also. So both you can do, because that's the same thing. I have withdrawn that because this is something test going on. So I don't want to make this out. And as I said earlier, there is a filter panel, guys, where you can filter and view the settings on top of this with different filters and all these things, right? The test execution status, for example, if you want to go to the test execution status, you can say untested, tested, selected, or in process, success, failed. There are multiple checkboxes will be there, where in which you can go with that. Okay. Also, if you go back, once you select that one, you can see this expanding, sort, and ascending, descending also. And also you can sort it on by last executed by and created on. So that sometimes the test cases are too many and you want to see something on that. So we can actually use these ones and you can do that as well. Okay. Whenever, for example, if you have selected any one thing, let's say I'm going for descending one, you go to the processes, go back, we go to the process. Whenever you don't want to go for the process or something, right? You can delete these ones also from here because while deletion, you should be very careful because it involves a lot of data and everything. So please be cautious, and the system will ask you for deletion also. So whenever you don't want any test plans also, you can delete those ones like this. Okay. And the download I have already shown you. Okay. How you can download and all these things. So this is a trigger and track post for your upgrade test. Whatever you want to do, you can do that from the tracking on that. Going back. So here you can see you can export your plan summary here from here directly. And then this is for your basic checks for whatever that you want to do in the basic checks. See, earlier we have activated something right on the same system. So like this, this will comes like this whenever you set for that. In the last testing plan we created this, so it is not allowing us to do that. So like different settings, we can do this like this. Okay. And this is one such screen, wherein which you can see, you can schedule your targets as well. That means you can schedule a test plan, whatever the test plan you want to schedule. You can go write it, create and schedule sometime. If you don't want to immediately run that. For example, I'm going for Z demo. Sorry, you have to execute the test plan which is already created. So let's say this is the one. I'm just going for some other test plan. Put the variant, whatever it is there, default variant. Put the schedule. That means if you want to regularly run some test schedules, you can do this. Like you can go with some schedule like this. From the date, you can start like this. Okay, and simply save this. Okay, 6 minutes, 65 minutes from now. Save this. This will be saved and your test plans will start running. So the time I have the server different time zones. So hence this is happening. But yes, this is how you generally, I'm not scheduling anything because there's a system where it will impact. So to show you this is how guys, the test processes systems have different settings wherein which we can download, you can schedule, you can plan for that, you can select the date ranges for that. Okay, you can postpone that, different kinds of, solutions have been given here on this ranges, and you can just, encapsulate that and you can use that whenever you want on top of that. Okay. So this is how the test your process screen, different options are there. Okay. And next one, after this, we want to see one of the important thing is, how to work with the data variants in the test plans. Okay, let me show you. I already showed you one data variant in the last example, but let me show you one more time, how we can work for the data variants. So here I will create a test process having some API steps and execute a data test plan for the test process. Okay, that's how I'll show you now. So all these things again will have, let me go back to here, the test process. This will be happening through your manage test process. Go back to the home page, manage your test process. So once you select the manage your test process app, you might see some test process steps and all these things are there, right? So you can create and upload that from here. Just go here, create a test process. So we have to provide the name of the test process here, basically. Okay. Like when we are creating that, the process name, the relevant process name, and then we have to save that. Let's say I'm going for demo API, save that. Okay. Once I have saved that, we can go for edit directly now. Whenever we want to do this, just simply check this one. Just simply check this one and say add below. You can add the steps underline for it. Add API step, add UI step. So 2 steps will be there. So check the API step, which is our API that you want to test the scenarios, right? So you can choose the API step here directly. So you have to give your new API process step name here. Okay, right now I'm creating with this one, create sales order. Okay, your role will be different. Go here and say the ZAPI test SO and say next. So on the next page, you might be seeing some of the API type of data. Give some service and entity names here. So put the operation type as, it should be post or now can get, right? So it was now selected and done. Okay, now we created this one, right? So what is the default one is there? Just remove that one, say delete. And under that, now you can add one more step for that. Okay, now we created a sales order. Now we create another one for that. Let me create that one with a custom API. So select this one, go add below, add API step, put this one. So like this, you will add some more services and all these things on top of this. Now here, go for custom API. Okay, it will be OData only. Check the service and check the entity name for that. There are no services for this because it's a test system. So I'm just go the Accelerator Hub only just for creation purpose. Go for some other thing here. I'm just randomly selecting guys. Next one. Now put the operation type and go with the entity type. Actually, post and get has to come. So somehow this system has a post was not operating. So there's the first one should be post, second one should be get. You have to operate accordingly the way you want for the bomb comparison and generate the test. That's it. So these 2 individual steps has been organized. Okay. Now once you are done, you can just simply save this. The process step is completely saved. Okay. On the manager test process. So if we go to the first one, you can see there is no data binding, right? So you have to delete and you have to put the data binding for that. Put here, and the moment when you go for data binding, so you have to either enter the variable name, sales order or sales order type, whatever the data binding that you want to keep, you can keep it, in that way. Okay. Let's say I'm adding the sales order. So I'm going for sales order here, edit details. Now here you have to export the response. Click on the export response. Now in the export response, you have to add your export response there. Okay, wherein which the property and value. Simple. Edit here, add property. Property is what? Sales order, right? Okay. And then the variable number, whatever the variable that we want, you can put the variable also there. So here, close this. I'll put sales order only, the variable. Okay. And this is record number 1. So in this way, if you want to add more number of property and variables also, you can add that. Okay. Ensure that you save all these things before you do this, because there's a separate save is there. So don't worry. And don't close it without saving that. You should always ensure that you save your changes on the process step details page. Okay. So after that, go back and again do the save again. System will save it. Go back. Now we can choose the TDC tab because there is no test data containers for this. So we have to create one such. Okay. Then go for this. Create the test data container. You can add this one TDC for there. Okay. So here you can add sales one because I'm now dealing with sales here. So let's go for sales. There are many sales things are there wherein which you can select any one which was relevant for you. I'm going for sales contract management. Add this. Okay. So this will add your TDCs, that is test data containers as well. Okay. And if you go back to your process steps again, you can bind your TDC field there. Okay. So initially you can see that, there was no data. So you can actually, like expand this one. You can just, do this one. So then you can see that, there was a kind of sales orders and everything. Data is not there because whatever I have checked, there was no data on that. So you can just select this data, and if data is there, you can just select the data and we can do the auto binding for this. 1 second. Okay. So once you go for data binding, so generally, if you have seen this right, there was in the first sales order when I have used it, I have used get only. But it should be post. It was a system issue where if you do the post there, the sales order data will come here and you will generally auto bind the data. And then this will be automatically on software. Once you do this is auto binding. See, only custom steps are visible for binding. Bind each will manually or use the auto bind feature for each test data center. So there will be auto bind will be there. If you say unbind all, there will be unbind because there are no fields for us to actually do this. Yes, some fields will be there generally from left to right. You can auto bind them. Okay, this was no matching. So initially 2 fields will be there. Once you auto bind, this test plan will be completed and then you can simply finally save this. And then your test plan will be started executing. So this is how generally you manage your test process. Okay. So with this, we have seen the test process here. And then the next one is how to execute the test plan, which has integration steps. Okay. So yes, sometimes we might see the test plans have some integration steps, where you have to do that. So we have to create the process with certain API steps also for that. Okay. So let me show you that. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, this is one. So basically, this is also same thing. The way how we created right now in the test plan containing, right, API test processes. So here also the same thing will come that, you create a sales order, you create API step there, wherein which you get the O data and you have your service with the sales orders, the way exactly what I just shown to you now. It will have the same thing in the integration steps as well. But here, the moment when you create this entire generation test, right? So the only difference will be, right, you have to integrate it. The other, and in this previous current exercise, whatever I have shown to you, just we use the step 1 and step 2, and we have executed a plan there, right? But now whenever you're integrating such kind of hierarchies or some things, right? So then this will be going into your operation type, and then you have to take it for the further help of it. Okay, here, the only thing is whenever you are going for operations on these kind of different things, right? When we want to integrate the step 1 with step 2, the data binding is an important point. Wherever I have just shown to you the export responses and we have to choose, edit and all these things, right? So there, once you are done with your sales order variables and everything, you have done that. So there you have to integrate this particular test process. In the TDCs, the creation, everything will quite common there. The only thing is in the process step, you will be taking care of the auto binding. Till auto binding, this will be same for you. So after auto binding, once we are done with the sales order and everything, so once you go to the payload, there is a thing called payload. Let me show you that. So in the payload, the values will be taken and it will be showcased as, that this step 1 is integrated with step 2 in the visibility pattern. Okay, this is quite same for what I have just told you. There is nothing different. So that's the reason I'm not showing any demo on top of that. So in the document, it will be there. You can just refer to that. Okay, that will be enough for us to go ahead on this. Okay. And coming to the next one, triggering the post update test and some of the features of analysis automated test results in the app. So these two are the important things, in the last part of testing your configured business processes. So I will show you now how to trigger the post upgrade test in this tutorial. So, okay, which is very important for you. So while doing this, you have to perform certain system readiness check. You have to execute smoke test. You have to execute startup test. You have to execute the post upgrade test after that only. So let me show you how we can do all these tests one by one. This is very important. If you go to the home page, okay, go to the test your process. Again, in the post upgrade test, you will see a list of all the tests, right? So all these tests, you can select this post upgrade, triggering the post upgrade test there. So this one, trigger and drag. So there is a two things, trigger post upgrade test, track post upgrade test. So go for trigger post upgrade test. So post upgrade tests for this release are already in progress. Track, stop and retrigger. So you'll get this icon, and I mean, you get this pop-up, when you get this, or else sometimes you will get post upgrade tests of this release are already completed. You want to trigger them again. Okay, you can say stop and retrigger also. There is no issues if you stop and retrigger, or if you say retrigger again, there is no issue. Okay, a consent message will be given to you on the particular thing. So you have to provide the consent. So go for stop and retrigger. This consent will be there. You select the execution variant here. You can go for default variant, which was given by you. Okay, and simply it will ask you, do you want to continue? You can say okay. Okay, so you can track the status of the post upgrade test execution once after that. Because whenever you have gone for that, right, you can have always the tracking also once you're doing that. Okay, so the tracking you can see here, you can go here and say track. See here, everyone observe there. It is failed, not started, not started, not started. Okay, this is called system readiness check, smoke test, startup and post upgrade. So this needs to be, because I just re-triggered, right? Let's see what happens. Can refresh this. Okay, there might be a lot kind of reasons will be there. The post upgrade test execution history dialog, if you can see this something called fail. So the reasons you have to find it out and you have to fix those reasons. If you have any access delimitations or authorization delimitations, there are a lot of things will be there. Okay, so you have to check for consent necessary business rules and test automations users with your default role, because everyone can't execute that because there's a separate route access for this. So if this is failed like this, as you see, you have to ensure that the consent is provided to perform post upgrades. The checkbox is selected. You have to ensure your test automation user is with the default role, and then you have certain business rules which are for that. So without that, you cannot execute this process. But for practical purpose, what I can have to show you, so you can just ensure that this is there and you can just go with the process for that. Okay. So basically, this is an automatic process. System will come automatically, and you can actually download this once this is done. In the track progress, it's all will automatically done once you execute that. Okay, this is all related to the roles and access for that. Okay, so I'm trying to re-trigger one more time for you. Please see here. See, I have given the consent. Even this also the role. I'm just saying default role only from SAP. Okay, and I'm saying okay. This is triggered successfully. Now we can just see the track also. See, again on March 26, I just did it, but it is failing because of system issue. Say execution variant name, business user credentials default role are invalid, because whatever they are there, this is invalid credentials. So that is why it is not allowing me to do this. Okay. So because there are other roles are there, let me try with my role, which directly user role, what I can do here. I'll read it one more time for this so that, we understand. So basically you have to give the consent and you have to give the role, which is okay, and say okay, and then track this. Yeah. So this is how, this is not a default role. It's completely role-based problem. So you should have a valid role for this, guys. You have to run the process. This is an automatic process. That's it. So this is how, if you have a valid role, you can run this like that. And coming to the next one, the final one, how to analyze the automated test results. Okay. So how to analyze automated test results, because we know that, right? Once test results are there, you have used filters to find relevant test plans. You can analyze different test results are there, how we can do, what we can do. Okay, because the analysis on these particular thing can be found through one single app, which is called Analyze Automated Test Results. If you can go, this is the app where you can find all the test results there. Okay, for all executions of your customer test plans, which were created by customers, as well as post upgrade test, everything will be there in this particular scenario. Okay, so here you can see a number of processes. The cards contain different things, number of processes here. the test execution status and the test execution results also been captured here. Like how many has run in the standard, how many in the custom. You can view the specific data also. On the release wise also you can see. See, there are so many releases. On the release wise also you can, if you want to see, can see if the data is posted on that. Okay, in the same way you can see the application area as well. So just wait. You can go for 2502. Go the application also, you can filter it. You want to go analysis, asset management, finance. For example, if you want to send the finance specifically. So on finance level also, you can get this data. Okay. In the same way, if you don't want this, you go for RLS again, and then go for test plans also. You have different test plans we have ran, right? So on the test plan criteria also, for example, if you have a specific test plan on which you want to get the results like this, we can get the results also. Okay. So this is how we can analyze your automated test results, guys. You can adopt the filters, or different filters are there. The ones you can see here, you can just, make a use of it, whatever you want on top of this. Okay. And not only that, on the process sides and on the text execution styles and status also, you have seen this. Sometimes you won't get the data after you apply the filter, so you have to refresh it. Okay. If you want to add any cards to insights, these are the main cards to insights, like process and execute test plans. If you want to add anything, you can still add those ones also. Okay, like this. Or else if you want to add any manage cards, the cards that you have, these are the only 4 cards. You want only 2 things. I just manage here and just put this, only 2 things will come. So like this, you can analyze your automated test results also. So with this, we have completely seen the different practical parts of the configuring of business process and testing. So this is what, about this complete works. Thank you so much.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which sales document type is typically used to record a customer's firm request for products or services in SAP S/4HANA? Option A, quotation. Option B, sales order. Option C, sales inquiry. Option D, contract. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So if you can see here, so there is a managed sales order. Okay, so this is a very important thing that we see often when we discuss about this managed sales order app. Okay, so as part of the fundamental business process in education for sales, this is one of the important like introduction that they want to give. So we see, because at times when SAP has given this fundamental business process in SAP S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition for sales specifically, because the customer is looking to develop a deep understanding of fundamental sales, which is very important, because business processes within the SAP S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition, especially on the sales, are very important, right? So when customers want to understand how the sell from stock process functions, basically, and in the real world, basically, so that we say yes, that is really needed for that particular thing. So this particular entire module will help you to understanding on sell from the stock overview and all these things. Okay, so if you can see here, the sell from stock overview will have a lot of things in this. Okay, so you will be having process, the sell from stock process, which will have a lot of several key stages will be there. Okay, the sales process is one of the important thing, that we have a lot of process steps will be there, process diagrams will be there. Okay, and then you might see, going to the customers, the delivery of goods, what is the sales quotation, how the business process overview helps us, what is the business process overview. So you might see a lot of things as part of till sales contract management. You might see a lot of things on top of this. Okay, so yes, so it starts always, all this entire process, that it starts with the sales order creation. So let me try to write few things for you, so that you can understand clearly what is what is. So the total sell from stock process, it starts from your sales order creation and then your outbound delivery, the picking and stock management, goods issue, and finally billing. Okay. The sales order creation here, the process here, it begins with a creation of sales order, which is a standard sales orders. Okay. So at this level, we have to involve various functions that are really tailored to the customer and order materials, we have. So like, wherein which in this we have to understand the price determination. Okay. We have to include the price determination, the material availability check, which we call MAC, order scheduling, and your order confirmations, or we simply call it a generation of output documentation like that. And these all involved as part of your sales order creation. When it comes to your outbound delivery, basically, okay, an outbound delivery is generally created whenever you want to manage the shipping process to the customer, then an outbound delivery will be created. So this will be created while you are managing the shipping process to customer. Okay. And then you will do the picking and stock management. So here you will be having a lot of things are there. The picking slips are there. The sufficient stock is availability checks are there or not. Like after picking, the quantities are recorded in the system or not. So these are all you will check. So basically, when I come to, like it involves picking slips, stock checks, quantity recordings. We can write like this. So what is here in the picking slips, these are generated for warehouses staff whenever you want to locate and prepare the ordered items. Okay. So if sufficient stocks are available, okay, that is called stock checking, wherein which if sufficient stock is available in the required location, the process proceeds normally. In case if you don't have the sufficient stock, if there is insufficient stock is there, so then there is a replacement, the replenishment will be necessary in that particular cases. So once this is done, you will go to the quantity recordings, wherein which after picking, the quantities will be generally recorded in the system. That is called quantity recordings. Why? Because we have to ensure the alignment between the sales order and the outbound deliveries as well on that. That is reason you have to go for this quantity recordings. Okay. And then we will go with the goods issue. In goods issue, what happens? Once this picking is completed, the shipping specialist posts the goods issue for the outbound delivery. Okay. So here you will record physical quantity of inventory shipped to the customer. Okay. And then we will need some of the logs, the cost of goods sold in financial accounting. Okay. We have to maintain the logs for cost of the goods sold in financial. So this is what you'll be doing in this. And in the billing, we will be dealing about your revenue accounts, okay, and customer receivable accounts. So like this is your sell from stock process completely exists. Okay, I mean completely executes in the SAP. Okay, so if you simply say, like what are the different flow, how it generally generates and all these things, right? So I can simply say this, we have this diagram wherein which I can show you clearly what happens in this, a small screenshot for you, wherein which it will show you. So the order, delivery, goods and billing. This is what the order which I have just told. Okay, this individual diagram shows the key phases and associate functions of the sell from stock business process in the SAP sales. So here in this figure, you can see that it is structured into mainly two sections. This is one section, which is the process and their details. Okay. In the left side, it shows the sequential phases of the process, like order, delivery, goods, issue, billing, etc., right? While the right side, you can see the details of the specific functions and document-related activities, wherein which for each phase, we can see it. So this is a complete visual representation for you, for your clear overview of how each typical stock sales transaction progress from initial order placement through to the final billing. So it has highlighting all availability, various checks, determinations, updates, etc., etc. Okay. So this is one of the important point. I'm just holding the screen forever. Just have a look on it. Okay, guys. Now, after this, this is the total sales process, right? Now, whatever the sell from stock process, BD9, what I have told you right now. So that is also, there is a simple diagrammatical process there, which I just want to showcase you. Let me show you that so that you will understand more clearly what is that as well. Okay. So this is that process wherein which you can see this, right? So this is called sell from stock. So you can see this, right? The sell from stock. There are 4 sections are there. Sales representatives, shipping specialist, billing clerks, account receivable accountant. Okay. So This provides a comprehensive overview of the steps involved from initial customer order to your final. This is the final stage wherein which you get the postings to the accounts receivables. Okay. So this particular process details the responsibilities of different roles, including your internal sales representatives, your shipping specialists, your billing clerks, accounts receivable accountants, whatnot. Everything will be there. The process here, whatever you're seeing right now, it encompasses various stages, like from order creation, okay, and then delivery preparation, and then the picking, billing, optional steps, which are there clearly marked here, okay. So it allows for flexibility in process based on your specific order requirements as well. So the visual representation, whatever I'm showing you here, this will give you a clear understanding of all the flow of activities from here to here till accounts receivables. Okay. So here, if you can clearly understand this, right? So what is the sell from stock process consists? It consists 5 major activities: creation of sales order, create delivery, create picking, post goods issue, create billing document. That's what, I explained it clearly now, right? So from here to here, this is your complete process wherein which you will be going for your sell from stock process. I'm just holding the screen for a minute for your understanding. Just go through the flow chart one more time. Now, going back to our thing here, as a sell from stock overview, you have seen the different process, right? So the delivery documents created, the post goods issue process, which I have just explained you clearly. So now, what is a sales quotation basically? Okay. We have seen, a number of times, we have understand that also what is a sales quotation, right? It has different meanings, might be and different ERPs as well. But yes, sales quotation can be simply say it's just a kind of a document that presents a customer with a legally binding offer. Okay, why to deliver a product for providing a service under specific conditions. Okay, the conditions you will discuss. Okay, the main purpose is it's a response to your sales inquiry. Right, the moment you do certain thing on the sales inquiry, you need a quotation, right? Take for example, I need 10 pens, I need 20 computers. What is the quotation? It might include discount, it might include additional taxes, it might include offers. A lot of things will be there. So outlining the terms and conditions of a potential sale, this will be generated. Okay, so customers can respond to sales quotations in a purchase order, which then it triggers a sales order generally. Okay, that is your sales quotation. So after sales quotation, you will understand the executing of sales quotation. There will be many terms will be there, how to execute sales quotation, in decision with the business, in decision with the references, displays, changes, a lot of things will be there. So all these things comes under as part of that. And comes to your final business process. I already showed you the business process. This is one such thing only. Whatever I told you, like sales order, delivery, picking, ports, billing document, this is one more visual representation for your understanding. Okay. So you have to understand this. The free of charge sales order type is what makes this all possible, allowing you to create orders without a charge based on availability. This is based, I think, but it's all, as I said now, it's all availability specific, wherein which we will clearly identify and make the orders accordingly based on the stock availability. Okay. So the sales contract management, it's a basic introduction I just want to give you because I told you the modules basically, right? So sales contract management, to once ever, whenever you want to give the sales contract management to any specific vendors or something. So you will do a part of sales process chain, which spans from quote to shipment and from billing to booking revenue. These are all you just do as part of the sales contract management. So here you will give a specific contract that is valid for a specific period to a vendor or something. So customer submits a sales order and then he will release the products for the amount agreed in the contract, and later on this will go. This is an introduction. So we will see more about the sales contract management in the coming sessions. Okay. And then, so there are different types of contracts will be there, like value contracts, quantity contracts. Based on value, based on quantity, you will generate the contracts for that. Okay. And then the sales contract management here also, it is an, as I said, it's an agreement between your supplier and contractor. It all includes your special terms and conditions, values and, etc., etc. So you should be able to abide onto it. So this is the smallest introduction, guys, from the sell from stock I have just, provided you for this module. Okay. So hope this is okay to you. If you have any questions, you can post me in the box so that, we will get back to you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Now we are going to the next session, which is sales, the next module, understanding the sales functions, right? So closing this one. Yeah. Now we are going to the next one, which is understanding sales functions. So as a daily scenarios, when you create a sales order, okay. So on creating a sales order in S4HANA Cloud, sometimes, as a sales consultant or something, a sales representative at certain company, for example, let's say he might handle a customer request and he has to process a sales order in the real time, right? So you will generally see in those cases how seamlessly S4 HANA Cloud integrates into the daily workflow of a modern business. Like from checking inventory to confirming your delivery dates, pricing, okay, it all walks you through the key steps of order creation process, which we discussed in the last session. So whether you are new to SAP or looking to refine your skills, this particular module, what I'm explaining you, will definitely gives you a lot of insights to it. Okay. So the one of the important process here is, like the plan determination, guys. Like one of the important part I'm saying is the plan determination. Okay. So what is this plan determination? Why we have to see this plan determination? Because as I said, the plan determination in a sales order is a very vital process. Okay, let's say, for example, someone, someone in your company has, guided you through understanding of how a plant is generally determined when creating a sales order and all these things, right? So in those all cases, plant determination generally goes with your determination of delivering the plant in a sales order. Like, you have to understand how a plant is calculated in a sales order. That is very important. Before you understand the determination of a particular plant, you have to first understand what is a plant or what a plant is. Okay. So let me give you an example in a small house kind of thing. So you may have a house and there are different areas in your house. Let's say, so we may have a house like this, right? Just a typical picture for you for understand, for better understanding. So if you might have a house as, I just showed you. So you will be having a house, what happened, your living room will be there, your family room will be there, your bedroom will be there, your kitchen, bathroom, puja room, a lot of things will be there, right? So similarly, when you have the same, like an organization, there are different departments in the organization. Okay. So what I'm saying is, clear this, like in the same example as I quoted, in your company or in an organization, there will be different departments will be there. Okay. So what are these departments? Each department have their own function, first of all, right? So what are the departments, like purchasing department, sales department? For example, I'm writing here for you: purchase, sales, manufacturing. Okay. So all these things are there in different things. You will be having your different departments will be there, right? So even warehouse management, inventory management also comes. So, and these are all what we will be setting up your org unit. So you tell the system, so what is that you want to do on this? So you have these systems. First of all, what are these systems? They are existing in your organization, means they exist in your technical SAP system also. So in your big city or a planet is like a location where stock will be kept generally, right? You will warehouse certain stock. For example, I am creating 1,000 food materials. For 1,000 food materials, I can't immediately send to people, right? I have to stock it somewhere else. Where I'll stock it? That stocking is called stocking unit. Okay. From sales and distribution perspective, I need different things called the stocking unit called plant. That is called a plant. Okay. So a plant is a one where either you manufacture or either you stock something in your particular location. Okay. It might be a delivering plant to you, or it might be a manufacturing plant for you, or it might be a redelivering or rescheduling plant for you. So when you are sending material to your customer, you create a sales, right? So at the same moment, that sales order and this whatever the sales order you create, a plan will be calculated automatically, right? When a sales order is created, you have to understand what a sales order is, first of all, right? So sales order is what? A document that has certain levels of information in your sales order. I have already told you what a sales order is. Against your inquiry, a quotation will be raised. After that, you are confirmed, then a sales order will be created, right? So generally, any sales order that is created, it will be having three sections. One is your header, one is your item, and third one will be your schedule line items. Okay. So this is what I'm speaking about. This is generally we call it in a separate manner. If you can see here, this is your sales document. See here, guys. So you have your business partner or customer or sales area, primary payment terms, input terms, and all these things can be put in your header. In the item, you can keep material, description, etc., like in the sales document. In the schedule lines, you can say the confirmed quantity, all the other things you can put it as part of your schedule lines. Okay, so these are the different items wherein which you will be created. So totally these three structure, whatever we compile the header items, schedule items, line items, these are all you will be going to do as part of the thing. So this is your sales document structure, basically. Okay. So and your schedule lines is the one where you will be specifically giving the quantity. So the difference between the item and the schedule line on your item will be in items, the level you will have the requested quantity, but on your schedule line in the item level, you will have all your requested quantity. Okay, how much I have requested 10. Okay, but I confirm, but I have only 5 only in my unit. So I confirm only 5. So that is called schedule lines. Item is nothing but what you request. Schedule line is nothing but what the confirmed quantity will be generated to you. Okay, so this is the basic difference between item and schedule lines. Okay, so now once you are going to share this system, you're going to do to create an order also on top of it. So we will be seeing in SAP how we can create the sales order as well. Okay, so one important thing where you have to understand this, guys. So the plant, whatever I have discussed, told you, the plant plays a very central role in the sales and distribution process. Okay, because of this central role, all the things are internally linked with the sales. So as a result of it, it's already relevant during the creation of sales orders, among other things. The plant is relevant for all your many functions that you want to do in your business process, like tax determination, availability checks, or determination of shipping point, which is responsible for delivery of the order. These are all comes under as part of that only. So because the delivering plant is of vital importance to the whole process, when sales orders are created, system automatically attempts to determine the correct plan for that from the master data, basically. Okay. So if you can see the plan determination, it will generally reflect the possible sources that can be used to determine the plant automatically from master data. So it might show some corresponding search sequence, or it can show the value of an automatic determined plant, etc., as part of the sales order. For example, if no valid plant can be found in the master data records because the field is not maintained there or any other reasons, no delivering plant will be set in the sales order item, which means the specific functions, whatever we can say the tax determination or availability check, whatever, that cannot be performed and the document is called incomplete. So there is a star statement. Delivering plant is very important for your sales order items. Okay. This is called plan determination, guys. Okay. So after plan determination, one of the important things is shipping point determination. So what is the shipping point determination? We will describe this shipping point determination also here in a more elaborated way now for you to understand. I'm just taking the pictures for you and explaining that one by one. So you'll be understanding more clearly. Okay. So here, yes, the shipping point, whatever I just told to you, it is the organizational unit which will be responsible for shipping like the total processing shipping will be responsible on top of this org unit. Now you might be understanding what org unit. Org unit is nothing but on which whatever I have told you in the initial stage, different one, creating sales order, plan determination, shipping. These are all called units in which single activities will be happened. These are all comprised in one single organization. Okay. Now these are called org units. So the shipping point is the org unit is what? That's the reason I'm just quoting that here. It is responsible for what? Shipping processing. So if you sell physical products that must be delivered to the customer, so when a sales order is created, the appropriate shipping point will be automatically determined for each order item. Okay. So this is very important for you. Okay. So in SAP S4HANA public cloud edition, especially for this open public cloud sales, this is very important, guys, because you might understanding a few of the important things of the shipping point determination, because the moment when you start seeing the disturbances of shipping point determination sales orders there, you might not understand what clearly will happen also. Okay, because there will be a lot of disconnects happen in between. Okay, so you have to understand and summarize what is going to happen between the shipping point determination. Okay, so we have to understand why the shipping point is so crucial in the sales order. Okay, because sales order processing is very crucial one, which we have already understand that. So shipping point is an org unit is what just now we understood, right? it is responsible for what? For shipping the products to customers, right? So, for example, I want to ship 100 products from Mumbai to Vijayawada. Okay. So then I want to do what? Then I have to ship all those products to here, right? So this shipping of one source to determination location, it's very pivotal. So this shipping determination, it will be a pivotal for functions like delivery scheduling, route determination, and delivery creation as well. Okay, which are very, very important as part of your shipping point determination. So when I'm saying these individual things, you have to understand these things also. Like this is one of your important parts where you have to understand. Okay, getting this right item is crucial and very important, and efficient timely deliveries are very important while the shipping point delivery determinations happening. Okay, system generally whenever are prepared and configured completely, system automatically determines your shipping generally. Okay, when it will be based on several input criteria that you have to provide in SAP. Okay, you have to understand what are the different criteria. So as I said, system uses initially delivering plant is one of the important things, and their relevant data also. Okay, from the material master record, and then it will take some of the loading group data and business partner master records. Okay, and all these things will be taken. So basically, to determine the shipping process here, the shipping conditions is one of the important thing where you have to determine onto the most. Okay, wherein which the suitable shipping point you have to understand, and its conditions and the weather conditions or shipping conditions also you have to understand. So this process aims for optimizing your logistics in a sophisticated process manner. Okay, how if the system automatically determines the shipping, okay, there is a need of manually changing it is also sometimes, right? That is why I'm saying it is a sophisticated. There are several reasons. The first is incorrect or outdated master data might be there. There might be whenever you're taking outdated data also you might consider. If the data is inaccurate, system might choose, let's say, an unsuitable shipping point also. Sometimes it might be wrong for you. So another reason is also specific customer requirements or special handling shipping points will be there that needs to the automated system might not consider that as well, because there might be some disconnects happen. Okay. So these are all that scenarios where we need manual intervention and we have to correct that as well. Okay. So that is why determination of shipping point or shipping determination is very important for us. If you can see this individual diagram for your better understanding, I can explain you more clearly. If you can see this, there is a ship to party, sold to party is there. There is material is there. And you can see a block of customer ship to party material, and in which you have shipping conditions, loading group. These are all different metrics, for your shipping determination, your delivering plan. Okay. And then it will be equal to your shipping point and alternative shipping points. Okay. So the determination of the correct shipping point is critical and dependent on what? Your delivery scheduling, your route determination, and your delivery creation. These are the three important points where it will be organized. Okay. So from an organizational point of view, shipping points are assigned to what? Your delivering plans. Shipping points are assigned to your delivery plans. Okay, the shipping point determination here, it shows the criteria that are used to determine the correct shipping point for each sales order item. You can see here 1010 is one delivering plan, 1020 is one delivering plan. Okay, now it is shipping point default value is this one. If not this, it will go to hamburger 2. Here, Berlin is the only shipping point. Okay, so here, whatever you see here, the loading group, this can be found on sales in the material master records. The shipping conditions here, it is determined from your business partner master record. Either the sold to party, ship to party will be there. The plant, as I said, determines from the sales order earlier, as we have discussed. Okay. If no corresponding delivery document already exists there, you can manually change the value of automatically determined shipping point in your sales order. That will be always there. Okay. And as I said, the route determination is also one of the important point, guys. Let's say the route determination is like this. You can see some of the route determinations will be there, wherein which you will be here. The route means it describes the journey that you take from X point to Y point, like in starting point to ending point. Okay, it comprises more stages and more legs. We call it as legs, means, different branches where the shipping generally goes. Okay, here the route is used in several transportation planning functions, including your transportation scheduling, influence transportation schedulings. It has a different sources, transit times, transport lead times. A lot of things will be there as part of that. Okay, so that all things we can see in one single visualization, which I will show you now. So this is one that in visualization wherein which you will be understanding more clearly on this. If you can see, the ship to party, sold to party, material, ship to party again. These are all depend upon to this one, where your shipping point, conditions, transportation group, and transportation zone all comprises to your route. Like this. Okay. So here, once you determine plant, once you determine the shipping conditions, once you determine the shipping determination done, then the route determination is important one, wherein which it will be performed automatically for each delivery related item in the sales. Okay, now here also in this picture, it will clearly exemplifies you the different criteria that is used to determine in your sales document. Okay, the departure zone is always taken from your customizing table for your shipping points. Okay, the shipping conditions, as you know, this will be determined from the master records, and the transportation group is one such thing can be found in your material master data. And transportation zone, it can be found from your business partner master record for the ship to party. So like this, you have to consider all these records and finally you can determine your route. I'm holding the screen for a minute. Just have a look on the screen for your understanding. Okay, guys. So this is one important thing which we have understood, right? So now we understood the sell from stock process. After that, we understood how to determine plant, how to determine the shipping point, how to understand, we have determined the route. Now the next important point is delivery scheduling. So on the delivery scheduling, you might be seeing lot of sources for that. Okay. So first of all, what is this delivery scheduling? So the moment whenever you see this delivery and transportation schedulings, right? So you might be seeing system can check in different things, like in a sales document, whether customer requested delivery date, it can be met or not. So take again to check the delivery date, several time components will be there. So they will be taken into account, right? So the delivery and transportation scheduling are the very important points wherein which you have to take them as a key components. Okay. So like the material availability date is one of the important things. So if you can see here, the time component is pick and pack time. The description already given here. The source will be your shipping point. For loading time, you need shipping point. For transportation lead time, you need route. For transit time, you need route. So when you determine the shipping points and route determinations, you can automatically get these individual time components also. Okay. And not only that, let me go back to my thing here. If you go to here, the shipping point determination, once we have done with this, let me show you this one. So we will generally, there are the time components I just showed you, right? So these are the different time components are there, wherein which we will be try to understand. That means when I'm saying delivery and scheduling, your scheduling will be like two times, like two types. One is backward and there is a forward. Okay. Why? To calculate your different lead times and dates on that. Okay. So these are called time components. Which time components depends upon what? Like one is your material availability date. Okay. Your transportation planning date. Okay. Your loading date, goods issue date, and delivery date. So your material availability date is what? Your material availability date is a date when the required quantity of goods must be available for your picking and packing. Okay, that is called in the last diagram I have shown you, right? Pick and pack date, that is the one. And your transportation planning date means it is nothing but when the transportation planning should begin. Okay, what is the time and date of it? And loading date is also same thing. What is the loading? When actually the loading should begin. In the same way, goods issue also when the goods must leave the delivering plant so that they reach the customer on time. The same way, delivery date when the goods will arrive to the customer. Like all simple. These are all called into your forward scheduling. Okay. In the backward scheduling, customer requests a delivery date which is assumed to be relevant delivery date. In the forward scheduling, delivery date will be calculated based on the goods availability. That is the only difference. Okay. So backward scheduling is the first type of scheduling performed for a sales order item. Okay. let's say you might be taking some things on the system uses some backward scheduling, let's say, to check whether the customer's request delivery date can be met or not. And it starts with the request delivery date, then system calculates other relevant dates, etc., etc. So during the backward scheduling, system always recognizes the process of picking and packing and transportation planning. It can be performed in parallel. Okay. So again, here two things are there. Okay. After the order creation date and before the order creation date, these are two things are there. And if you can see here, this is the one of the example for which I want to quote you for forward scheduling. Now, backward scheduling we understood, right? Now, in the forward scheduling system, it will again recognizes that the process of picking, packing, and transportation planning can be performed in parallel, as you see here. First, system identifies the earliest date when the material will be available in the warehouse. And then this defines this as a new material availability date. So the pick and pack time will be added to that date. So then what happens? System adds the transportation lead time to the order creation date. The later on the calculated dates, what is the new loading date is there, on which it will add to determine some of the goods issue date. Okay. Then the transit time will be added to establish the confirmable delivery date, as you can see in this figure. Okay. If the full quantity of the ordered material can be confirmed for your calculated new material availability date, there will be two schedule lines. Okay. The date of first schedule line corresponds to your customer request delivery date and it has no confirmed quantity. And secondly, the date of second schedule line also shows your confirmed delivery date and confirmed quantity. Okay. This is the one of the important things which you have to understand on the forward and backward scheduling. Okay. So once this is done, one of the next important thing is availability check. So which is very, very important. So as I have already explained you, right? Availability check. What is availability check, first of all? So we will see more details about the availability check now. Okay. So the basic availability check here, it is carried out at what I told you, sales order process, right? So here, when you create an order, you need information about the available quantity of the ordered materials. So without that information, we cannot confirm a sales order with certainty. Okay. Either you can influence the scope of the availability check within the material master data, or you can do that because you might have a different availability check requirements for different materials, right? So on an average or on the whole, the material master record on the sales, okay, it can helps you to get this availability check field to determine whether how the availability can be performed to your material during your processing. Okay, there are various customizing control tables are there, and then that can influence your nature of the availability check. It can be executing using different stages, like available to promise, product allocations, etc., and all these things will be there. Okay. So one of the important thing you have to understand is, guys, using the delivery and transport scheduling, the calculation backward from the customer request delivery date, the system calculates several dates for each item in the sales order. Okay. So the material availability check in sales orders will be performed at the plant level for corresponding items. Okay. So there will be two movements generally when we discuss about that. It is called inward movement and upward movements. Okay. Sorry, outward movements. So the inward movements are basically like this, where in which you will see from stock as a time ladder here, the momented time ladder, you can see this stock, PO, PR, and PO will be there, and which sales requirement reservations will be here. Okay. So these are all describes that, the basically we can influence the scope of availability check with entries in certain customizing control tables, as I said earlier. Okay. Among those, you can configure something in the availability check, based on the type of stock, based on this inward movement, based on the outward movement. So we can do all these individual things as part of the inward outward movements and the availability to promise. Okay. And finally, one of the other important thing which I want to discuss with you is the transfer of requirements. You can see the transfer of requirements. What is this transfer of requirements? Specifically, when I'm talking about a customer ordered a material or a bunch of materials, okay, and sales order is created, the supply of the corresponding material quantities, it must be ensured. Then, so to get that ensurement, we have to achieve something. What is that? The material requirements that are arising from the material quantity in sales order items are automatically transferred and made available for your MRP, which is called material requirement planning. That process is called as transfer of requirements or TOR. So based on this particular information, what happens? The responsible persons can decide, depending on master data settings, how to obtain the material. Okay, it may be obtained through your external procurement like this, or it might get from your in-house production also, using your production. Okay, so with this, we understood about the understanding of the sales functions. Okay, in the next session, we might be clearly understanding more on the understanding of shipping functions, wherein which we can understand what is the shipping function, complete partial deliveries, and all these things in the shipping functions session. Now we will see the new topic, which is understanding shipping functions. Okay. So now SAP S4HANA Cloud Public Edition, it basically uses outbound delivery documents to manage the delivery of goods to customers. Let's say, for example, a company might have received a high volume of sales orders. Okay. So some of which, one second, yes, thank you. So some of which these different, let me hide this floating meaning controls. Okay. So some of which these sales orders, are due to be shipped still for on-off day, for example. So outbound deliveries, they must be created basically to begin certain shipping process that might be created by a user online, or alternatively, a scheduled background task may run in the early hours of the morning to create your outbound deliveries automatically, right? So here, a shipping specialist, he may then manage your outbound deliveries app and process all deliveries due for picking in the warehouse. So here, goods are picked, packed, and shipped using your agreed means of transport. For example, road freight or export containers or import containers, or freight costs, a lot of things will be there. Once the goods are shipped, that means you get something that's called post goods issue. Once goods are shipped, you get post goods issue. That process will be executed, in which records means it will have a final record of it, which will record that dispatch and updates the inventory information in the system. So it also closes the life cycle of your outbound delivery document as well. So here, two things you have to understand. Goods shipped to the customer can now be invoiced by billing the outbound deliveries in SAP S4HANA Public Cloud. This is one of the important thing which you have to understand. Okay, so this is how it happens. Okay, basically there are two types of deliveries here. Okay, one is your complete delivery, and second one is your partial delivery. Okay, so what is this complete delivery and what is the partial delivery? Okay, so let me explain you those two things. Even partial delivery have some partial delivery things that are explained on this, and let me explain those things also to you. So let me pick a figure for you for the partial delivery. So if you can see this, the partial delivery, let me explain first of all. Some customers generally, they require complete delivery for each order they place. Okay. In other words, what I want to say is, the full quantities of all other items must be delivered together using a single outbound delivery document. That is called complete delivery. They don't want 5 ones, 4 ones. That means complete delivery means, guys, in simple layman terms, if I ordered 100, I need 100 at a time on same date. I don't want on some other thing. If I send 50 someday, 20 someday, 10 someday, that is called partial delivery, right? You know that. So customers will be two types. Either some people will allow complete, some people will not allow complete. Okay. Other customers may allow number of partial deliveries. No, in some cases, like, because the complete delivery field in the business partner for the sold to party, it will determine which of the options that we can apply to each customer. I'm talking specifically to SAP ERP level. So the value that you provide in that field will be copied from your BP into sales orders. Okay. And it then changed manually in the order. That is in the complete delivery. If partial deliveries are permitted by the customer, you can determine whether partial delivery of a single item is possible, okay, or not. Then to do that, you have to maintain the corresponding parameters in the customer material information record, okay, of the master data. Okay, so there are many things are there. The main options for partial delivery at the item levels might be the multiple partial deliveries are allowed. only one delivery should be created or only a complete delivery per item might be created. It all depends, on the situation. These are all different, depends on that. So as I said, I quoted the example for you, right? This complete and partial delivery. So this is one such thing where it will shows you the complete and partial deliveries for you. So if you can see this, you can understand the granular example of this complete and partial deliveries. Okay. The complete delivery scenario here, it shows the use of single outbound delivery document to deliver you full quantities of all items in the sales order. The partial, you have many delivery documents are there, right? So that's your basic difference between that. Okay. So this is about your different shipping functions. Now we have saw the shipping functions. Now let's understand what are the billing functions. Okay. So in shipping, you might have, we have seen different documents are there, complete delivery and what is a partial delivery and all these things, right? In this billing, there is a typical billing scenario will be there. It's like a company wishes to invoice to customers at the end of the each month. So during the month, the company shipped materials to many customers. And now it wish to create the corresponding customer invoices. Now we have seen the same figure. On the last day of each month, a billing clerk assesses that SAP S4HANA Public Cloud Edition, especially, and he opens the create billing document. There is an app called create billing document app, where in which he will create that. So it is possible to display a list of deliveries waiting to be invoiced generally. So the billing clerk, he can review the list and trigger the mass creation of invoices to your respective customers. Okay. This is one such way. Alternatively, the creation of invoices may be performed by a background job also, where it can execute automatically on the last day of the month as well. So here, the creation of invoices creates corresponding postings in your financial accounting area of the system also. Okay. So here with billing, it completes the sell from stock process. If you understand, in the beginning, I told you sell from stock process. With billing, this process will be completed. It would normally be followed by a receipt of customer's payment. However, payment is a logical part of financial accounting. But to be frank, it is not for sales. So billing is the final part wherein which your sell from process will be completed. Okay. So there are many billing schedules and many billing documents and many things are there as part of the billing when we speak more about the billing, because when a billing document is saved, system automatically generates all required documents for accounting. Okay, for accounting, for profitability, for credit to customers, etc., etc. Okay, so you have to make a billing scheduling for that. There is a relative date selection concept for date functions in the system, wherein which you can schedule billing document creation and release the jobs, based on the dates and months actively on top of that. Okay, that is called, we generally call it as, billing document schedule. I'll just show you that screen for your reference also, and we will see that in the practical parts, when it starts. So if you can see, there is a billing date where you can give some from date to date, and you can schedule that at what you want. Okay. While scheduling a new billing document creation, this is like a job, guys. This is a new job, system job. So you can do it in the relative billing date and fields that you have to enter, and you just configure that this will be do for this next rest of the things. So these are all things you'll get from your billing app. Okay. So this is about your billing function. Now we have understood all the different things of the sell from. We understood what is the sell from stock. We understood the sales functions. We understood shipping functions. We understood billing functions. Now the final part is executing the sell from stock process. It's a very simple thing. Let me show you in a small tutorial also on this, because while I start this tutorial for you, I want to tell you a few things, because the process basically, it starts with creation of a customer and with a standard sales order. Depending on the customer and the material, different special events takes place during your order entry. Like it might be a customer or material pricing, etc., etc. Okay. If enough material exists in the required storage location, the process proceeds normally. If not, stock movement will take place, right? This is what the thing is. And after the completion of picking, shipping relieves the inventory. When inventory is relieved, you can invoice the delivery and record the revenue. Finally, a preliminary billing document will be created, and your final billing documents for the customers are expected will be settled and created. This is the total process wherever we will generally generate. Okay. So let me showcase and demonstrate you this one. Okay, guys. So let me show you here. Okay, maxing system right now. Just give me a moment. Okay, so let me show you a few things here. First of all, let's create a sales order. Okay, so I'll show you the total thing here, guys. What is the process I'm going to show you, demonstrate you is clear, very clear sell from stock process, complete sell from stock process. I'm going to show you now. Okay, so in this process, you will be learning how to create sales order, processing the sales order approval, creating deliveries, picking a delivery, posting goods issue, creating a preliminary billing document, and creating a billing document. This is what we are going to do that. Okay. So now, first of all, I'm creating a sales order. Now go to the manage sales orders. Okay. The app will be open for you. Now go to the sales order creation. Let's say create. You'll be having two things, create VA01, create. So you have to choose the create VA01. It will open an GUI model. In the order type field, enter just OR. This is a standard order. Okay. So rest of the fields we can fill it, but what are the data that we have? Like I'm filling some sales organization here, the distribution channel, and the division. Continue. Now enter a sold to party. This is searching for certain fields here. Okay, let me pick from anything here. Same one you can provide in the ship to party also, and provide the custom reference like this. Okay, and simply press enter. Let this compile. So it will gives you all this company, etc., which is okay. Just simply say okay. Okay. Now in the material field, enter the material. I don't know. It's not out of control. 1 second. Say okay. Cancel this. Oh my God. Something happened to this. Right. TG11 only. See. Okay. Put the order quantity as some one, and simply save this. Okay. The sales order is created. Okay. So once after the sales order is created, now go back to SAP. The next process is processing your sales order for approval. Okay. So, as I said earlier in the sell from stock process, we have to process the sales orders from the for approval. Okay, you have to review it and you have to do it. Okay, so for that we have to specifically work on that. Okay, once the sales order is created, you have to see that in your sales management app, specifically in the sales planning and analysis, wherein which we will see the inbox. Basically, it is nothing. If you can see your release of sales orders will be there. We can go over the search box, go over release sales. Let me check from this. Go to the my inbox, all items, the release of sales orders. Okay, so let me do it from this system. Okay, so once the sales order is created, we have to release it. Okay, let me come into it. Go back here. Let me go with the release of sales orders. The sales permissions are not here. Let me stop the share. I'll reconnect and I'll share it again. Yeah.
Hey there. Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Hello all. In this session, we will see the practical of sell from stock, right from creation of sales or creating deliveries, picking the delivery, posting the goods issue, creating the preliminary billing document, and creating a billing document. This is the total flow which I'm going to show you for this. Okay, so let me share my screen. So all these individual things, can be showcased to you in this exercise. Okay. So So we are at the starting of the landing page of the Fiori here. You can see this. So to create the creation of sales order, if you go to the manage sales order, you go to this one, you'll get this one. Okay. So to create, you can just go to the create and say create sales order VA01. Let's say standard order, which you'll select. So sales organization 1010 I'm selecting. Okay. Distribution channel of 10 and division is also something 00, the standard one. Simply continue. Okay. And then the sold to party, say go here, you will get some data. Let's say I'm selecting this one. Though SIP2 and sold to will be the same. So I'm just, putting the same thing here, put some customer reference here, something with the dates or something, whatever you want to give here. And then come down on the material, put some material here, the standard materials for that, give some order quantity, and that's it. So these are the important ones when you want to create the sales. Simply save this. Your standard order 873 has been saved. Saved means it is created. Okay. Once this is created, now you have to create deliveries. Now go back to SAP again. You can see an app called Create Outbound Deliveries from sales orders. Okay, go to this. See, automatically the 873 came here, right? So don't need to put that here. So simply select this and create the deliveries. This is logs created. Go to the display log. So you can see the delivery has been created. Okay. But the delivery status is open because we have not done anything on the delivery specifically. So this is where, you have to do a process on top of this, where in which you have to pick the delivery and you have to do some process on top of it. Because earlier in our session, I have told you that, right? So how you have to pick your deliveries also, right? So that is called picking a delivery. After picking the delivery, will the posting goods issue. Now let me show you how the perform the picking the delivery. So the picking process involves taking goods from a storage location and staging the right quantity in the picking area where the goods will be prepared for shipping. Okay. So for that, what I have to do is you have to go for picking of your delivery. So if you go to the outbound and delivery processing area, you will be having this one, manage outbound deliveries VL060. If you click on there, you will see a list of ones here. So if you see, we are going for picking, right? So you can go for picking, give the shipping point for this, which is 1010, a standard shipping point. Okay, you have to give only picking without, and you have to finally execute this. So you'll get, this is the old one is also there. So whatever the picking numbers and dates are there, you will be having that. Okay. You can select whatever based on the specified selected criteria, a list of deliverable available for picking displays will happen. So you can select the outbound delivery, you want to pick it here. Okay. And you can change that. For example, you can go for this, change outbound deliveries. Okay. The moment you do this, you might be seeing here, there is, if you can go here, we'll see this area called picking status, which is A. So if you say this picking status, which is A, it means that if batch, even this batch also, if you go to the picking here specifically, the batch is also, and here the picking area is also like this. So if this batch split exists, you can choose the batch split exists to expand the sub items also. And if in the picked quantity field, you can enter the quantity equal to the delivery quantity for the sub item as well. Okay. If you see the delivery quantity is 2, so the picked quantity is also something around, so we have to keep it like that. Okay. So we have to go with 1. Now, let's say the picked quantity is 1 and simply save this. So your outbound delivery has been saved, right? So outbound delivery has been saved. So you have, which means you have successfully picked a delivery, okay, on this item. So now, till now, what we have observed, we have created the sales order, right? We created a delivery, we picked the delivery. Okay. Now we will see the posting of goods issue. So how we will do the posting of goods issue for outbound delivery? Let's see this. Okay. Because it's how a shipping specialist posts the goods issue. So you should have this shipping specialist role should be activated if you're already doing that. So that will be automatically there for whomever are there already working on this things. So if you go to the, again, on the main page, on the manage outbound delivery, same part here. Okay. So then you will see for goods issue. Now we picked it right. Now we have to go for goods issue. If you select the for goods issue, system will display your again shipping point. So put the shipping point here. Okay. So for this, you'll get this ones. Okay. So based on the specified selection criteria, all deliveries available for goods issue to be posted in the display part. If you go for execute. Okay. If you go to any earlier dates also, you might see the new ones as well. Let's say I'm going for 10th of 3rd of March or something like that. See, I have one delivery here. So based on your specified selection criteria, or the list of available goods will be there and they will be displayed here. Okay. And that one you have to pick it and you have to post the goods issue for that. Okay. In similar normally you do like this, the post goods issue, continue. That's it. A success message will show you that this is the incorrect one successful and 0 incorrect goods movement. That means this is done. Okay. Which means your goods issue has been done. Okay. After goods issue, what we have to do, we have to create a preliminary billing document for that. Okay. So if you go back to our SAP homepage, you can go to the creating of preliminary billing documents, go to the billing schedules, or else you can open directly create preliminary billing documents. Yeah, this one. So this is the one last and now just we created, right? So this one we can select this. This is where we will create the preliminary billing documents. So whatever the document reference numbers that we have, simply create that, create preliminary billing document. So you will go to the screen where you will see these ones. Okay. You can just, because in the settings tab, you might get a lot of things here. You can just setting those ones. Your SD document, a lot of things will be there here in the columns. Specifically, if you select the columns. So here you can add or remove the columns from the work list, whatever you want, and simply say, okay. You can select your delivery document and then, you can just go for it. This was created now. If you go here, if you go to the billing settings, these are the settings, right? You can see some of the settings here. Like if you want to display your billing document number or not, if you want to automatically post it or not, because the screen was little, there is some issue with SAP, might be. So this was not completely showing, but yeah, these are the two important things which you want to see. You have to display a billing document. That's it. It should be always on and simply say, okay. Okay. Simply go here and create the billing documents. That's it. We are done with this. The billing document has been created. So an invoice or the sales order has been generated automatically for this. Okay. This is already generated. So right now. So the billing date is also there for this. Now it has generated. So I double click it. That's what. So this is generated. Now, once this is generated, then finally what we have to do, we have to generate the invoice for that. Now billing document, preliminary billing document, both are generated for this, right? So now create an invoice for the outbound delivery, for which you have to go to the billing app, wherein which you have to do that through create billing documents app. Go to the home page, again go to here, create billing document. Okay. So you might be seeing all your different billing documents here, right? So there will be billing settings will be also there where you can see here. Okay. Just cancel this. If you go to the settings, let me show you those ones also. So if you choose this is our billing document, let's say. So if you choose this one and say create billing documents, this will be done. So it will ask you the temporary billing type and all these things. This is our usage just showing to you now here. Okay. So you can create the billing document, billing type is there, billing date is there. Okay, automatically it will take it. You have to simply save this. So if you can see, this is the draft billing document number, which is temporary. Okay, this is not permanent. Simply save this. Okay, and then your billing document number will be generated. So now if you can see, the billing status will be completed. This is to be posted. That means once it is done, this will be completed. So once you post this, this will come to your completion status. Okay. So with this, like this, we can create some right to start to end on all your process of your billing document, sell from stock strategy. Okay. Right from your sales order creation to till billing document creation. Okay. Thank you. We will see the next session, which is executing of sales quotation. Right. Now, executing of sales quotation is one of the important part for us, wherein which we will generate few of the important things in this. Okay. So we will learn about that. Okay. So now let me pull the PPT for you. All right. A small explanation before I run this PPT to you guys. So executing sales quotations, basically this comes from, sell from the stock. Like, we have executed the sell from the stock right now. When you go for sales quotations, we have to understand the processing of the sales quotations as well. So that is one of the important part where we have to understand, because executing sales quotation comes under the public cloud for sales for more of the directly in the system based on the quotation that we going to use for it. So alternatively, there is a reference for the source, the sales inquiries as well. So the quotation enable you to provide your customer basically with a legally binding offer for the delivery of the goods or services that can subject your certain fixed conditions on that. Okay. So that is where your quotation comes from. Okay. So there are the key elements, in which the process overview will happen, like, this quotation goes with process steps, some involved roles will be there, some tools will be there. Okay. So you have to understand this, the use of quotation is not mandatory for the sales process. Okay. Sometimes what happens, the customer may not like the price or terms offered in your quotation, and said they might decide to purchase from other supplier also. In that case, quotation will not referenced by a sales order. Okay. So that remains open in your system. So there are several options available to resolve that situations kind of thing. So you have to use a particular reason for rejection, which is a common way of setting your status of quotation to complete. Okay. So whenever you use a reason for rejection, you also store some valuable information in the system also, which can be used to analyze sales opportunities. Okay. So like this, the sales quotation will be there, like your, what I want to say is, if you can see here, the sales quotation will be there, and then the change of sales quotation will be there. Like, you can see the process diagram here itself only, like wherein which in the creation of sales quotation step, you enter different sales quotations after customer request is, right? And depending on the customer's decision, if it is yes or no, then you can change or you can sell from the stock directly. Right? If he's yes, it will go again. Again, you select for, customer rejects new sales quotation or accepts. If he accepts, just go here. If he's not accepts, reject and the process. So this is how this generally goes with your sales quotation. So a quotation item is not given completed status until the complete quantity in the item has been copied to a subsequent order. If only some of the quantity is copied, the quotation item will be given the status as partially referenced. Okay. This basically allows us to continue creating orders from this item until your total quantity has been referenced. Okay. So let me show you a small demo of how we can actually work on the sales quotations. Okay. So if you can see here, the quotation and order, there are two. This is partially referenced. So just for your knowledge, I'm just giving. So first of all, let's see in a demo how to create sales quotations, how to change sales quotations, how to reject sales quotations. Three of the important things. I'm going back to the demo. Okay, to create the sales quotation, we have to go to the internal sales. If you go to the internal sales here, this is a sales area where in which all the sales related processing things will be there. If you go to the sales processing, go to the select this page, you will see manage sales quotations, not version 2. If you see this one, manage sales quotations, click on there and you will see here, create quotation. Click on the create quotation. Now, like sales order, how we created something like you have to give the same thing here. But yes, here OR is for order. Now here we have to give the OT. There's the only field. Okay. Just give here, select the OT, QT. Sorry, not OT, it's QT quotation. Continue. You will come into this particular thing. Just simply enter some of the items here. So provide some sold to party. Provide the same ship to party. Okay. Select that. Okay. And then in the valid to, provide some valid to date, at least for any year. At least we are in 1/4/2025. Let's say we can make it to 1/4/2026. Okay. So once after that, put some material in order quantity and save this. Let's say same material that we have used in the sales order. I'm just taking 5 quantity and save this. See, the quotation has been saved. Last 113. Just remember that. So a message like this tells us that the quotation has been created finally. Okay. So if you go to the display, you can see here orders. You can go to the header output preview. You can see here display details. Specifically, if you go to the header data, not the output. Generally here, the processing status section, there is no approval status field, which means no quotation workflow will be triggered. So we have to complete change sales quotation 1 for that. Okay. So if you go to here, display document flow, display document. Generally, a PDF will be coming. Just wait. Let me check into settings for this. Come back one more time here. Go to your manage sales quotations. Just go here. This is the recent one which we created. We go into it. So extras, go to the status, system status, and go to the item overview here, sales, status of this. Just check the status of this. You go to the status overview also, you can see this document flow, display document, everything. So you can see this nothing is rejected, not referenced. And in the display document also, this is currently not displayed. Okay. So now we have just created this particular quotation. Okay. Now, whenever you want to see this quotation, you can just preview the quotation here. This is the material view in which you can come here. This is the complete things wherein which you can see the different values and everything here. This is the document already shown to you. This is the document view. So whenever you want to print this one also, you can print this, whatever, for example, the output devices that you have. And generally we go for LP01, right? And you go for this. You will see the quotation also for that. Say, okay. So this is the PDF quotation. See, this is our quotation which we have raised. Okay. This is how you have to, like see your quotations and everything. This is the sales quotation which was being given. Next, once after this quotation, what is the next process we have been done? We are going to do is just close this, go to the home page. We have to change the sales quotations, right? We created a sales quotation. Now we will see how to change the sales quotation, and then we will try to see the rejection of the sales quotation also on this. Okay. So to update a sales quotation, generally we will reach to the same app where we go to the manage sales quotation. Okay. So that is the where we generally do any additions of whatever we want to do on that. Okay. So there you have to give the number of it. First of all, go to that manage sales quotation. One second. This is the recently, this one. You go to the manage sales quotations. So provide the number of the one which we have just created now. If you remember that, or else cancel this and just go for number selection. Let's do this. Go here. We'll get all these quotations, right? Now take our number. Okay. This one. Select this one. Just make a left click. There you will see this change sales quotation. Okay. There will be change sales quotation VA22, which is also there, which is a older one. So please don't do that. Okay. Just go for this one and just change the sales quotation. Simple. Just change the sales quotation. If you go here, go to the items. Instead of 5 pieces, let's make it for 10. Edit this, goes in display mode. Just make it for 10 pieces and save this. That's it. So this quotation has been saved. Okay. So this is how you have to change your quotations whenever you have a need to do your changing of quotations. Now, rejection of the quotations. How you reject the sales quotations? It might be like the same quotations, you might do n number of things. You can create a subsequent orders, you can update the price, you can reject all items. So a lot of things are there on this, wherein which each section might, be tells clearly what you can do on top of that as well. Okay. So at the same time, whenever you go for that, right? So you can do that. Okay. Now for the rejection also, same thing. You can simply select here and you can reject it here, or else you can go back here also. The same thing is that you can just select this one, reject all items. So you have to put the reason for rejection. Let's say rejected by customer. See, okay. So this will be done. Yeah. So this is rejected now. So like this, because the moment you go for rejection, so this will be rejected. And the same with the reason you have to write it, that will be rejected. Okay. Anything like this. If you can see this one also, go for reject all items. Rejected by customer, say okay, done. That's it. So quotation has been saved. Whenever you go for this one, you can see that is rejected. Okay. So like this, your things can be updated on top of that, and they can be further go for rejections also whenever in such cases. Okay. So with this, we completed the sales quotation process as well. And the next one is free of charge delivery process. Now, what is the free of charge delivery process? I'll explain you. Let me pull out the PPT further. It's a very simple process. Nothing too much to discuss on this. As you all know that, like for core process information, whatever you are seeing right now, as a core process information, a separate sales order type is used to enable the creation of sales orders that containing free of charge items, right? So those items generally use a different item category, which when you execute the pricing, it applies a certain percent of discount to the calculated price. So which will result in your free of charge items. For example, if you can see CBD free of charge delivery, M1 10 piece. So LFDary 10 piece. So all for 100%, that is a free of charge. So a free of charge order requires entry of your order reason, why you're giving free of charge. So that reason you have to write it. So it will capture the business justification for the supply of free of charge for the particular goods. Okay. So for once the order is confirmed based on the availability, so you have to provide the good based on goods availability, a delivery will be created. So the goods are basically only then picked, confirmed, and delivered to the customer. Okay. So these all process generally will have two variants. One is with the billing and one is without billing. Okay. So it is required by the customer based on that. So here, this is how we generally go for this. So for this, we need a billing clerk, shipping specialist, and internal sales representative, right, should be there in the roles. We have to do it. Okay. So the main process here, the main steps will be like this. You will create a sales order. Okay. And then you create a delivery. This which already did execute the picking. We already did it. So check the batches, post the goods issue. So these are all we already done the execute sell stop. Okay. Now what specially we do is we create a PO pro forma We create a customer invoice and we do a sales order fulfillment monitoring for that. Okay. So this is how and what we are going to do that. So let me show you that clearly one by one. You can use sales order. Going back to our screens, homepage. Now I will show you creation of sales order first of all, and then creation of pro forma invoices and creation of customer invoices. Okay. So let me execute that one by one. First, creation of sales order. Now we are creating what sales order? Free of charge sales order, right? So whatever we have seen while creation of the sales processing here, we created different things. Now we will go the sales order without charge, not the regular sales order. For that, go to the app, manage sales orders without charge. This is the app you have to go. Manage sales order without charge for free of charge orders. Okay. There you will see create sales order without charge, right? This one. So click there. You will create a new type here, which is the CBFD. Okay. Put the organization, distribution channel, and division directly there. This is the delivery of free of charge, organization channel, distribution channel, and division. Continue. So you will put some sold to party and ship to party. Same things, whatever we do for the sales orders, right? You can do that. You can ignore this one also for here now because it's a free of charge. Okay. Now, if you see here, there is one more thing in the sales order. I told you have to give the order reason, right? We go here, we have to give the order because it's a free of charge, right? So you have to put that free of charge sample or poor quality, good service, customer recommendation. So there will be n number of reasons of which you can give the thing. Now I'm going for free of charge sample only. Okay. So again, in the material, let's go for AG12 and some quantity of 10 something. Save this. So delivery free of charge 874 has been created. You've seen that? So this is how we can create a free of charge delivery. So once created a free of charge delivery, what is the next step? I told you, right? We have to create a pro forma invoice. So why we have to create pro forma invoice? What does this pro forma invoice help us? Because when you see once this kind of free of charges happen, so if you it's a kind of like a reference to your delivery, the pro forma invoice will be. So this is how you have to create the moment when you go for this. Okay. So for this, you have to go for the pro forma invoice, means it will be in the billing documents. Okay. So now go to here, go to your app, which is called create billing documents, the main section. Go to this app directly, go to the billing settings. Now you can see on the billing settings, we can make all these as on for your understanding. First of all, whatever are there, and simply say okay. So whatever are there, you can see all those things here. Okay. So now when you come down, whatever the one which we created order, you can see that here with euros, right? You can select that one, any one order, free of charge order. I don't remember that number. You can see this, guys. Let's see that free of order here. Let me take that number. This is the 874. This is the one, right? Which we created now, right? So the same thing here. 874. Just scroll down more, not sure. Okay, we'll create a billing document for this or any one of the here, what we can use it from here, not an issue. Just go this, might be because of the billing date, it is not showing. Let me reopen this again. Okay, let's say we will create for this 851. We can create a billing document for this simply. In go for billing, the billing type and billing date. Okay, here we can create this as a pro forma for order, pro forma for delivery, invoice for delivery. Okay, and the daily date, you can just put the date and say okay, fine, because the type was not, it's a PBFD, right? So that is the reason. Once again, let me check one of the here. 830, 825, 841 is there. I'm not sure 841 we can leverage here or not. 20 is there. It's simple. Once you get this one there, you can just simply create. Let me try to create one more document and let's see, like whether this is moving to there or not. Create sales order without charge. Okay. This is CBFD, sales organization 1710. This is 10. This is 00. Okay. Then continue. Then this will be around 171 000 and come here, and then we can go for order reason, which is free of charge sample. I'm recreating again because the quantify and simply save this. So delivery free of charge 875 created. So this should come here. So if you go and create, if you just expand, if you can just refresh this, I don't know. this has to come here. The delivery document, whatever we created, might be a configuration issue, but it is simple, guys. So just go to here and simply select it and create the billing document. Give the date and type there. That's it. So your new billing document will be, that means for the pro forma invoice will be created for that. Okay. So let me try to show you if there is any other deliveries which I can make you show. Billing type, always you have to select this F8. Billing dates, something should be in the back date or something. These are because these are not free chart delivery. That's it. You have to do that part, and then this will be created. There is a system issue wherein which here in date the data is not matching here. But yes, this is how we can create that deliveries here. Okay, and then once we are done with this, we can go for the next part, which is customer invoices creation of. So for the pro forma invoices, whatever we have created, for all these things, you have to create a F2 type invoice also with all the cost transfer to account accordingly. That will be there. So for that, in the billing, you have to make little changes also for that. Okay. So in the billing, if you go to the create billing document, same app, just going to the home page, returning back again to here, go to the create billing documents. So here, once you select your delivery, any delivery here, you just go for the particular document for the delivery here. Okay. And then you can go for creation of billing documents. At list level, you have to just go for the billing type as F2, this one, invoice, and then put the date, invoice date, and simply say, okay, okay, the document has been saved. There are some duplicate reference documents are there wherein which it has been done. But yes, this is how you have to create an invoice for your billing document through that scenario. Okay. So with this, we have understood the free of charge delivery process as well. And the final part is for the S4C0 code, we have to understand the executing solution process for sales contract management. Okay. So let me pull up PPT and explain you clearly what is that. All right. So executing solution process in sales. So we have seen sales contracts, we have seen value contracts, we heard about the quantity contracts, we just saw the contract quotation, all these things also, right? Now we have to understand what is the sales contract is, first of all, basically. So this all comes under the contract management. Okay. So a sales contract is generally an outline agreement that contains, special conditions negotiated between a supplier and a customer. For example, it might be a price or an MRP, a value, a quantity, etc., etc. So sales contract is valid for the specified period only. And value contract is nothing but, I can say, for certain contractual agreement with the customer, whenever you make to specify a target value for the materials and services, that the customer may receive within an agreed time period, those are all called value contracts. Okay, so value contracts can contain materials. Alternatively, a range of materials to be released against a value contract can also be defined using your hierarchies at sometimes. Whereas quantity contracts, it's a contractual agreement, guys, with the customer that contains, all the materials and services that customer might receive with an agreed time period. It might be up to a target quantity also. So a quantity contract contains different materials also can be considered on that. So on an average, if you can see on the sales contract management, these are the three important contracts. So the quantity, what I want to say, the quantity contract contains basic quantity and price information. So the internal sales representatives, they create the sales quantity contract for certain period at a product. Okay. So internal sales representatives creates what a follow-up order that can refer to your sales quantity contracts. So whenever you create the order, internal sales representative checks the sales contract list, which is filtered by a certain sold to party. So here, a value contract is nothing but a legal agreement with a customer who can contain the materials and services that the customer receives, like within a time period or within the value of those specified target value, like this. So the internal sales representative, he creates a value contract for certain period, product, sorry, not period, it's a product. And then he creates or releases a sales order against the value contract. So after creating the contract and order, internal sales representative can check the completeness of your sales contracts and the conversation rates. So that is what we can do in the contract management. So let me demonstrate you now simply what is the sales contract management, how you can do and what we can do as part of this. Okay, this is a very bigger process compared to all the demonstrations. So creating sales quantity contracts, creating sales value contracts, putting the forms, listing the incomplete sales, creating sales contracts, again, removing a billing block, again, create sales orders with the delivery block, create a down payment request, posting the incoming payment, creating a sales order with delivery block, creating outbound deliveries, then execute billing, picking, posting a goods issue, and finally perform the billing. So this is all a very big 12, 13 steps will be there in the sales contract management. So let's see that sales contract management one by one.
Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4 HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now we are going to discuss about the creating the execution sales solution process sales contract management. Yes, we have already been discussed on this, what we can do on the value contract, sale contracts earlier. So it's a practical simulation that I'm going to show you as right in the part of that. So the first one, as I said, the creating of sales quantity contracts. Let me share my screen quickly. Okay, hiding the onboarding controls here. All right. So the sales, the creating of sales quantity controls will be basically, like when we go with internal sales, we can see that from internal sales itself only, we can see the sales processing customers and, the scheduling agreements for that as well. Okay. So this is one such thing where we will be observing. Okay. So when you go to sales processing, you might see the managing sales contracts come down. Okay. Go with this one, manage sales contracts. Okay. So from here, if you go with here, you will see certain contracts. Okay. So we have to create a contract, create. So we have to put the sales document type list here. So for here, you will be selecting the contract. I told you, right? We have two contracts, value and quality contract. Now select the quality contract for this particular simulation. Give the sales organization the standard 11710. And then the distribution channel and the division. So you can select the division as well for this and continue this. This is the data that whatever we have entered, that is the data. So the moment when you see here, you might see this sold to party, shipped to party. So just enter that. First of all, the sold to party. Okay. The sold to party is a domestic US customer wherein which you will be doing that. So put some customer reference, ref 234 something. You'll put some reference there and give if you can come down, you can see the material and all these things. You can go to the item overview. So you will see some material. So put some material. Okay. Enter. So now you will see some of the other basic data in the sales, general information. Put the valid from date as date. From valid to date, we can make it something around in 2026. Come down, put the target quantity as 100 and simply create this. That's it. The sales contract is created. You have seen the quality contract which was been created with some number. So once the quantity contract is created, now let's see how to create a sales value contract. Go back to the SAP homepage. So this contract is based on a value, right? So on the same process, whatever you have gone for the sales processing, again, maybe going to the same thing here. Internal sales processing, you will see the managed sales contracts. On the same page, same thing again, just go create. Now you will go for the value contract with the same organization, the same division and the distribution channel. Continue. So same sold to party, put some reference number, whatever we have done there, the domestic US customer and the customer reference number 9090 something 1. Okay. And here we have to provide the items here, the next one. So provide the valid from and valid to dates before on hand itself only because it's a value based thing. I'm giving that. Where is it valid from? Yeah, this is valid from 432. Let's go for 26. Again, use the same material. which we are using for EG12. Put the target value here. So here the target quantity value, you can put some value here. Let's say you're keeping some 1000 or something. Just come up the general information tab, go to the basic data and advanced data. So let's display the header details for this. So go to the partners. So in the partner, we will be generally adding a new partner here, which is a ship to party partner. Add the partner function. So here you will be having different partner functions will be there. So let me try to make this out. You will add a partner field here and you will go for that one. This is the conditions where we generally add it. Go to the partners. Let's say external sales agent. We'll add like that. And we'll give this same 171000001. Okay, and then create, come back. See, this is the new one which was created for the contract. So like this, you can create the value contracts also. Okay, so once value contract is done, now go back to SAP. Now you have to see the printing forms as well. Okay, so what is this printing forms? The moment whenever you try to search for a sales contract, you will preview a PDF before printing, right? That is called printing contracts. Okay, that's for an internal sales representative. They might see the print sales contracts, they will generally try to make that out. So that is what we will do as part of this. Okay, so let me show you how we can print the contracts in the internal sales processing. It's quite simple. In the internal sales processing, you will see this managed contracts. In the same managed contracts, when you go for any individual order, if you require, you can search the functions to search for your sales contract. Okay, or else you just simply click that and you can display that. Okay, just go for here, okay, and you can print this. Then you can actually save this as a tile. That's a secondary thing. But yes, this you can actually print it. This is all your basic data where you can see for that. These are all your related apps for that. This is a display contract. If you go to the display contract, it will show you like this. Okay, header output preview shows this one. Okay, this is now you can complete your radio button for this print. Okay, and you can simply say display document. See how nicely it was being done. This is your printing form, right? So this is how you have to continue and make the record for printing. That's it. This is your simple way of printing your form. So after that, sometimes we have to list the incomplete sales contracts also, right? As a process, I told you, you have to list incomplete sales contracts or to filter the incomplete sales contracts by sold to party as well. So this is one such thing which we will generally see that as part of the sales contracts as well. So this also you will see on the sales processing. If you go to the sales processing here, okay, you will come down, go to the home page. You can see in the sales, I'm in the sales processing page only. So you can see the list incomplete sales documents. The same way you will see list incomplete sales contracts as well. This is the app here. Directly open that. If you're not able to find this, you can go here and then you can get that. Okay, so in the search, you can just simply go here if you have some contracts which have been created for that. Okay, if not that, you can search this functionalities and you can just get this out. Okay, so if any individual contract, if you want to see, for example, this one, you can see that valid to date. The log reveals that the valid from and valid to date are missing. That means which is incomplete for that, right? This is how you have to see why this is incomplete, this contract is. This is how you can see the list of incomplete and the reason of incomplete also. And you can provide the dates. You can go to that same contract, edit that, provide the dates, make it complete, and try to utilize that. That is how you have to do it. This is how you can see the listing of incomplete sales contracts. Now we will create sales contracts that are related to quality. Okay. Earlier in the initial demo, I have showed you some of these sales contract management based, that value contracts and the quality contracts. Right now, I'm showing you how to create a sales contracts which are on quantity based. Okay. So let me show you that how we can do that. Same, we will go to the internal sales processing here. So in this, you might again go to the manage sales contracts. Let me go to that app. Just go to the same app. That is one of the key app, guys. Okay. Now we will create the contract. Now here you will create a quantity contract CQ. Same, whatever the information earlier I have given, the 1710 distribution channel will be 10, and then we'll go the division, which is a 1000. Continue. So put the sold to party customer reference and valid from and valid to dates. Okay, 17000001. So I'm using the same throughout my examples for your better understanding so that you won't confuse. Come down and put the reference also. Ref G test. Okay, come down. In the items, put TG11. Take the trading goods for that. Okay, come down. In the item category, put some item category as this one because I'm doing a quantity contract item, right? So I'm selecting this CKMN, which is quantity contract item. Put some target quantity, just enter this and you'll get the target quantity field enabled. Just put some value for that. Okay. Now select this particular field value. Okay. Once you select this, now we have to go to the bill plan. Now what we are going to is, once we are done with this, you'll go to the bill plan and you will add the bill value because we have to see the net value of the item and we have to record the figure for it, wherein which you will provide some of the billing details like billing date, the billing value for the contract. Okay. And then you will mention that for the further saving. So let me show you that. Going to this, see the billing plan is there, right? Now come down. There we can see the billing plan here. I don't know directly. Yes, billing plan is there. Now put the billing plan here. What is the original billing plan date? So create the billing date should be something around date. I'll take it. Okay. And put the bill value. It's down payment request or something. You can just put something here and you can put the bill value in percentage in something and simply apply this. Okay, you have to put this here. So yeah, the date might be a different date. You can use it. That's okay. Still, you can create the bill value from here. This is, you can remove, you can put some other dates. Just go there. Pay, I have given the same date. You go to here and just edit this bill plan dates. You can just select this one, delete and put a new date. Create, put the billing date as something and data category. Create, put some 100 or something. Apply, create. So your quantity contract is created. Okay. So like this, you can create your quantity contracts. Okay. The next topic is removing a billing block in sales contracts manually. So let me show you that. Once go back to your home page. This is also have the entire thing is with the internal sales processing only with the same managed sales contracts. I'm going to the app directly. So if you go here, you can see a lot of contracts now again, which are being browsed here. Just go to the any one single contract. If you want to edit the contract, edit that. Okay. If you go to the items, basically whenever you are editing something, you will go to the items and billing plans and you will clear the block field there. Basically, see here, you go down. Let's say you're going here in the billing plan, select this, say this one you have to change that. So you can change this is confirm missing Y2. So it will be cleared for you. You can set a billing block for this or else you can change the value for that as well. Like, the way we want to do it, right? Dates or basic data, first of all. This is the basic data. You can, or else you can just delete that and create a new one. Let's say, just close this, create like earlier, the date categories and everything. This is okay. This is something around 10 or something. You can keep it out. Yes. So these ones, you can actually make it out here. Okay. And then if you want to change, you can change that. You can set the billing block for this if you want to block this. Okay. Or else you can just apply the same thing and you can do it. Okay. So with this way, you can actually in the items prices, when you're going with edit right, you come down here, the status and blocks, nothing rejected. This is, you can go to the change contract, go here, bill plan. So here, this is your block. In this block, you will remove that and you will update that. This is how you will remove the blocks. Continue and save this. Go back, save this. That's it. Your contract will be saved. This is how you can remove a billing block there. If there is a billing block content. If you want to bill it, you can set the billing block. Okay. And the next one, we can create sales orders with delivery blocks as well. So how can you create a sales orders with delivery block? Because at times when we want to create a sales or delivery block, there are certain conditions where we will be generally doing that. And internal sales kind of representatives, they might create sales orders for delivery blocks. They might have a conditions or use cases that might be seen for that, right? So to do this in the internal sales, if you go to the sales processing directly, you can go to the manage sales orders without manage sales orders. Okay. So here, let me put this again in the, okay, here, right. So here, one, okay. First of all, so create, let the screen load here, or let's go back. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong pane. So we have to go to the manage sales orders, not solution orders. So go to the sales orders, create sales order type. So what is the type that we generally create? Consignment fill up or standard order or something, right? So now here, let's create the standard order with the sales organization and standard one. I'm going to standard order. The sales organization, the same one we can select here, 1710. The distribution channel also we can be selecting this one. The division is also we can selecting this one and continue. So now again, the same thing, we will be going to put that. So in the contract field, okay, first of all, let's see that in the contract, we can add it. Now it's not an issue. So first of all, put these references, whatever the standard ones we are using, 171, the domestic US order, sold to party, shipped to party. It was been almost copied. Let's say this is a call off order. That means the customer representative is calling off this order, right? So that is the reason I have kept it as a call off order. Now go to the items. Let's say it's TG11, enter. We can see this is a unconfirmed quantity. Okay. And then let's say we have to change the order quantity now. Let's say I'll change the quantity now. Minimum quantity 1000 piece of free goods has not been reached. So first of all, let's put this. So you can go to this venue of this one order. So to see the complete screen there, like in ACC mode. So let me show you that so that you can see the order quantity. This is different kind of screen. Let me go into that. You can go back always. Okay, let me go back into this. Internal sales processing, manage sales orders. Again, let me show you that. Okay, you can say from sales contract. So sales order type, you can give your standard order. Okay, so that, that will be easy for that to pick it out. You can just mention the contract number. Let's say take some contract number here. Whatever the recent contracts we have taken, we can just simply go with that in this contract. So simply the contract can be mapped here if you want to create with contract. Okay. So this is a call off order I told you, right? Put this as a call off order. All the related tabs will be there. Now let's go to the create sales order view on VA01 type view. If you go to the item, give the material TG11. Oh, okay. Customer reference call off order. So continue. Again, we will select the material, this one, and put the order quantity as 1. It should not be 10 pieces. Put it as 1 piece. Enter. And simply save this. Okay, let me assign this parties also. Go back. Okay. Let me re-show one more time for you. Go to the manage sales orders. Go here. If you want to delivery block, you can directly do it from here. For example, do it. You can set a delivery block. Okay, this is one such way you can just block the particular document. But with the contract I just showed you, right? In the same way, you can create with the sales order directly, and internally also you can change it. Okay, let's say I'm showing you one more time the standard order 1710, the division and the distribution channel. So here you will go into a create sales order VA01 view, wherein which you will provide all your things here. Give the customer reference again, call off order. Same thing I'm just trying to do for you for one more time. Delivery block is here itself only. You can make it out. What is the reasons and everything? You just put it out. But still, at a material level, I want to show you that how you can actually do this in a more stringent manner. PG11. Okay, let's say the order quantity is 10. Entered that. This is the item category. So the moment when you change this order quantity to 1 and save this, you will see that that it is not to reached because there is no profit centers. Yeah, this is the profit center is there, which is there. The overall status, the WBS element is are not done. So wherein which we generally go with some batch and everything. So assign that. So I already put everything on this. So just group this and then save this. Okay, and go back, apply this. Okay, the standard order will be generated. This is how you can generate your contracts for changed orders. Here the delivery block will be happened. So to see the delivery block is done or not, you can always go to your more and you can display sales document display can be happen on this. So if you see the display, the sales document display will be there. So whenever you see the item, if you go and double click on the item as well, you can see that on the schedule lines, you will definitely see when a delivery block is happened, you can see that. See, this is still not happened. So either you do it from there or here, it can be automatically done. So here the delivery block is still not there, wherein which if you enter the delivery block here, it will be automatically showcased to you at this level. Okay. This is how you can make the delivery blocks. I have shown you multiple scenarios on this. Hope this is okay to you. Understand. Next one, creating a down payment request. Okay, now going to the main screen. Now let's create a down payment request. So it will be again same thing here, but yes, in the billing we will be creating, the billing processing will be there. Create billing documents is the app for that. If you go top, let's create further directly, create billing documents. So in this, you'll be seeing a lot of documents will be there. It's very simple. We can just go to the billing settings. Okay. And then you will create the billing document for that. Okay. First, go to the billing settings. You can just simply say all on. Okay. Simply say okay. Just select any one delivery or anything that which you want to select the billing document and say create billing documents. The moment you create the billing document, it will ask you for the type and everything. Just provide that and simply say okay. So the down payment request will be automatically generated. So you have to select here down payment request and then simply say okay. So the billing document for down payment will be generated. So if there is any problem errors, you might see errors. You can create for anything that has any open thing for that. Just give the billing date for that. Simply say okay. So this is for block for billing. So like this, you can see a lot of things which can be open. You can go and do that further. Okay. This is the way you have to create a down payment request. Next important thing is posting the incoming payments. If you go back to the main homepage, whenever you want to do the posting of incoming payments, at certain situations where you have to learn more about how an account receivable accountant posts and incoming payments, right? For people who are in account receivable, they do all these things, the payments and clearing and all these things, right? So in the accounts and receivables only, you will be generally do these things. So mainly there is an app called post incoming payments for this particular. So for this, you should have the role to be added there. If your role is not there, you have to add the role for this particular thing. So just copy your role. If you don't have that particular role to do that, go to SAP main homepage, maintain business users in the apps. If you go here, this is locked. Can't see this. You can go put your ID here and add the roles there, the accountant roles for this, assign business roles, add, go for accountant. Yeah, you can see this payables management, down payment, BR accountant. These roles you can add. And let's see. If you have these roles, it will be easy for you to get this done. So if there is any dual roles, you can remove that. Save this again, go back on home page, refresh this one more time and see this. Okay, I might have or not have the authentications. Let me try to do from the local cloud here. Post incoming payments. So in this exercise, we will see how to post incoming payments. It's quite simple. You will just put the customer or supplier and then you will put the post for this. You can propose the items generally. Let's say propose items. I'm going to homepage one more time. Post incoming payments. So there are actually, the screen will be getting ready. Just wait. So this is how you can just go to the company code. The date will be here. The journal entry date will be there. Let's say the journal entry date. Okay. And you're having there are different things will be there, which are mandatory. Those fields you can just touch it. Okay. You can clear the period field here. Just not required. Just remove this one. Okay. Now put some GL account and amount also in the GL account. Let's say checks in clearing, let's say 100, and it is USD automatically taken, and put the customer number also here, domestic US customer, and simply now propose the items. Take little time, just wait. So if you once propose the items, you should come. Let's select another customer. If this GL account is not done, let's take for another GL account and propose the items for that. So generally once this will come here, you have to go to the special GL transactions and you have to give the special GL here, which is down payment request. This is what we want to select and simply say okay. So there are no open items here. That is the reason which you are unable to propose. But yes, once this propose is done, you can just clear these items and your journal entry will be successfully posted. So this is how we can post it. Let me try with another company code here. Okay. So there is a data like issues will be there. So you can just try it from your side when you have this particular things to done. Okay. So this is how we will be posting invoice payments. You'll just post this. Okay, this is a house bank account. This is not existing here. That is one such problem. This might only exist in 1710. Yeah, so that is might the reason the account period is still. Your account is open. You can propose this and you can make it out done. Okay, or else, yeah, okay. So this is how we can post the incoming payments. And while creating a sales order delivery, we can deliver without a delivery block as well, which is very simple as as we have already seen in the internal sales review. If you go to the home page, you go to the internal sales. Okay, let me go to the home page. You will be having an internal sales overview page, where we will see the managed sales orders. This one. So create VA01 sales order. Just go to the order type, same order, 1710, distribution channel and division. As it is, same thing. Continue. Same thing in the contracts we have created, right? Earlier, the same thing. We will be creating here. So when we want to create with a delivery block, we can copy that from the same contract. And you can just put these orders and you can put the delivery block also. Simple. You can go here 17 or it's directly. If you want to go the easier type of view, just you can go here, related apps, create sales order VA01. Now in the sold to party, let's say we use the same one what we are using for the data preparation. This is a call off order. In the item details, I can say material will be used or else take another material. So with the same contracts, when you put it right, automatically this will be blocked. So you have to go back or save your data and go back. So no problem. Edit this, go back. In the internal sales order, sales processing, manage sales orders, create. So this is with reference of contract, right? This will be same thing like the same contract we will be using here. So here you will be going with standard order and the sales contract, you will mention some contract here. So continue. And then whenever you want to create with a delivery block, without a delivery block, right? So if you want to create with a delivery block, you will be going here. See in the delivery block, when you create the same order here, when you create delivery block something, this will create delivery block. If you're not doing anything, it is quite simple order. The way which we created earlier, this will create the same order for you. Like see here, 1710, 10 and 00. Continue. So there itself only, if you create with reference, you have to go with your delivery order. Okay. So this one, this is quite common, same. You put the material and the thing will be created for you. That's it. That's it. A new order will be created. So this is a 1000 PC quantity order, wherein which it is still making for that. So apply this and save this. A new order will be created, right? So this is how we have to create without delivery block. If you're giving delivery block, you mention the reason, that will be a delivery block order. In the same way, if you put something on the billing block, that will be a billing block order. So how to remove a billing block, I told you, right, in the last session. That way you have to follow that. Okay. So that's about your without delivery block. Next, creating the outbound deliveries. If you go back to the main SAP page, home page, it's a very simple thing, outbound deliveries. When you go to the shipping, you will create outbound deliveries here, right? Create outbound deliveries. You can do from sales orders, from without order reference and with order reference as well, the same thing. Okay, because outbound deliveries have multiple phenomenal things, which might happen in different things. So you can just go through it and you can just put it there. Okay, let's say from sales orders. Okay, the shipping point, let's say choose one shipping point like this one, US shipping point. Okay, and then the planned creation date, you can put the date as like from certain date, and you can just put some sale document number also. Let's say you take the calendar date range, put that apply sales document. You can take any one sales document and simply say okay. Simple. If you say go, if you have a data, you'll get it. If there is no data, you can't get it. So you can just put some data which can be valid for you in the from to date ranges. Like I'll select from March 1st to now, let's say 4/25. Now let's go. Okay, this one is done. Like this, you can select this one. This is the recent one which we created now. Create deliveries. That's it. So the delivery has been created. See, now this is not there here. You can display the log wherein which you can see the delivery has been created. The delivery is open, which shows the log clearly. Okay, this is 120 is your delivery number. So the delivery is successfully created. Okay, now the final thing is execution of picking. So how you execute picking, this is important, right? Because while you're executing picking and pick deliveries, I have already explained you what picking and pick deliveries, while I have explained the concepts to you. But yes, to be showcasing you on this particular part, this is very simple. On the shipping only, you will be managing, on the manage outbound deliveries only, you will be putting some shipping point. And on the overall status, you will put that in a different manner. Let me show you that. If you go to the manage outbound deliveries, say okay. So here you will select a shipping point, guys, 1710, and see ready to post. Here only the change will come. If it is ready for picking, you can go for ready for picking. If it is ready for confirmation, ready for confirmation. If it is open for deliveries, open for deliveries. If it is post GI, it is post GI. Okay, now you have to execute picking. Right now, then what you will do, you will make it for ready for picking and say go. There are no orders, but this is not yet processed. We can see this one order which is not yet processed, not relevant also. Okay, then this one you have to pick it. You have to put the picking quantity for this. So this one here, how it generally comes is, if the picking status is not yet processed DA, the confirmation status will be there. There is a pick will be there. So the pick is not coming for the purpose right now because of this irrelevant data. So that you have to pick it. This will be automatically picked in that case. Okay. So let me show you if I'm not giving any of these things. This is completely zero. Let's go for all the shipping points. Okay. This is all completely processed. The picking status is completely processed. So let's say in the overall status, I'll go for ready for picking and say go with all these individuals. See, these are not yet processed. Many things are there. So the moment you say any of these ones, you can just simply go and pick it. These ones, you have to pick it. This is not yet picked. The status is not yet picked. We have to pick it. This is also not yet picked. So these ones, when you go for selection, it will be showing a pick there that you have to pick it. So let me show you that. See, now go for picking. So pick that particular item here. Okay. Whatever the shipping point is there, let's say 1710 shipping point is there. Okay. And then just simply execute that. So whatever is there, the deliveries will be automatically selected. If there is no delivery, nothing will be selected. Now here, let's say you will execute something around 11:3 onwards. Okay. And this picking also, you can say without V and WM or only WM picking, both picking types, all these things you can select this from here. Okay. And then simply execute. So it will see this item is picked now. So you can change outbound deliveries for this and simply save this. That's it. So this is picked and outbound delivery is saved. So like this, you will do it. Now posting a goods issue. So now how we will post the goods issue? So this is the same thing. Whatever we have done till now in the home page of manage outbound deliveries, instead of picking, you will go for the managing of outbound delivery. Very simple. That is just changing your status there. Here or in the VL60 also we can do it. See, ready to post GI will be there. Just those ones you have to select it and you have to post that. Okay. Simple. Post GI. It will be posted. That's it. This is a posting of your GI issues. Goods receipt. Okay. So, and the next one, the last one, performing the billing. So how you perform the billing? When you make any certain changes or any direct kind of billings that we want to perform on top of the billing page, we'll go for the billing processing. You create the billing documents there. I have already shown you how you can create a billing document. From there only we will perform the billing. Let's say create billing documents are there. Okay. So if you go to that, in the billing settings, we will make everything on. And then finally, you will select one billing document number and you will just create that billing document number. You can use different filters and for that, and you can just simply select and create the billing document number for that. Okay. It's as simple as that. Just simply save this. Okay. Say create billing documents, put this and say okay and save this. That's it. Your billing document number will be generated. Okay. All right. So this is, guys, this is the total process that we have explained. Executing sell from stock, wherein which we have seen executing sell from stock, sales quotations, free of charge deliveries, sales contract management. We have completely learned that. Happy learning. We will be seeing the next module. Yeah, this is the end of the module. Thank you so much.
Hey there. Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4 HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
All right, so this is the introduction to complaints management, guys. So yes, so what is complaints management? Across every industry, on a single universal truth exists, right? So that customers may experience dissatisfaction and need to return products or request credits. So therefore, effective complaints management is non-negotiable in every sector. Okay, so understanding the intricate dynamics of SAP's complaints management with each sector, which is a crucial and critical component for operating the success throughout the diverse industries. So especially on the retail sector, also often it encourages and encounters challenges, such as customer overcharges or double charges. So the credit or debit request here, that process within the SAP, it serves as an effective tool to rectify those issues. Okay, so furthermore, whenever we want to understand a customer wishing to return a purchase, so SAP's customer return document will be processed that assures an efficient provision of your refunds, credit, or replacements in the company policies in alignment of it, right? So navigating to the automotive industry in the same cases, dealing with the complaints frequently revolves around your defective parts of services or leveraging the customer return documents. Companies can systematically track the return parts and instigate the subsequent processes like your credits, debits, replacements, etc., right? So the financial services industry generally showcases the utility of SAP's credit debit request process, whenever it faces with your inaccuracies in your interest calculations or incorrect service charges as well. So in the telecommunication sector, when it comes to the same thing here, like we have managing complaints regarding to your billing errors, service disruptions, equipment related issues, etc. Okay, so I have just quoted these different industries where you generally see a kind of complaints will be there. Across all these industries, mastering the practical application of key SAP document types like credit debit request, customer returns, these are all the fundamentals, because these enable businesses basically to manage the complaints effectively while they maintain a seamless and comprehensive document flows also. So this will accelerate the complaints processing time. So this content, basically, it will shed some light on the value of referencing your existing process documents and the specialized SAP tools, whatever they are there in the advanced returns management as well. So very particularly, it will be beneficial where the customer deals with higher volume of the returns. Okay, so mastering all these different SAP document types along with understanding the practical applications in SAP's complaint management process, there will be different industries which can significantly enhance your customer satisfaction and drive the efficient operations as well. Okay, so in that line, complaint management will be introduced to you in that way. Okay, so if you ask me, what is this complaint processing? First of all, how often this will go and what is the thing that we go and we talk about this one, right? So complaints generally often differ in the degree to which they want to track complaints process. During the many steps involved in the sales and distribution processes, things can go wrong sometimes. Yeah, because everyone will commit wrong knowingly, unknowingly, in a business thing. When we want to put something in a hurry, we might do something in that and it might go different. But yeah, the impacts might be small to bigger based on the mistake that we go to do there. That's how, like, for example, the delivered material may be damaged during the transportation. So you may have incorrect prices on your invoices. These are all things these are the wrongs that might happen. Not knowingly, but unknowingly it might happen. But yes, on return, what will happen? A complaint will be generated. So there are variety of methods to process the complaints. Okay, like the customer, the first one will be like this. The customer returns goods, customer does not return goods, a pricing error. These are the common things, which will go when you do kind of thing. So I'm just logging the screen for a while, just have a look on it. You just create when you're creating return order, what happened in customer return goods, when entering a credit memo, how this customer does not return goods, in the pricing, what happened, just 3 small use cases for you. I'm locking the screen for a while, just have a look on it. Okay, guys, I hope you have gone through the good thing now. This is how, you might get general compliance managed process, different types of things that might happen. So when I clearly want to explain you the process of it, okay, so it all starts with your returns, okay, your credit debit memo, okay, and your credit memo request or your credit debit memo, okay, your free of charge subsequent deliveries, invoice correction request. So these are all comes under as part of your compliance management process, wherein which in simple 3 blocks: order, delivery, billing document. These are the 3 important things, in which these things will be more clearly exemplified. Okay, so here, if you go to the returns, okay, if the customer complains, for instance, that the goods were faulty, so you take the goods back. So to process the customer returns, you have to choose between the 2 general solution variants, either advanced customer returns or lean customer returns. Okay, in advanced customer returns, the solution variant allows you to handle the end-to-end process for your customer returns, including some of the product inspections, logistical follow-up activities, and determining the refund, all these things. In the lean customer returns, on the same thing here, the solution variant allows you to handle the core activities associated with customer return process. It might be returns order, posting the goods receipt, or creating credit memo, whatnot. Okay, all these things comes under as part of your returns. When you come to credit debit memo request here, let's say in 2 different things: credit memo request and debit memo request. In the credit memo request, if the customer complains that the price was miscalculated, for example, it was too high, so we will request a credit memo for the appropriate sum and you do not take the goods back. That is one such case. In the debit memo request, if prices were calculated as too low, you request a debit memo. Right? That is a common things and complaints we manage process on top of it. It comes to a free of charge subsequent deliveries. If a customer complains, so you can send them the extra material later free of charge. This is called free of charge subsequent delivery, always refers to a sales order. Free of charge deliveries, again, without subsequent deliveries will be there, wherein which it will be used to send a customer a free sample of your products. Okay. And finally, we have this invoice correction request, wherein which this works in the same way as credit and debit memo request. But here you enter the price or quantity that should have been calculated. The system will calculate the difference and creates either a debit or a credit memo, depending on whether the difference is negative or positive. Okay, this is what you will do in the compliance management process. So here, each box in this flow chart contains some icons also on the document. You have some coloring. Many cases, you create a particular document with a reference to an existing process. So in this way, you always have a complete document flow of the process, including all the relevant compliant documents. A large part of the relevant information will be copied from your reference document, which can accelerate your complete processing. So this compliance processing generally have different options for your referencing of the existing documents. So all complaints can be approved or rejected once a complaint has been approved. You create either a credit or a debit memo, depending on the type of complaint you're going to do that. If you reject a complaint, you can specify a reason for the rejection, and this will be used as your selection criteria for listing the complaints. Okay, so compliance management department will be there for that, wherein which it will take care of all the global tech innovation on top of that. Okay, that is a global tech innovations on a manufacturing corporation specializing in consumer electronics. Specifically, it has recently upgraded its ERP system from SAP to SAP S/4HANA. It's like an example I'm just giving you right now. Okay, being customer-centric, global tech innovations acknowledges that customers may face challenges post-purchase. To effectively address these scenarios, a robust after-sale service is needed, right? That is established So it will be handle and resolve any arising complaints. So global tech innovations are strategically incorporating different returns management systems based on the geographical needs. So in the USA itself only, they have implemented the customer returns management system, wherein which the sophisticated process employs the use of return merchandise authorization. We call it as RMA. They will efficiently handle the customer returns. Once a return product is received, it will undergo through a inspection. So the results of which are then documented, and the refund amount is determined based on these inspection outcomes. Okay, after which the credit memos are initiated accordingly. So conversely, for operations in Asia, same company, like a global tech company, innovations utilizes lean returns management, which I have already discussed with you, right? So this is a simplified return process, the lean return management. It will be mirroring the former SAP ERP process, wherein which the entire process primarily begins with the creation of return sales orders. Okay, which in turn facilitates the establishment of return deliveries. And once a delivery is received and any existing blocks are cleared, the demos for returns can subsequently be generated. So by adopting the region-specific strategies and implementing the SAPs for HANA's complaint management process, this will be further, this company aims to address customer complaints in a more innovative manner, efficient and swift manner. So thereby what happens, it will improve your customer satisfaction. And adherently, like you can have a global tech innovations, which will help us to get into more into our greater perspectives. So this is what you will gain from that. So before I go to show you some small demos on this, so let me tell you that, like whatever this now I have told to you, this all comes under, being a customer centric. So always these all things happen through a customer centric messages. Okay, so let me show you a small demo on top of this. What is this? It is a lean customer returns. So now I'm showing you the lean customer returns. So in the lean customer returns, I'll be showing you some creating of return orders, creating return deliveries, posting the goods receipt, removing the billing blocks, creating the billing documents. Now this is the one which we're going to see now. Let me go into our server. Okay. So now we are seeing the creating a return order sales document from reference and assign a order reason for that. This is a small demo now we are seeing now. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of the embedded analytics in SAP S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition? Option A, real-time reporting without data replication. Option B, complete customization of all analytical models. Option C, ability to analyze competing products. Option D, no need for any reporting tools. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at sales in the cloud? Our SAP S/4HANA Cloud Sales course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA Sales. It's like a toolbox to manage orders, customers, and product deliveries in real time. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part, it won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is affordable. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Cloud Sales Pro? Sign up in our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.